Chapter 1. Hello, officer. My name is Chen, an enthusiastically aspiring hero. Today, I invited my goddess to the Yen City amusement park and inadvertently discovered two figures clad in black engaged in a nefarious transaction. I am currently observing them. I implore you to dispatch an awakened individual for my assistance at once. What? You inquire about the evidence I possess to substantiate their criminal activity. Come on, what respectable individual dons all black and sunglasses at night? Officer, you must trust me. I am a professional. Moreover, I hold a clever registered hero license certified by the Extraordinary Association, my hero name being the Cloaked Superman, ranked 1388th in Yen City. Did you just chuckle? You were laughing at me, weren't you? I distinctly heard you snort like a pig. Don't tell me that was your ringtone. Officer, I realize this name may seem somewhat juvenile, but I intended to call myself Superman directly. Unfortunately, that name has already been registered, leaving me no alternative. This is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is, you must believe me. I am a professional, and the adversaries may be armed, which is why I require your support. If they were unarmed, I could handle it myself. After all, I possess a clever registered hero license. Chun Chao crouched stealthily at the mouth of an alley, speaking in a hushed tone as he clutched his phone, simultaneously peering nervously ahead at the two individuals engaged in their transaction at that moment. A faint sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Who? Before Chun Chao could turn to look, a gust of wind swept past him, followed by a baseball bat that struck him forcefully on the back of the head. Despite possessing the strength of an early-stage potential wielder, he was rendered bloodied and dazed, collapsing to the ground. How careless you are, failing to notice that a mere child was tailing you. The assailant was a middle-aged man bearing a prominent scar across his face, clad in a black trench coat, accompanied by two others in similar attire, their faces obscured by sunglasses. Yet, the scarred man's sunglasses could not conceal the grotesque mark upon his visage. Before he could utter another word, Chun Chaos phone emitted the voice of a police officer, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, repeatedly inquiring about Chun Chaos' precise location. Before Chen Chao could respond, the scarred man lifted his foot and crushed the phone beneath his heel. Damn it, this kid actually called the police. Let's kill him and make our escape. One of the slightly portly figures in black stated coldly as he drew a handgun. However, the scarred man gestured for him to wait. Hold on. The noise from gunfire would be too conspicuous. It'll simply snap his neck. With that, the scarred man grasped Chun Chaos' chin in a vice-like grip, preparing to deliver a fatal twist, while his other hand slowly exerted pressure, intending to sever Chun Chaos' life. This was Chun Chaos' favorite game, DC vs. Marvel. This is a mobile game themed around the grand chaos of American comics, where players can draw various character cards reminiscent of figures such as Superman, Batman, Iron Man, and Thor, as well as an array of weaponry and equipment to enhance their battles. Soon after, the system interface transitioned to the random card drawing screen. Accompanied by the rhythmic pulsation of the randomized card box, bursts of radiant light erupted forth, signifying the results of the draw. Congratulations, the host has obtained 2 fragments of Wonder Woman character cards. Congratulations, the host has acquired an unnamed SHIELD agent character card. Congratulations, the host has received 1 agent pistol. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 basic agent combat suit. Congratulations, the host has acquired 5 fragments of Thor's hammer. The items revealed thus far emanated either white or blue light, indicating that Chun Chao had drawn only common or rare quality items. This was merely pedestrian fare, lacking any allure. However, upon the 59th draw, Chun Chao was suddenly enveloped by a cascade of resplendent, multicolored light. This vibrant glow signified the presence of a mythical grade item. Congratulations, the host has obtained a mythical grade character card, Supergirl Kara Zor-El, summonable. Wait a moment, the highest tier in this game is supposed to be the golden legendary grade character card. Where did this multicolored mythical grade card come from? In the realm of consciousness, everything transpired with remarkable speed. Not even a second had passed in the external world. Chen Chao did not bother to tally the 70 consecutive draws of blue skies and white clouds, but instead focused on the singular card that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of divine light. The entire card radiated luminescence. Mythical grade character card, Supergirl Kara Zor-El. Chapter 2. This is my cousin. Has a hero arrived? The expression of the man in black suddenly darkened, for no matter how they racked their brains, they could not recall when a flying, blonde-haired, blue-eyed heroine had appeared. In Yen City. Has she awakened her flying abilities, or is she in a grade superhuman? Never mind that. Shoot her down. We retreat once she's eliminated. With that, the slightly stout man in black hastily raised his wrist and fired several rounds at the figure suspended in midair. Bang! 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 A volley of bullets was unleashed, striking Supergirl Kara, yet it felt as though they were ricocheting off a formidable steel plate, failing to budge her in the slightest. Damn it, the bullets are ineffective. She isn't a grade superhuman. What bad luck to encounter a superhuman. Let's flee. Panic-stricken, the group of men in black realized their predicament. They were merely potential awakeners, barely capable of handling one or two inexperienced awakeners while armed. However, when faced with a superhuman capable of flight, they possessed no chance whatsoever. Before the three men in black could make significant headway in their escape, Supergirl Kara sprang into action. Whooshed out, a gust of wind swept through, and the slightly portly figure clad in black dashed forward, occasionally glancing back at the silhouette in the sky. Yet, at this moment, that figure had vanished without a trace. Before the somewhat stout figure could fully comprehend the situation, a delicate hand, formed into a fist, came crashing down upon him. The impact felt akin to being struck by a solid lead ball. The slightly portly man was spared from being decapitated by Supergirl Kara's punch merely because she had restrained her strength at the last moment. Instead, it resulted in a concussion and a trickle of blood. This is not Earth, which means Kal-El is not here. Kara's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, revealing her profound disappointment. The Kal-El she referred to was none other than her cousin, Superman Clark Kent. Chen ruffled his hair and promptly assured, Kara, although your cousin is not present, since I was able to summon you, I can surely summon your cousin as well. The caveat, of course, was that he needed to draw a card of eternal diamond quality featuring the mythic level Clark Kent. Chen silently added in his mind. As for the probability, the chances of obtaining a mythic card were rather slim, and within the system's card pool, not counting those of the azure sky and white clouds, there were at least 100 metallic legendary cards. Though the odds were somewhat discouraging, hope still lingered. Perhaps the next draw would yield success. Upon hearing that Chen might be able to summon her cousin, Kara's spirits lifted slightly, and Chen continued to converse with her. In Kara's recollections, her memories prior to being summoned were quite hazy, retaining only fragments of significant events. For instance, she remembered that Krypton was on the brink of destruction, and her parents had sent her to Earth to protect her cousin. Moments later, the sound of police sirens echoed nearby as several uniformed officers approached. Leading them was a young female officer, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with her hair tied in a ponytail. Despite her youthful appearance, she exuded a formidable presence, clearly a high-ranking awakened individual. Upon arriving at the scene, the female officer first directed her subordinates to cuff the three black-clad men who had been incapacitated by the young Supergirl. She then approached Chen saluted, and inquired, Hello, I am Officer Hang Jun from the Extraordinary Police Bureau of Yinqing. Are you the one who reported the incident to Bald Caped Hero? It's the Caped Hero. Chen seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth. You are the bald one. Your entire family is bald. What kind of eyesight do you have? Can't you see my flowing locks? Chapter 3. A truly sad tale. 50 points of merit equate to a purchasing power of 50,000 Huaxia coins. However, it is rare for anyone to spend merit points as if they were Huaxia coins, for many awakened individuals require items that cannot be purchased directly with money but must be traded with merit. Nevertheless, for Chen 50 points of merit represented a substantial fortune. Capturing these three wanted criminals would yield far more merit than apprehending a petty thief at the bus station for an entire year. Certainly, Chen having previously apprehended numerous pickpockets, was well acquainted with the procedures. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated before speaking. Officer Hang, may I borrow your phone? Today he had finally managed to arrange a day at the amusement park with his goddess. Yet, upon discovering the nefarious dealings of the man in black, his overwhelming sense of justice compelled him to abandon her and pursue the criminal. Having been away for so long, how worried must his goddess be? What if she realized that he was a man of such profound integrity and, in a moment of weakness, fell in love with him, crying and pleading to bear his children? What then? The life of a hero, driven by interest, is indeed mundane and unadorned, yet profoundly tedious. All right. Officer Hang did not refuse and handed his phone to Chen Taking the officer's phone, Chen swiftly dialed a number he knew by heart, and soon a familiar voice answered. Hello. Yen Wu, it's me, Chen I apologize. Ugh, you loser. Wasn't it just to buy me a bucket of Haagen-Dazs? Why the rush? If you have no money, why bother asking me out? Just go away, you loser. Beep, beep, beep. Before Chen Chao could explain, the call was abruptly terminated, and a fragile vessel of friendship capsized. What a sorrowful tale. Although the phone wasn't on speaker, the goddess' furious voice was too loud for the surrounding officers to ignore. They stifled their laughter, shoulders shaking, and had it not been for the inappropriate setting, they would have burst into laughter. One officer even patted Chen Chao on the shoulder, offering silent support. Stay strong, brother. Officer Hang, too, couldn't help but stroke his chin, casting a sympathetic glance at Chen Chao. However, being professionally trained, Officer Hang would never allow himself to laugh unless utterly unable to contain it. The two departed the police station in high spirits, leaving Officer Hang in a state of disarray. On a bustling street in Yen City, KFC awaited the Kryptonian little girl. Kara typically consumed artificially synthesized nutritional meals. While these synthetic meals were rich in the nutrients required by the human body, they fell short in the realm of flavor. When a bucket of KFC was placed on the table, the rich aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air. Kara's stomach, ever honest, began to rumble. Is this food? The little girl fixated her gaze on the original recipe chicken pieces, as though beholding a masterpiece distilled from the fast food culture of Blue Star. Indeed, don't just stand there, eat up. Chen Chao expertly picked up a chicken wing and offered it to Kara. Instinctively, the little girl swallowed, about to protest that she wasn't hungry, when her stomach audibly grumbled once more. Well then, I shall not hold back. Before she could finish her words, Kara cautiously took the chicken wing from Chen Chao's hands. With one hand grasping the chicken wing, she opened her small mouth wide and devoured it in one bite, chewing eagerly. The rich aroma of fried chicken, mingled with the high-calorie protein of the meat, transformed each bite into a jubilant celebration of both smell and taste. Crunch, crunch. She even crunched the bones. Her voracious appetite resembled that of a starving ghost reborn. Yet Kara was unconcerned with her manners, having grown up on Krypton. She had never tasted such calorie-laden food. The enticing fragrance and delectable flavor of the fried chicken spread through her taste buds like a delightful virus, enveloping her brain in waves of happiness. It was simply divine. In just a few bites, Kara had finished the chicken wing, bones and all. She then licked her fingers, still yearning for more. There's more, take your time, don't choke. Have a sip of soda, Chen Chao encouraged. Wait, it's not what you think. She's my distant cousin. My place isn't suitable, so I invited her to stay here for one night. It's really not what you're imagining. Chen Chao hurriedly clarified, trying to dispel the rotund fellow's immediate inclination to call the authorities. After securing a room, the chubby man solemnly stated, you can take her upstairs, but if you're not back within half an hour, no, make it 10 minutes, I will indeed call the police. With that, he pointed two fingers at his eyes and then at Chen Chao, implying that he would be watching closely, ensuring no harm came to the underage girl. Chen Chao nodded, too weary to elaborate further. Am I the kind of person who would do that? As for any thoughts about the little girl, they would be unfounded. One should know that this girl was fierce. Hundreds of him might not stand a chance against her. Once upstairs, Chen Chao settled Kara into her room. Kara, you'll sleep here tonight, and I will come and find you tomorrow, he reassured her, gently patting her head. The little girl did not quite understand why Chen Chao had brought her here. With her big, watery eyes, she looked up at him with a sense of injustice. Are you going to abandon me? Is it because I ate too much? I can eat less from now on. Ha! Chen Chao nearly choked on his laughter at her pitiful expression, contrasting sharply with her earlier fierce demeanor when confronting the men in black. Who would have thought even a celestial being could exhibit such vulnerability? Despite her extraordinary powers, Kara was still just a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Now, placed in a foreign world, it was only natural for her to feel insecure. Realizing this, Chen Chao gently pinched Kara's fair cheek and smiled. I won't abandon you. I promise to come back for you tomorrow, despite diligently training and completing tasks. Every day, Chen Chao found himself perpetually stuck at the initial stage of potential awakeners. The aspiration to become a distinguished and formidable awakened one seemed an elusive dream more distant than the promises made by his boss before his time travel, who had claimed that fulfilling a certain project would lead to a promotion and a raise. Today, however, fate took an unexpected turn when Chen Chao inadvertently stumbled upon a group of men in black engaged in nefarious dealings. When they discovered him and plotted to eliminate him, he suddenly found himself bound to a peculiar system. It bore a striking resemblance to the game he had cherished before his journey through Time DC versus Marvel. I seem to have drawn quite a few items from my 70 consecutive pulls. Chen Chao recalled the beginner's gift pack he had received, which included the ability to summon the superhero and Kara to the real world, along with a plethora of blue skies and white clouds. The white items were of ordinary grade, while the blue ones were classified as rare. Between the blue skies and the mythical five-colored wonders lay the golden legendary grade items. As Chen Chaos Consciousness entered the system interface, the game's cutscene unfolded with a battle between Superman and Thor. Soon thereafter, he accessed his backpack. Most of the rewards from a lottery were ordinary character cards, such as those for nameless agents from SHLD. Among the rare character cards were Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the hacker Felicity from the Green Arrow team. Additionally, he possessed fragments of golden legendary character cards, including 12 fragments of Wonder Woman Diana, 70 fragments of Superman Clark Kent, 10 fragments of Captain America Steve Rogers. The remainder consisted of various low-level equipment and fragments thereof. Character card fragments have met the requirements. Do you wish to synthesize the golden legendary character card, Superman Clark Kent? Is it merely of legendary quality? I just promised Kara that I would summon a Superman for her. Chun Chao sighed in resignation. T.O. summon a character. One needed a mythical grade character card. What he possessed was merely a golden legendary Superman card. Pushing such thoughts aside, he silently commanded, synthesize, and no sooner had the command left his mind than a dazzling golden light erupted from the system interface. What the hell? Is it merely for show? Even if I can't transform into Superman at once, it would suffice to gain his Kryptonian lineage. Chen Chao felt on the brink of despair. If the system's cards were purely ornamental, they would be utterly useless. Yet, this time, the system responded, extracting the Kryptonian lineage from the legendary character card, Superman Clark Kent. Extraction successful. Crack. As the system notified Chen Chao of the successful extraction of Superman's Kryptonian lineage, the Superman card shattered into a cloud of dust, vanishing from the system. Interface. So this is how character cards function? This truly grants me Superman's Kryptonian heritage. Chen Chaos' heart raced with exhilaration, akin to the thrill of opening a learning folder on his D drive, lost in a wave of excitement. After a considerable amount of time, Chen Chao finally regained his senses and entered his personal interface. Name: Chen Chao. Strength: novice potential user. Extracted attribute: Kryptonian bloodline modeled after Superman Clark Kent. Skills: none. System inventory: SHLD agent character cards, 5 SHLD agent Coulson character card, 1 hacker Felicity, 1 agent handgun, 1 basic agent combat suit, 2 Thor's hammer fragments, 10 Wonder Woman Diana fragments, 12 Captain America Steve Rogers fragments, 10. Chen Chao glanced at the other character cards. After a moment of contemplation, he selected the hacker Felicity character card. Felicity's attributes were shockingly low in all aspects except for intelligence, and she possessed only a single skill. That skill was her hacking expertise. It was said that Felicity had successfully hacked into the Pentagon at the tender age of 16 or 17. Hacking skills. This could be just what I need to help Kara secure a legitimate identity. Chen Chao found this to be a reasonable plan, as Supergirl Kara, with her foreign appearance, would undoubtedly attract the attention of authorities if she remained in Huagua for an extended period. Strength: novice potential user. Extracted attribute: Kryptonian bloodline. Skills: hacking technology LV, 4 intermediate combat skills LV1. System inventory: agent handgun, 1 basic agent combat suit, 2 Thor's hammer fragments, 10 Wonder Woman Diana fragments, 12 Captain America Steve Rogers fragments, 10. Knowing how to utilize the character cards, Chen Chao then focused on the weaponry items. He directed his attention to the basic agent combat suit, silently murmuring, equip. No response. Extract. Extracting basic agent combat suit. Extraction successful. Suddenly, a black trench coat materialized around Chen Chao, replacing his previous sleepwear. Well, it appears that weapon cards can be freely utilized in reality, but character cards must be of mythic grade to be summoned into the real world. Upon reflection, this made sense. Weapons, after all, are inanimate objects, and the cost of extraction versus summoning a living being must differ significantly. The one similarity is that both extraction and summoning are irreversible. Chen Chao could not return the combat suit to the system inventory. He had no choice but to rise from the bed and remove it. Just as he got out of bed, Chen Chao went to the bathroom, and afterward moved to the window, allowing the pure white moonlight to bathe him. The moonlight reflects sunlight. I feel as though my Kryptonian bloodline is absorbing energy, albeit the effect is not very pronounced. It must be due to the moonlight. It surely cannot compare to basking directly in sunlight. I shall have to wait until tomorrow to soak up the sun. Chen Chao took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Previously troubled by the quest for cultivation resources, Chen now finds solace in his newfound Kryptonian lineage, rendering the need for arduous training obsolete. Basking in the sun suffices for his empowerment. If circumstances permitted, he would yearn to return to his rural roots, soaking up a decade's worth of sunlight before emerging anew. No, 10 years would scarcely suffice. He would require at least 20 as the sun blazes overhead. Chen indulges in a much-needed slumber as a hero driven by mere interest. The sole advantage lies in the freedom to engage in duty at will, while relishing the option of languishing in bed when disinclined. Uncle Chen, hurry and get up to take you to school. I'm going to be late. A sweet, youthful voice calls from outside the door. Instinctively, Chen rubs his head. It is the landlord's daughter, Nan Jiamei, a 7-year-old in the first grade at Yinqing Experimental Elementary School. Since her mother, a single parent, frequently travels for work, the responsibility of escorting Jiamei to and from school has fallen upon the whims of the hero, Chen. Of course, this arrangement is not without its perks. The landlord has graciously reduced Chen Chaos rent by 60% in exchange. Xiaomei, isn't your mother home today? Why not let her take you to school? Uncle still needs to catch some more sleep. Chen replies, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. His senses seem magnified. Every sound outside reverberates like thunder. A cacophony of chaotic information floods his mind, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly by his ears. Before he can fully acclimate, he inadvertently touches something on his bed. Struggling against the vertigo, he turns his head, nearly leaping up in fright. Kara, what are you doing in my room? At that moment, the Kryptonian girl sits on his bed, her wide eyes fixed intently on him. Fortunately, she is a golden-haired, blue-eyed child. Had she been a disheveled specter in white, she could have easily sent Chen into a panic. Before Kara can respond, the door swings open, accompanied by the voice of the landlord's daughter. Think carefully, or perhaps he has offered you a lollipop or shown you goldfish. Jiamei ponders earnestly. Uncle Chen has bought me lollipops before. And where is my knife? Seeing the landlord's sister poised to fetch a kitchen knife, Chen hastily clarifies, it's the genuine article lollipops from the convenience store downstairs. 2 for $1. You edgia. Please don't misunderstand. The landlord's sister turns to Jiamei, inquiring, is that true? Jiamei nods obediently, yes. You edgia, allow me to explain. Chen interjects urgently. The landlord's sister, adjusting her bangs, wields a spatula and exclaims, did I ask for your input? Hold your tongue. I understand your youthful vigor and certain needs, but you must not impose upon a child. You have no business involving others in such matters, especially one from overseas. Jiamei adds, lifting her chin defiantly. Chen finally grasped the concept of social death scene. If he failed to clarify matters, he would have to resort to the absurdity of ramming his head into a block of tofu from the refrigerator to prove his innocence. Sister, what are you thinking? This is my distant cousin from Krypton. That he recounted the events of vanquishing the Dark-clad assailants, visiting the Extraordinary Security Bureau to provide a statement, enjoying a meal of fried chicken with Carla, and settling her in, all in one breath. However, regarding the identity of the Kryptonian little girl, he altered her tale of planetary destruction to one of a failed family business, which had forced her to seek refuge. With him, her distant cousin, to escape the clutches of the underworld. Despite the vivid and dramatic nature of Chen Chaos narrative, the landlady still regarded him and the Kryptonian girl with skepticism. Is this doll truly your distant cousin? What resemblance do you two share as cousins? Chen paid little heed to others' perceptions, resolutely affirming their familial bond. Absolutely, she is my cousin, right, Carla? Chapter 7. I have grown stronger. Chen donned the initial agent combat uniform. One must say, the craftsmanship and comfort of this attire produced by the system far surpassed that of any discounted Adidas apparel found in the marketplace. It is no wonder that people say one's appearance is enhanced by fine garments. Clad in a black trench coat, Chen Chaos' attractiveness soared by at least 5 levels. While attending to his morning routine, he cast a glance at his personal attributes. Personal interface. Name, Chen Power level, Heideer awakened, extracted attribute. Kryptonian bloodline, skills. Hacking technology LV, 4 intermediate combat skills, LV1. Superhuman strength, steel body, and super speed acquired through Kryptonian lineage. System backpack. Agent pistol 1 Thor's hammer fragments 10 Wonder Woman Diana fragments 12 Captain America Steve Rogers fragments 10. An awakened being. In the span of a leisurely morning, Chen transformed from a novice potential to a formidable awakened. Just a day prior, such a notion would have been beyond his wildest dreams. An awakened being is akin to the mutants in comics, possessing extraordinary powers. Some awaken the ability to control flames, unleashing infernos with a mere gesture, while others command the forces of thunder, wielding lightning as if descended from the heavens. Training was an impossibility. Such endeavors were out of reach for him. Otherwise, he would not merely be an amateur hero driven by whimsy. If basking in sunlight could bestow strength, what need would there be for rigorous training? He made his way to the living room for breakfast and noticed that Carla seemed to be getting along quite well with the landlady. The landlady, surnamed Nan and named Wee-Weh, had earned his affectionate title of Sister Yu. Though in her 30s, Wee-Weh maintained an impeccable appearance, with fair and rosy skin that made her appear as though she were in her early 20s, when the landlady's sister takes her little girl, Xiao Mei, shopping. Onlookers merely assume that Xiao Mei is the younger sister of the landlady, never suspecting that they are, in fact, mother and daughter. Ah, quite an outfit you have there. Have you struck it rich recently? Since you can afford such apparel, how about settling this year's rent? The landlady's sister quickly discerned the quality of Chen Chaos attire, astonished that he could afford such fine clothing. Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly. Thanks to Carla's assistance yesterday, we apprehended 3 wanted criminals. We'll transfer the rent to you via my phone. It was only then that he realized his phone had been damaged by a figure in black, and he had yet to purchase a replacement. The landlady's sister waved her hand dismissively. I was merely jesting. We could discuss the rent later. I have to go on a business trip for the next few days, so I'm leaving Xiao Mei in your care. Remember to call me if anything comes up. Chen Xiao had long since grown accustomed to this arrangement. Afterward, the landlady's sister removed her apron and planted a kiss on Xiao Mei, who was happily eating. Chen Xiao looked at her with a longing gaze, as if to say, "Dear sister, please don't show favoritism." The landlady's sister shot him a playful glare. "I'm off now. Take good care of Xiao Mei, or you'll face my wrath. Also, there's a vacant room at home. If your little cousin hasn't gone out, she can stay here for now, but the rent must not be neglected." "Thank you, Sister Yu. You can rest assured that Xiao Mei is in good hands," Chen Xiao assured her earnestly. Chapter 8. The Extraordinary Association's Yin City branch. Kara held her phone as if she had unearthed a new world. For someone who had delved into astrophysics since the tender age of 6, Kara had never encountered the realm of games. This was akin to many elite families who regarded gaming as a dire threat, wishing fervently for their children to dedicate every waking hour to study. Games. Non-existent. Yet, she was another unfortunate child victimized by a distorted education system. Chen Xiao sighed, refraining from dissuading Kara from playing Snake. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he prepared a vacant room for the engrossed Kryptonian little girl. He then powered on his computer, employing his rudimentary hacking skills to infiltrate foreign websites, thereby securing Kara a legitimate identity and initiating an immigration application to Huagua. "Kara, would you be interested in obtaining a registered hero qualification certificate? Foreigners are permitted to take the examination for this certificate in Huagua, and for heroes of level A or above, immigration to Huagua offers substantial benefits. Level D corresponds to potentialists, level C to awakeners, and level B to extraordinary beings. As for level A, it is a distinction reserved for the most formidable individuals on this planet." Though Chen Xiao was currently classified by the system as an awakener, the Kryptonian lineage endowed him with unparalleled versatility, ensuring that he could stand his ground even against extraordinary beings. "All right," Kara replied, still focused on her game. Her head bowed low. "Hey, at least ask what the use of that qualification is," Chen Xiao mused. "Regardless, given our capabilities, securing a level C qualification should be a cinch. We could flaunt the certificate and earn a substantial income without lifting a finger." The more he contemplated, the more plausible the idea appeared. Thus, the hero qualification served not only as a mark of honor, but also as a threshold, offering protection to ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, the Extraordinary Association remained remarkably bustling, teeming with crowds each day. The minimum level for the hero qualification is level D, which merely requires a genetic test at a hospital for eligibility. Once successfully obtaining the level D license, one can undertake missions to earn merit, eventually exchanging it for awakening resources, potentially ascending to the esteemed status of an awakener and reaching the pinnacle of life, a dream cherished by many. Chen Xiao had long since acquired his level D license, thus applying directly for the level C examination. Kara demonstrated her flight capability, proving her status as an awakener. With Chen Xiao's endorsement and recommendation, Kara's application was swiftly approved, enabling her to proceed to the exam. The examination for the Level C Hero qualification comprises 3 segments: physical assessment, theoretical examination, and practical combat test. As the name suggests, the physical assessment evaluates bodily fitness. Since awakeners are categorized into enhancement and elemental types, the physical assessment varies accordingly. For enhancement type awakeners, the focus is on physical prowess, while for elemental awakeners, it assesses their control over elements and their potency. The theoretical examination serves as a psychological assessment, a preliminary evaluation of one's mental state. It would be absurd to grant a hero's professional qualification to someone with criminal tendencies. Ultimately, the practical examination will determine the ranking of heroes. The ranking of professional heroes is akin to that of publicly listed companies. It represents not only honor, but also a symbol of strength. Two primary factors influence a hero's ranking: the hero's abilities and their contributions to society. Generally, the association determines the range of contributions expected from a professional hero based on their capabilities. I am here to participate in the level hero qualification assessment. Chen Xiao explained awkwardly. With your abilities, you aspire to obtain a license? Why not take a moment to reflect? Lu Yanwu clearly doubted Chen Xiao, currently ranked 338, would succeed in acquiring the license. Chen Xiao chose not to elaborate. Yesterday's incident seemed to have angered the goddess, and he anticipated no further kindness from her. At that moment, Lu Yanwu's friends approached. The leading man stepped beside Lu Yanwu, inquiring with a smile, "Yanwu, who is this?" Accompanying him were 3 men and 2 women, 2 of whom appeared to share a close bond with Lu Yanwu. "This is a suitor of mine, but I have made my rejection quite clear." I never expected him to persist. Lu Yanwu raised her chin defiantly. For a woman of her stature, flaunting her admirers was a source of pride. Chen Xiao, dressed reasonably well and recognized as a certified level hero, may not have been a significant asset in her eyes, but he certainly did not detract from her image. Today, Lu Yanwu's close friend had introduced her to an impressive awakened individual, a certified level hero with a commendable ranking. Upon discovering he was Lu Yanwu's suitor, the man scrutinized Chen Xiao with the discerning gaze of an experienced figure assessing a novice. However, his attention quickly shifted beyond Chen Xiao, landing on the blonde little girl behind him, who was engrossed in her phone. His eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, though Kara had not taken great care in her appearance. Her foreign features, fair and delicate skin, and sparkling large eyes made her irresistibly adorable. A stunning beauty. Disregarding the man, Chen Xiao took Kara's hand and led her away toward the testing grounds. Before long, it was Kara's turn for the physical assessment. Chen Xiao had registered her as an enhanced awakener with flight capabilities, so her physical tests mirrored those of the enhancement category. Upon seeing Kara take the stage, Zhang Xiao, still harboring unrequited feelings, cast a lingering gaze in her direction, even disregarding the coquetry of Lu Yanwu. This only deepened Lu Yanwu's disdain for Chen Xiao and Kara, wishing for them to embarrass themselves and disappear from her sight. The first event was the 100-meter dash. Number 20, Supergirl. Please come forward to prepare for the 100-meter run. Kara's hero name was Supergirl. Once prepared, the staff shouted, "Ready, set, go." At the sound of the command, Kara leaped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, reaching the finish line in the blink of an eye. The staff, visibly excited, announced a time of 1.2 seconds for the 100 meters, a remarkable achievement among speed-oriented awakeners. Zhang Xiao, Lu Yanwu, and a few others watching were equally surprised. They had assumed that young Kara was merely participating for fun, like the others. After all, those who became awakeners at such a young age invariably hailed from privileged backgrounds. "Are you a speed-type awakener?" "Quite intriguing," Zhang Xiao remarked, his gaze fixed on Kara, now tinged with anticipation. "Brother, that person is so annoying." Kara's Tetris game had frozen on the screen, inciting her irritation and a desire to lash out. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, like a persistent fly. After this exchange, they ignored the situation further. Zhang Xiao, feeling increasingly slighted by their disregard, turned a shade of purple with anger and retorted with a hollow threat before storming away. His friends quickly rushed to console him. "Zhang Xiao, don't stoop to the level of that country bumpkin. So what if he is a reinforcement-type awakener? You, Zhang Xiao, are a formidable lightning-type awakener." Exactly, it's common knowledge that elemental awakeners surpass reinforcement types. With just a finger, Zhang Xiao could easily crush that foreign girl. At this moment, Zhang Xiao turned to Lu Yanwu, inquiring in a low voice, "What is the background of that friend of yours and that foreign girl?" With a disdainful snort, Lu Yanwu replied, "He is not my friend, just a sycophant, a worthless individual. I believe he ranks 1388 among heroes, while that foreign girl is likely a recent acquaintance. Who knows what foreign tastes are?" Before long, someone beside Zhang Xiao noticed Chen Xiao stepping onto the stage. "Zhang Xiao, that kid is up next." "Huh, a rank 1388, nobody dares to make a fool of himself here. He'll surely fail the physical test. If he does pass, He wouldn't even need Zhang Xiao to intervene. I could deal with him using just one hand. One of the boys chimed in, fawning over Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao merely smirked, continuing to watch the distant Kara. Meanwhile, Lu Yanwu glared at Chen Chao with displeasure, had it not been for his appearance. She was certain she could have captured Zhang Xiao's attention, the wealthy young master. I can hardly believe that a pathetic loser like you could be formidable. The event continued with the 100-meter sprint. The staff gestured for Chen Chao, contestant number 39, Super Cape Hero, please come forward for the 100-meter test. Upon hearing his name, Chen Chao instructed Kara to wait a moment before approaching the starting line, preparing himself. Ready, set, go? Bang. He collided headfirst with the ceiling of the venue, embedding his entire head within. Damn, I overdid it. How can I gracefully descend to the ground without feeling embarrassed? Would it be too foolish to simply pull my head out with my hands? As Chen Chao wrestled with his thoughts, the diligent staff member announced the results in a loud voice. A standing jump exceeding 20 meters. Superman Cloak Hero contestant. Do you require assistance to extract your head from the ground? Chen Chao exclaimed. Damn it. Now everyone in the venue is looking over. Embarrassed. He nearly left an imprint on the ceiling with his finger. No need. In a flash, Chen Chao withdrew his head, brushed off the dust, and landed gracefully on the ground, ready for the next test. Observing this scene, Zhang Xiao and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, turning to Lu Yanwu with a questioning gaze. Are you certain he is the waist ranked 1388? Lu Yanwu, feeling quite wronged, insisted, indeed he is. The next challenge involved lateral hops. Chen Chao executed the movement with the finesse of a shadow clone, once again reshaping everyone's perceptions. However, considering that Chen Chao might be a speed-type awakener, this revelation seemed somewhat more palatable. The final test was the punching strength assessment. Chen Chao approached the formidable machine, uncertain, and inquired, if I were to smash it to pieces with a single punch, would I be liable for damages? The staff adjusted their glasses and replied, this question is posed frequently. Allow me to clarify on behalf of the Extraordinary Association, Yinqing Branch. The maximum capacity of this punching strength tester is 10 tons. It is exceedingly rare for an ordinary awakener to shatter it with a single blow, unless one possesses the strength of a power-type awakener at 50% capacity. Therefore, those of you who have not achieved 50% of a power-type awakener's strength should not harbor delusions of demolishing it. Chen Chao listened intently, then continued. I simply want to know if I would need to compensate for the damage. After a considerable pause, the staff member hesitantly picked up a small notebook from the floor. The highest punching strength surpassed 10 tons. However, due to the inability to test for 20 consecutive seconds, your physical assessment score, before he could finish. Chen Chao's calm gaze bore into the diligent staff member, his eyes radiating affirmation and encouragement, as if to say, if you dare to declare my score invalid, I shall take you down. The staff member's heart skipped a beat under Chen Chao's intense stare, and a professionally feigned smile appeared on his face. Mr. Superman Cloak Hero, your comprehensive physical assessment score is 99 points. Isn't the perfect score 100? Are you intentionally deducting a point to prevent me from becoming arrogant? Chen Chao queried, visibly displeased. The staff member maintained his professional smile. Mr. Superman Cloak Hero, you damaged the punching strength tester. But you said I wouldn't need to compensate. That's not the case. It is because you did not test for 20 consecutive seconds. So, you're implying it's my fault? Chen Chao initially believed he couldn't break the punching strength tester, given that his strength was comparable to that of little Carla. However, upon further reflection, he realized that his Kryptonian power was modeled after the great Superman's template, whose strength attributes were indeed formidable. Considering the situation, it seems that my strength has grown significantly stronger than that of little Kara. Thus it is hardly surprising that I could shatter the power testing machine with a single punch. The staff were on the verge of tears, fearing that if Chen Chao were displeased, he might strike directly at their heads, which are certainly not as resilient as the testing apparatus. However, Chen Chao could not be bothered to continue with the matter. A score of 99 would suffice, for he was indifferent to any rankings of strength. After the physical assessment concluded, Chen Chao noticed that the group, led by Zhang Xiao, had mysteriously vanished. He nodded, thinking that once they completed their practical tests, they would soon become affluent, able to indulge in as much food as they desired. The annual fee for both amounted to 400,000. Surely that was enough to afford Kara her beloved KFC chicken? All right, brother, I want to devour 10 of them. With the prospect of KFC as motivation, the Kryptonian girl was eager to proceed. Naturally, the Extraordinary Association could not provide 10 individuals for Kara to fight, but the hero testing for combat prowess was ranked 64th. This individual, an Earth-based awakener, was reputed for having impenetrable defenses, yet met his end at the hands of the unskilled Kryptonian with a single punch, resulting in a most devastating scene. The staff member in charge of the practical assessment addressed her, "Supergirl, congratulations. According to the current evaluation by the Extraordinary Association, you have successfully obtained your level registration hero license, provisionally ranked at 60th. Should you find this ranking unsatisfactory, you are welcome to challenge higher-ranked heroes, although those ranked within the top 50 may require prior reservations." Little Kara was unconcerned about rankings. She merely sought the license to attain her freedom to enjoy KFC. The rankings held little significance for her, and she had no desire to pursue further challenges. "All right, brother, let us go eat KFC," Kara exclaimed eagerly. Chen Xiao rubbed his temples, pondering how to explain to this young Kryptonian what it meant to speak of chicken without mentioning the word. Next came Chen Xiao's practical examination. The Extraordinary Association planned to assign him 3 opponents: an Enhanced Awakener ranked 52nd, a Lightning Awakener ranked 30th, and a Wind Awakener ranked 14th. However, upon reviewing the data from Chen Xiao's physical test, all 3 unhesitatingly withdrew from the challenge. Are you kidding? Breaking 1 second in 100 meters and possessing a punch exceeding 10 tons. How am I supposed to fight him? With what shall I contend? My life. Chapter 12. Opponents with snipers at the Yin City branch of the Extraordinary Association. Chen Xiao waited for a full 40 minutes without being assigned a practical opponent. The Kryptonian girl, fixated on her desire for KFC, was utterly disinterested in playing Tetris, resting her head despondently on the table. "Brother, I'm hungry. When can we eat?" Ultimately, she was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl. "I'll go inquire. Surely they won't hold it against me for breaking their power testing machine." Chen Xiao rose from his seat, intending to inquire with the staff in the practical training area. At that moment, a female employee clad in professional attire approached him, holding a document. With a smile, she greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Superhero Cloak. Based on your physical fitness test results, we are currently unable to assign you a suitable opponent. Your ranking has been provisionally set at 9th place. Should you find this ranking unsatisfactory, we can arrange for higher-ranked individuals, even extraordinary beings, to test you." Chen Xiao, disinterested in the hassle, shrugged off the ranking. 9th was perfectly acceptable. "Very well, please sign on the evaluation document." As she spoke, the professional employee handed the document to Chen Xiao. He glanced over it, found everything in order, and affixed his signature. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Superhero Cloak. Here is your and this young lady's license. The hero rankings will be updated in both of your accounts and can be viewed at any time." After completing the formalities, the employee gathered the signed documents and, with a brief farewell, hurried away. Chen Xiao handed the small card of Carla her license, saying, "Let us go. Big brother will treat you to KFC. Will it be filling?" she asked. "Of course, it will definitely be filling." Hooray! Carla flew swiftly. Yet upon arriving at the elementary school where Xiaomei was, it was already too late. Most of the students had departed. Chen Xiao spotted Xiaomei diligently working on her homework at the security desk. A wave of guilt washed over him. It seemed this child had grown accustomed to no one picking her up after school. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Xiaomei dropped her homework and dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Uncle Chen, you finally came to pick me up. There's a parent-teacher meeting this weekend. Can you be my dad? The other kids say I don't have a dad. Will you be my dad, please?" Taken aback, Chen Xiao's face flushed. He patted the little one's head, saying, "Let us talk about this at home. First, grab your homework. Uncle will treat you to KFC tonight." "Okay." Xiaomei reluctantly returned to fetch her homework, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Chen Xiao and remarked, "Uncle Chen, if you become my dad, you won't have to sneak into my mom's room at night anymore." Chen Xiao nearly choked on his own saliva at her words. The elderly security guard, who had intended to share a few jokes with Chen Xiao, found his gaze shifting upon hearing this, as if he had conjured an entire melodramatic urban novel from those brief exchanges, even with a resilience that could withstand a barrage of bullets. Chen Xiao felt slightly overwhelmed by the admiring and encouraging look from the old man, quickly whisking Xiaomei and Carlo away, leaving the elderly guard to shake his head and muse. "Ah, youth is a blessing." At the commercial street, in the KFC fast food restaurant, Chen Xiao ordered 10 family buckets, 3 sundaes, and 10 cups of iced cola in one breath. As the array of food was laid out on the table, both little Carla and Xiaomei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Let us eat. If it's not enough, we can order more. Today we feast." Chen Xiao gazed with satisfaction at the 2 children voraciously devouring chicken legs and wings. With a sense of responsibility, he deemed it necessary to inform the landlord's sister, Xiaomei, about the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. Chapter 13. Robbery? In the commercial district of Yin City, a place known for its chicken, the 2 children, one large and one small, devoured all 10 family buckets that Chen Xiao had ordered with astonishing speed. Xiao Mei's belly was so full that she lay back in her chair, reluctant to rise, while little Kara, from Krypton, clearly had room for more, but seemed a bit shy to continue eating. Noticing Kara's subtle hesitation, Chen Xiao suggested, eating the same thing can become tiresome. Why don't we go for some barbecue? We can eat while we walk, which will help with digestion. You're so nice, brother, exclaimed little Kara, as she reached out her greasy hand to cup Chen Xiao's face, planting a kiss that left an oily mark. Not to be outdone, Xiao Mei mirrored her actions on the other side of his face, adding her own greasy imprint. The three of them, in their affectionate display, caught the attention of several gentlemen nearby, who looked on with envy and a desire to usurp Chen Xiao's place. After dinner, they transitioned to a barbecue stall. Both Chen Xiao and Kara had appetites capable of consuming more, but poor Xiao Mei was so stuffed that she could not manage even a skewer of lamb. She clung to Chen Xiao, watching helplessly as little Kara eagerly grasped an assortment of skewers, continuously stuffing her mouth. Krypton, after all, was a society that emphasized the exploration of individual worth, where only the lower classes indulged in excesses. Elite individuals like Kara, hailing from a scientific family, had rarely encountered such pleasures. Thus, under Chen Xiao's guidance, Kara seemed to be transforming into a homebody. As the saying goes, one who associates with ink is stained black. One who associates with pigs eats filth. Xiao Mei, too lazy to walk, remained draped over Chen Xiao, inhaling the enticing aroma of Kara's barbecued meat as they slowly made their way home. The night grew late, and the streets became sparse with pedestrians. Suddenly, from several blocks ahead, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The speedster robber paid Chen Xiao no heed, merely slowing his pace to maneuver around him. Yet, in the perspective of this awakened speedster, the world appeared to have slowed dramatically. To his astonishment, he noticed that the figure standing in the middle of the road seemed to follow his movements with an unfathomable gaze, one that exuded indifference. In fact, that figure appeared to yawn out of boredom while extending a foot in his direction. Before he could react, the speedster collided with Chen Xiao's foot, the impact akin to running headlong into a steel rod. A sharp crack echoed, as if something had shattered. A full second later, the speedster thief finally realized that his ankle had shattered. He let out a piercing scream, his body propelled forward by inertia. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xiao reached out and snatched the thief's backpack just before he was flung away. The thief rolled away, battered and bruised, and when he saw Chen Xiao approaching, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Who are you? I am a hero driven by curiosity. You may call me Superman. Chen Xiao cast a calming glance toward Carla, then raised the bag of jewels, addressing the thief. No problem, I shall toss the bag to you now, so be ready to catch it. With that, he hurled the bag of jewels skyward. The thief instinctively looked up, and in that instant, Chen Xiao surged forward, vanishing from sight. Boom. The sound of an explosive shockwave followed as Chen Xiao seemingly teleported in front of the thief, who, lowering his gaze, discovered that his gun had been snatched away without him noticing. Are you looking for this? Chen Xiao inquired with a smile, crushing the gun in his hand. The thief trembled in fear, scrambling to escape. Observing this, Carla leaped into action, swiftly pinning him to the ground. Chen Xiao stood still, catching the falling bag of jewels effortlessly. With the hostages rescued and the stolen goods reclaimed, he left Carla to watch over the two thieves while he went to retrieve Xiao Mei. A few minutes later, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Chen Xiao turned to find a familiar face. Officer Hang, why are you working overtime again today? The ever-diligent officer Hang shot him a glare, as if he had struck a nerve. Serving the people is not something to be considered overtime. Wouldn't you agree, bald-headed cloak hero? It's Superman Cloak Hero. Chen Xiao corrected her, baffled by her persistent misunderstanding of him. Next came the routine procedures. Although the two apprehended were not wanted criminals, they both had prior records, one being a novice awakened individual and the other a mid-tier potential user. Capturing such a novice criminal would yield a merit reward of approximately 20 to 30 points. Chen Xiao opted to share half of the merit with Carla, for he was not one of those heartless bosses who exploited their employees mercilessly. Carla, however, was indifferent to the merit. To her, a few hundred points were far less enticing than a bucket of KFC. In the following days, aside from escorting Xiao Mei to and from school, Chen Xiao spent his time languishing at home, basking in the sun and idling away. Carla occasionally ventured out for some exercise, though her range was limited to about a kilometer around their community. After Chen Xiao acquired a gaming computer, that distance shrank considerably to merely the space between his bedroom and the restroom. Observing the young girl from Krypton, who languished in her room all day, monopolizing his computer to indulge in games like PUBG and World of Warcraft, Chen Xiao found himself questioning whether he had indeed squandered his account. Hey, Kara, Is it truly wise to spend all your time gaming? Once your immigration paperwork is processed, I shall find you a school. Chen Chao felt a pang of guilt at the thought of the illustrious daughter of Krypton, blessed with the intellect and genetic prowess of the planet's finest scientists, reduced to a reclusive gamer, confined to his room, engaged in late-night mobile gaming marathons. Upon hearing Chen Chao's intention to send her to school, the little girl promptly burrowed into his blankets. I refuse to go to school. The curriculum on Blue Planet is far too superficial. Then perhaps you could apply to become a university lecturer, engaging in academic research. No way. Academic research is nowhere near as entertaining as gaming. I truly regret purchasing that phone for you. Now all you do is play on it. And you, having grown so much, only know how to game as well. The young Kara voiced her vehement protest. Brother, if you dare send me to school, I will delete all 404 files from that hidden folder of yours. Chen Chao was taken aback. Are you a little thief? No. They are armed and do not resemble ordinary petty criminals. Kara pointed towards the rooftop of the adjacent building. Brother, there is a sniper up there, aiming directly at us. It seemed they were indeed not just ordinary thieves. Chen Chao scratched his head, feeling a sense of helplessness as he shrugged. So is the target me? Or us? If they were not mere petty criminals, the only possibility that came to Chen Chao's mind was that someone had come seeking revenge. Had he offended someone recently? He glanced at Kara, contemplating whether this golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl had attracted unwanted attention. Brother, I will deal with the sniper. You take care of the two intruders. Understanding that Chen Chao was not yet capable of flight, Kara volunteered to confront the sniper. Chen Chao gestured affirmatively to Kara. She then swiftly moved in another direction and flew out the window. The two middle-aged men, their faces lined with excess flesh, finally managed to pry open the door lock and headed directly toward the inner room. Initially, Chen Chao had intended to remain in his room, waiting for these two to deliver themselves to him. However, upon entering, the men merely glanced around before heading straight for the landlady's room. What is going on? Aren't we their targets? Chen Chao was left with a multitude of questions, but patiently continued to observe the two men. Inside the landlady's room, one of them suddenly felt as if they were being watched. Captain Kurikawa, why do I always feel like someone is monitoring us? It gives me the creeps. Regardless of whether they were elemental or enhancement types, all awakened beings needed to absorb the energy of the world around them to harness their own powers. Even the Kryptonian lineage of Chen Chao draws its strength from the absorption and storage of solar energy, which begets the extraordinary powers of a superhero. In a heartbeat, Chen Chao lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the armed assailant, sending him soaring through the air. The sheer force shattered numerous ribs, as though he were a mere rag doll crashing through the wall behind him, spewing forth a torrent of blood, his heartbeat extinguished. Another adversary lunged forward, their fists imbued with a terrifying energy wave. With a resounding thud, Chen Chao's head was slightly diverted by the punch, a testament to the raw power of this awakened individual, which elicited a fleeting sensation of pain within Chen Chao, yet it was merely a momentary discomfort. Who are you? And what brings you here? Chen Chao demanded, exerting his formidable strength to crush the wrist of his opponent. However, this individual, undeterred by the excruciating pain, lifted a leg and aimed a brutal kick at Chen Chao's groin. The anguished cries echoed not from Chen Chao, but from the one who struck him. Now, not only was the assailant's wrist shattered, but their leg was also broken. Seizing the man by the neck, Chen Chao hoisted him into the air. You have but one chance to reveal your identity, he insisted. Despite being held aloft, the man seemed resolute in his silence. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupted from his throat. As shattered bones writhed and reassembled, his skeletal structure ballooning outward like a balloon. A layer of sharp, needle-like bristles emerged at an observable speed from his skin. And as Chen Chao beheld the man's visage, any semblance of humanity had vanished, replaced by the unmistakable countenance of a wolf. A werewolf. At that moment, Chen Chao recalled a conversation with his landlady a few days prior, during which a voice on the other end had inquired about an eightfold scope. It became evident that their intentions were never merely to play a game. The clash between Chen Chao and these two foes had utterly ravaged the landlady's bedroom. Yet he was consumed by confusion, with little time to ponder the destruction. He rushed to his own room, inserted the disk into his computer, and simultaneously reached for his phone to call the landlady. The call was met with a prolonged silence. The disk yielded no information. Refusing to believe it was a useless object, he suspected he had merely failed to unlock its secrets correctly. Before long, little Kara appeared at the window, dragging a bloodied individual. It was the sniper who had previously sought refuge in the opposite building. Brother, they belong to a criminal organization. Their ambitions extend beyond this place. They also target Xiaomei. Upon hearing Kara's words, the the tension in Chen Chao's previously relaxed demeanor snapped taut once more. Although every school has its guardians, the strength of that werewolf would render ordinary awakened individuals utterly powerless against it. Today, Xiaomei's school is holding a parent-teacher meeting, a time when the crowd is rather dense and varied, making it exceedingly simple to discreetly abduct a 7-year-old girl. Trouble. Kara, take me there immediately, Chen Xiao exclaimed urgently. There was no time for further inquiries. The paramount concern was Xiaomei's safety. After all, Chen Xiao had assured the landlord's sister that he would take good care of Xiaomei. And what about this person? Just hang him from the windowsill. Passers-by will surely call the authorities. Having reinstalled the positioning software on the children's smartwatch, Xiaomei's device was linked to both the landlord's sister and Chen Xiao's phone numbers. Thus, by logging into the app, Chen Xiao could ascertain Xiaomei's location, provided there were no signal-blocking devices nearby. After logging in, a few seconds of anticipation passed before the satellite system finally pinpointed Xiaomei's whereabouts. Goodness. Xiaomei is moving rapidly, nearly reaching Nanhe City. Chen Xiao calculated roughly. The distance from Yinqing to Nanhe City is no less than 200 kilometers. Damn it, brother. I'll take you there. Kara glanced at Xiaomei's location, intending to transport Chen Xiao with her. However, he declined. Kara, you want to be able to fly at full speed with me. You go ahead, I'll catch up shortly. Chen Xiao gestured for Kara to drop him off first. Kara still looked somewhat apprehensive. Chen Xiao flashed a reassuring smile, saying, besides, I feel I'm close to mastering the ability to fly. This is the perfect opportunity to push myself. Seeing the smile on Chen Xiao's face, Kara relented. Then I'll head there first, brother. You must keep up. Before she finished speaking, Kara raised her hands and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as she sped towards Xiaomei's direction. Chen Xiao did not linger either. He also surged forward, leaping into the air and gliding for a distance before descending in a parabolic arc. If Kara can fly, then I surely can too. Upon landing, Chen Xiao crushed the concrete surface beneath him, using the momentum to propel himself forward. Feeling the rush of air as he reached his maximum speed, with one hand raised above his head, he leaped once more. Boom. Chapter 17. Encountering the extraordinary on the outskirts of Nanhe City, within a long-abandoned power plant that had been derelict for decades, a makeshift laboratory lay hidden. A figure. A middle-aged man cloaked in swirling black energy, donned sunglasses and a black suit as he descended from the sky. In his arms, he clutched a 7-year-old girl, bound and still unconscious. This girl was none other than Nanjiame. Doctor, the container has been delivered. The man in sunglasses, holding Nanjiame, opened a hidden entrance. Delivering Xiaomei to this makeshift laboratory, the individual referred to as the doctor was of short stature, slender, and possessed an effeminate demeanor. He extended his long fingers to caress the slumbering Xiaomei, emitting a chilling laugh. Indeed, the vessel had been well cared for over the years, and the time for reaping was at hand. Where is the encrypted lock that was stolen by number 18? The effeminate doctor spoke not in the language of Huaxia, but in impeccable Fusang dialect. The man in sunglasses pondered momentarily before responding. I have yet to establish contact with my brother. However, rest assured, doctor, according to our intelligence, the individual cohabiting with number 18 is merely a subpar hero. My brother and his team will undoubtedly retrieve the encrypted lock without drawing any attention. Upon hearing that the encrypted lock had not yet been obtained, the doctor's expression darkened. Blood-eye, the encrypted lock is crucial to the Immortal Phoenix project. You must acquire it. Understood. After uttering these words, the man in sunglasses, known as He Chuan Xian, bowed slightly to the effeminate doctor and departed from the laboratory. Once he left, the doctor's gaze fell upon the unconscious Xiaomei, as if he were admiring a flawless work of art. Brother, I have spotted Xiaomei. Kara's X-ray vision instantly penetrated through all the buildings, locking onto the most concealed location, the modified laboratory. At that moment, Xiaomei was bound to an experimental table, entangled with various instruments that resembled eerie devices designed for soul extraction rather than conventional medical equipment. Chen Xiao's expression darkened. Although he was unaware of what secrets his landlady had kept from him or the mysteries surrounding Xiaomei, it was impossible for him to deny his affection for the innocent, adorable, and understanding girl after 3 years of companionship. He could not stand idly by while she was harmed. Dare to harm Xiaomei? Have you consulted me first? Chen Xiao dove down first, with Kara closely following, resembling two falling meteors as they hurtled toward the abandoned power plant. Inside the power plant, armed personnel raised their heads in alarm, watching as Chen Xiao and Kara approached. Mr. He, there are enemies approaching. All personnel, on alert. Just as Chen Xiao and Kara were about to enter the power plant, a man in sunglasses, enveloped in a swirl of dark energy, soared into the air, blocking their path. The two parties were separated by thousands of meters, yet to them, the distance felt negligible. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure ahead, Kara's expression grew grave. Chapter 18, Battle of the Extraordinary. "Ah, you must be that subpar hero living with number 18, remarked He Chuan, somewhat surprised as he recognized Chen Xiao's face upon his approach. Number 18? From a distance, Chen Xiao could hear the words of the man in sunglasses. You refer to the 18th as the landlord's sister, do you not? This title bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain foot massage establishment's 18th. It seems we have misjudged your capabilities. My brother has likely succumbed to you, and thus the disc must be in your possession." The man in sunglasses, He Chuan Shui-Yan, removed his shades, revealing his blood-red, slit-like pupils. "Surrender the disc, and I may grant you a swift demise. Good dogs do not obstruct. Step aside." Rather than slowing down, Chen Xiao accelerated, charging directly at He Chuan Shui-Yan. With a cold smirk, He Chuan Shui-Yan spread his arms and pushed forward, colliding with Chen Xiao. A shockwave emanated from the two, radiating outward. As they clashed, both appeared evenly matched. "I underestimated you." He Chuan Shui-Yan's muscular arms bulged, veins protruding, and his dark energy intensified. They exchanged several punches midair. The thudding sounds of their strikes echoed as Chen Xiao faced his first serious opponent since acquiring the Kryptonian lineage. "Carla, go in and rescue Xiaomei. Leave this to me," Chen Xiao instructed. "Every second we delay here puts Xiaomei in greater peril." His hands pressed together, slightly sinking under the strain, his robust bones fracturing from the blow. It was important to note that after transforming into a werewolf, He Chuan Shui-Yan's strength, defense, and recovery abilities escalated significantly. Yet even so, he could not withstand the full force of Chen Xiao's punch. The werewolf's recovery was nothing short of terrifying. His arm muscles flexed as shattered bones reconnected, restoring him within moments. Fortunately, during this brief interval, Carla had already taken flight towards the laboratory within the power plant. Despite facing resistance from ground personnel, who raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage at her, Carla transformed into a fierce combatant, charging through the gunfire. With a few swift punches and kicks, she incapacitated those obstructing her path, swiftly concluding the skirmish on the ground before racing towards the laboratory. Chen Xiao, uncertain if more extraordinary beings awaited him, knew he must swiftly deal with his current adversary and then rush to support Carla. With a fierce roar, the superwolf lunged at him once more, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Their forms plummeted from the sky, crashing into buildings, shattering them into rubble, stones flying like a rain of debris. However, Chen Xiao deliberately avoided the direction of the laboratory. He could not allow Xiaomei to be trapped beneath the collapsing structures before she could be rescued. For that would be an absurdity. Two forces, evenly matched and equally endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, engaged in close combat, making it impossible to conclude the battle in a short span of time. "Regardless of who I am, release Xiaomei at once." Zayakala spread her arms, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaomei on the experimental platform, compelling everyone to retreat further. Sister Kala, on the platform, Xiaomei, her consciousness clouded, caught sight of the figure clad in a red and blue uniform, adorned with the emblem of an awakened sister, and tears welled up in her eyes. Even after enduring unimaginable agony from the extraction of the Phoenix's energy, without shedding a single tear, the 7-year-old Xiaomei now revealed the vulnerability and helplessness befitting her age. Zayakala felt an overwhelming urgency, yet was at a loss as to how to deactivate the apparatus, fearing that her misstep might endanger Xiaomei. She could only threaten the effeminate doctor with a sharp tone, "Release Xiaomei immediately, or else." "Or else what? You believe I would kill us?" The effeminate doctor, known as Ghost Blade, let out a chilling laugh. "Once the energy extraction commences, it cannot be halted until the container has drained every last vestige of vitality from the Phoenix." Zayakala, still just a young girl, felt her emotions sway upon hearing his words. Seizing the moment of her distraction, the Ghost Blade doctor brandished a surgical knife imbued with a sinister chill, appearing abruptly before her and slicing toward her neck. "Such a delicate little girl like you would be a shame not to add to my collection." As the blade glided through the air, Zayakala sensed the threat. The knife could effortlessly pierce her skin. A transcendent being? Realizing that her adversary was evidently a powerful extraordinary, she hesitated no longer and unleashed her thermal vision, unleashing 2 scorching beams toward the Ghost Blade doctor. However, he seemed to have anticipated her move, swiftly evading her attack. In her rising panic, Zayakala suddenly noticed the Phoenix energy within the cultivation chamber beginning to boil, as if responding to some unseen force, becoming increasingly agitated. The source of this pull was none other than the unconscious Xiaomei lying on the experimental platform. "Xiaomei, As she stepped forward, a wave of terrifying dark red energy knocked her back several paces. Ah! Xiaomei on the platform emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Accompanied by a blinding burst of light, a terrifying energy erupted, shattering all the glass within the room. Cracks splintered the glass of the cultivation chamber, and the ghost blade doctor descended into madness, bellowing, "Quick, inject her with double, no, tenfold the sedative, and increase the energy absorption power." A sound reminiscent of a soul's lament suddenly resonated throughout the space. In the not-so-spacious laboratory, two orbs of light, akin to suns, materialized, one belonging to the unconscious Xiaomei on the experimental platform. Her petite frame was engulfed in a dark crimson energy mist, flickering like dancing flames, incinerating everything it came into contact with. Another luminous entity, also a phoenix energy body from the cultivation chamber, was spiraling out of control, unlike Nanjiame, reaching the brink of explosion. Why was this happening? Dr. Ghostblade pushed aside the obstructive staff and lunged at the control panel, frantically pressing the buttons. The so-called Phoenix Project aimed to cultivate seeds resembling the Phoenix energy body using specially modified genetic containers, and once the energy seeds matured, the fully developed Phoenix energy body would be extracted and implanted into the ultimate weapon through another means. Outside the power plant, Chen Xiao was still locked in a fierce struggle with H1 Blood Eye. After several minutes of combat, the surrounding buildings and trees were obliterated by the shockwaves of their battle. Yet, they remained at the peak of their fighting prowess, capable of battling for 3 days and nights. The only notable difference was that the wolf fur of H1 Blood Eye was stained crimson with blood, rendering him particularly disheveled. At that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly perceived a blinding brilliance, and in the next instant, a cataclysmic wave of heat radiated from the laboratory, incinerating all nearby structures and leaving behind a desolate crater. Before Chen Xiao could approach to investigate, the dark crimson energy shockwave surged forth, accompanied by a cloud of dust, sweeping in like an overwhelming tide. Thunderous roars echoed as Chen Xiao faced the onslaught, yet this destructive energy, as it swept over him, inflicted minimal damage. In fact, this terrifying force could be absorbed by him. Was it yellow sunlight? No, it resembled sunlight, but was something else entirely. Amidst the violent impact, Chen Xiao steadied himself, choosing not to resist the energy's invasion, but instead to absorb the torrent of power to the greatest extent possible. In contrast, the werewolf H1 Blood Eye was not so fortunate. This solar flare-like energy acted as the Grim Reaper's scythe, gradually annihilating his flesh and blood, reducing him to ashes. Despite the werewolf's formidable regenerative abilities, they were not limitless. Mere seconds felt like centuries. When the explosive energy finally dissipated, the area within a 1-kilometer radius of the power plant resembled a barren wasteland, as if scorched by heavenly fire for 3 days and nights. Fortunately for the werewolf, who was positioned farther from the power plant and had Chen Xiao shielding him from most of the energy's impact, he remained alive, albeit with half of his body grievously shattered, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, slowly regaining his breath. How is it that you are not dead yet? Is a werewolf's vitality truly this resilient? Chen Xiao swayed slightly. His basic agent combat suit was tattered and barely covered him, resembling a beggar's rags. However, his skin glowed like molten steel, radiating a fiery crimson hue. No relevant military operations have been identified. The energy source remains unknown, provisionally classified as a class event. Please promptly contact the nearest professional hero for inspection. A professional hero has been reached and is expected to arrive on the scene within 5 minutes. Chen Xiao approached Kara's side. Little Kara was closest to the explosion, yet remarkably sustained minimal harm. Like Chen Xiao, she had excessively absorbed this energy, her entire body radiating a crimson hue. Kara, are you all right? Brother, I am fine. But Xiaomei, before Kara could elaborate on the situation, a wave of scorching heat surged forth. At the epicenter of that fervent energy, Xiaomei was enveloped in dark crimson, mist-like flames. Her eyes glowed red, as if flames were igniting within, her hair billowing in the wind, her form suspended in midair, with a pair of wings made of concentrated fire extending from her back, resembling a fiery phoenix surveying the world. Isn't anyone going to explain the situation? Chen Xiao muttered. A headache brewing. He called out Xiaomei's name, attempting to approach her several times, only to be repelled by her instinctive attacks. Brother, it seems Xiaomei has lost her sanity. What should we do now? Kara briefly recounted the details of Dr. Ghostblade's Phoenix plan to Chen Xiao. She too was unable to ascertain whether Xiaomei's powers were spiraling out of control or if the Phoenix energy entity had gained self-awareness and was now dominating Xiaomei's body. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao came to a startling realization. The little girl who had lived with him for 3 years was, in fact, a human pillar. What role, then, did the landlady play in this? With such a significant secret residing within Xiaomei, it was implausible that her mother was an ordinary person. Soon, a team of professional heroes arrived on the scene. Chen Xiao and Kara unleashed their icy breath, temporarily suppressing the Phoenix energy. At that moment, a transport aircraft landed, from which descended a squad of soldiers clad in military combat uniforms, helmets donned, armed to the teeth. Chen Xiao scanned the group, his X-ray vision disregarding all embellishments. To his astonishment, the leader was none other than the long-missing landlady. You? Is that you? Chen Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The landlady, Nan Muyu, removed her helmet. Kid, you recognized me. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. It was evident that she was no stranger to such situations. Without further explanation, she called out to a particularly well-endowed warrior behind her. Nurse, shield me. As she spoke, the warrior known as the nurse raised her hand, enveloping the landlady in a shimmering blue water-like aura, forming a protective barrier. Without hesitation, the landlady leaped forth, her form soaring like an ordinary cannonball, directly plunging into Xiaomei's field of energy. Chen Xiao thought to himself, after 3 years under the same roof, he had never realized just how formidable the landlady truly was. Upon the moment Xiaomei caught sight of the landlady's sister, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed her eyes. In that very instant, the landlady's sister approached Xiaomei, wielding a syringe, and plunged it into her neck. The system backpack contained 1 agent pistol, 10 fragments of Thor's hammer, 12 fragments of Wonder Woman Diana, and 10 fragments of Captain America Steve Rogers. The system now assessed his strength at the level of a low-tier extraordinary being. This evaluation was made prior to fully assimilating the energy from the solar flare. Chen Xiao estimated that once he completely digested the energy of the solar flare in a few days, his prowess would ascend to another echelon. At the very least, in the realm of extraordinary beings, he would not fear anyone. The landlady's sister did not take Chen Xiao and the others back to their original apartment, which had been ravaged by werewolves. It required some repairs before it could be habitable again. Thus, she first led them to a safe house provided by the military in Yinqing as a temporary refuge. They settled the still slumbering Xiaomei, and that evening, Chen Xiao, lacking appetite, pulled the landlady's sister aside to inquire about the situation. The safe house comprised 2 stories, with the landlady's sister's personnel patrolling outside. Xiaomei was accommodated in a room on the 2nd floor, where accompanying doctors examined her condition. The landlady's sister sat in the living room on the sofa, remaining silent for a moment before addressing Chen Xiao. Were you not curious about who Xiaomei's father is? In truth, Xiaomei is not a naturally conceived child, but rather a product of artificial cultivation, an extraordinary human. Upon hearing this, the Kryptonian girl's eyes flickered unnaturally. In Krypton, aside from her cousin Superman, Kal-El, no naturally born children had appeared for many years. Chen Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Do continue. I am enthralled by tales. The landlady's sister sighed. Not only Xiaomei, but even I am a product of a program known as the Divine Creation Alliance, specifically the Final Weapon Project. You must understand that the reason awakeners can awaken is due to the genes they carry within. In today's society, even a good-for-nothing thug, if fortunate enough to possess and activate a gene fragment, can instantly acquire immense power and ascend to the ranks of the awakened, becoming part of the elite. However, this raises a pressing question. Are those without such genes destined to remain inferior? Chapter 22. The ultimate weapon. None present were fools. Pondering the landlady's sister's concerns would inevitably lead to a chilling realization. Unless humanity could decipher the genetic code and possess the capability to engineer genes, the legalization of gene transplantation technology could transform all awakeners into prey for the affluent. Fortunately, this technology had been prohibited by most nations long ago. At that time, the general populace had expressed their discontent, believing it had extinguished the last hope for ordinary individuals to become awakeners. Previously, did you not inquire about the essence of the Phoenix energy residing within Xiaomei? The current intelligence reveals that the Phoenix energy entity is a parasitic form of energy that attaches itself to specific genetic fragments. This energy entity is inherently uncontrollable and chaotic. However, a scientist from the Divine Creation Alliance, known as Dr. Ghostblade, discovered a genetic sequence capable of accommodating and nurturing the Phoenix energy entity. Consequently, he utilized this genetic sequence to create a series of vessels that could store the Phoenix energy entity, employing the vitality of these vessels to cultivate the energy, thus guiding its evolution towards a controllable and orderly state. Xiaomei is one such vessel. Upon uncovering the truth behind the Phoenix energy entity, Chen Xiao fell into a profound silence. He never anticipated that the 7-year-old Xiaomei harbored such a secret. Although her physical appearance resembles that of an ordinary person, her genes are perilously on the brink of collapse, irrevocably intertwined with the Phoenix energy. The landlady gently rubbed her cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion. If the Phoenix energy were forcibly separated, Xiaomei's genes would disintegrate entirely. Yet, if left unattended, her vitality would be persistently siphoned by the Phoenix, likely preventing her from reaching the age of 10. Is there truly no way to save Xiaomei? Upon hearing this, Zayakala's eyes instantly filled with tears. She could not bear to witness a girl, scarcely younger than herself, condemned to such a fate. Chen Xiao, while not overtly displaying his emotions, fixed his gaze upon the landlady with a glimmer of hope. The landlady did not disappoint him or Zayakala. She nodded affirmatively and stated, "Yes. And the solution lies within the disc you hold." "What exactly is this disc?" "I have attempted to open it, but to no avail," Chen Xiao remarked as he retrieved the disc from his pocket. The landlady paused momentarily before explaining. "It is the encrypted lock for unlocking the ultimate weapon version of the Phoenix Project. It contains the instructions for transforming Xiaomei from a vessel into a host. To put it simply, it involves implanting the ultimate weapon gene that can harness the Phoenix energy within her, empowering her to the extent that she can command the Phoenix energy entity." Chen Xiao interjected with a question. "So, it means precisely that?" "Indeed, that is the essence of it." The landlady cast a commendatory glance at Chen Xiao. "Over the years, I have frequently traveled for work, pursuing this very matter. I must hasten to locate the ultimate weapon version of the Phoenix Project and then convert Xiaomei into the host of the Phoenix." Otherwise, the landlady refrained from finishing her sentence. Upon grasping the circumstances, Chen Xiao no longer dared to label the landlady as an irresponsible mother. If this could be deemed irresponsible, then what truly constitutes responsibility? Later, the Divine Creation Alliance was no longer content with merely selling genes to the wealthy. They directly engineered the mightiest warriors and sold them to various nations. This was the ultimate weapon project, and I was the successful experiment number 18 of this initiative. Chapter 23. Chen Xiao, you have changed. As night deepened, the outside world descended into darkness. A series of unexpected events had irrevocably altered Chen Xiao's previously languid existence. However, some matters cannot be rushed. After tossing and turning in bed for a while and stifling a yawn, Chen Xiao prepared to sleep, only to discover the television in the living room still aglow. Upon descending, he found a young girl from Krypton, clutching a husky pillow, utterly engrossed in the screen. The television was broadcasting the immensely popular drama from years past, My Love from the Star. "Why are you still watching this? What time is it? Shouldn't you be asleep? Are you trying to cultivate your immortality by staying up late?" Chen Xiao remarked as he approached, intending to snatch the remote from Kara's hands. He could not allow her to continue like this, playing on her phone, gaming, and binge-watching shows all night. "Look at you. Is this what a superhero should be doing?" he admonished, but Kara was relentless. "Brother, please let me watch one more episode. Don't you think Du Minjun might be a fellow Kryptonian like us?" she implored, her large, shimmering eyes misting over as she clung tightly to the remote. This girl had truly become infatuated with her dramas. Chen Xiao firmly pushed aside the tearful Kara. "You need to watch fewer Korean dramas. If fellow Kryptonians are appearing, you must go to sleep immediately." Yet, Kara persisted, employing every tactic of charm to sway him. Chen Xiao found himself utterly powerless against her. "Fine, just one more episode, but after that, no more phones or computers." Upon receiving Chen Xiao's reluctant approval, little Kara eagerly nodded and swiftly set the television to 36 times the normal speed. It seemed she intended to finish the entire series in one go. Ignoring the now utterly spoiled Kryptonian girl, Chen Xiao yawned and went to the bathroom. After finishing, he returned to his room. Even without the lights on, he could clearly see that someone lay on his bed, clad only in delicate, sheer fabric that accentuated the landlord's sister's exquisite figure. The landlord's sister stiffened momentarily and softly spoke. "Yes, I must find the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance. They hold the records of the Phoenix Project's ultimate weapon." Over the years, she had not been idle. She had gathered some leads, but her concern for Xiaomei had prevented her from fully committing to the investigation. This time, she intended to entrust Xiaomei entirely to Chen Xiao and then, in a final gamble, seek to infiltrate the Divine Creation Alliance's headquarters, prepared to risk everything in the endeavor. "I do not wish for this to be a mere transaction, do you understand? It is not that I will care for Xiaomei only if you and I." Chen Xiao grasped the landlord's sister's hand tightly, whispering softly, "Moreover, who claims that Xiaomei is your only kin? Must there be a blood relation to be considered family? You took me in during my most destitute moments. I have long regarded you and Xiaomei as my dearest ones." Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the landlord's sister trembled, as if all strength had drained from her. collapsing into Chen Chao's embrace. This isn't like you. In the past, you would have leapt at me with fervor. Has your orientation truly shifted? Or is it that Carla is not actually your cousin? The landlord's sister lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chen Chao, as if his transformation had begun the day that doll appeared. Her expression darkened. Having become accustomed to your presence over the years, I suddenly fear you might abandon us. Chen Chao resolutely shook his head. That will not happen. I am merely a languid fish, waiting for death. I shall not forsake anyone. Hearing Chen Chao's assurance, the landlord's sister nodded, her eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Chen Chao, could you please knead my shoulders? Just like before. This time, Chen Chao did not refuse and nodded. All right. The following day, Chen Chao groggily opened his eyes. Last night, while kneading the landlord's sister's shoulders, they both had fallen asleep. Upon waking, he discovered that each of his hands was being held by two individuals. To his left was the landlord's sister, and to his right was little Carla. It's one thing for the landlord's sister to be here, but why is Carla here again? In the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance, the chief office was adorned with colossal screens, each displaying various experimental modifications of ultimate weapon plans. Before this wall of screens stood a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, clad in attire reminiscent of European aristocracy from the last century. The man's gaunt features and unnaturally pale skin were somewhat unsettling. He was none other than Count Vlad, the leader of the Divine Creation Alliance. Count Vlad, the Phoenix energy recovery has failed. Dr. Ghostblade and the Kurikawa brothers are dead in Huagua, reported a Caucasian assistant who had entered the room. Upon hearing this news, Vlad furrowed his brow, his emaciated face appearing as if shrouded in frost. He spoke coldly. They have made their move? Where is the Phoenix energy now? According to intelligence, the container of the Phoenix energy might be negotiable. After all, the Phoenix container in their possession is merely an unstable bomb, replied the white assistant. Count Vlad, however, shook his head. Those so-called heroes have branded us as a criminal organization. They are unlikely to cooperate. What of the Ghost Wolf experimental subject? The Ghost Wolf experiment referred to a hybrid of vampires and werewolves. Vampires fear sunlight and crosses, while werewolves are vulnerable to silver. The Ghost Wolf seeks to harness the strengths of both while eradicating their weaknesses, thus becoming the ultimate weapon. Concerning the inquiry regarding Count Vlad, the white assistant promptly rushed to the computer, retrieving the data pertaining to the Ghost Wolf experimental subjects and projecting it onto the large screen. Ghost Wolf experimental subjects. Classified as top secret. Total number of subjects, 305. Survival rate, 30%. Preferential selection rate, 10%. Chen Chao and Kara immediately went to check on Xiaomei. The doctor had administered a stabilizing gene serum, temporarily alleviating her condition. The abnormal energy reaction within her was siphoning her life force. I had never encountered such a case. Perhaps it would be prudent to await the assessment of relevant experts before determining a specific medical plan. In the past 2 days, officials had come to inquire about the situation. Due to the heinous acts committed by the God Creation Alliance across various nations, their crimes were too numerous to recount. Any member of the God Creation Alliance would be apprehended prior to any examination, ensuring that no injustice occurred. Regarding Xiaomei's condition, the investigators who had come in recent days indicated they needed to consult their superiors. In today's society, the emergence of awakeners is increasingly prevalent, resulting in a high tolerance for such incidents. Thus, no immediate regulatory measures were enacted. However, this was also linked to the security of Chen Chao and his companions within a military safe house. It was certain that formidable figures were monitoring the situation. Should Xiaomei's Phoenix energy surge occur, it was likely that more than just extraordinary beings would arrive. This afternoon, the landlord's sister took Xiaomei out early. Chen Chao and Kara nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a television series, when a knock echoed at the door. Chen Chao hurried to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was met by a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, with disheveled hair, an unkempt beard, donning sunglasses, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, giving off the impression of a middle-aged ruffian rather than an official representative of Huagua. The woman, in stark contrast, was dressed impeccably in a formal suit, reminiscent of a fresh graduate entering the workforce. Good day, may I inquire if Mr. Superman Cloak is present? Upon hearing this title, Chen Chao immediately recognized them as members of the Extraordinary Association, for it was only within Huagua that such honorifics were employed by the association and its fanbase. Please, come in and converse. Chen Chao invited them into the house, as it seemed rather impolite to keep representatives of the Extraordinary Association standing at the threshold. Once inside, the duo noticed a certain Kryptonian young girl reclining on the sofa, casually snacking on chips while watching television. A brief nod of acknowledgement sufficed. and they did not pay her much mind, continuing instead to discuss matters concerning the Extraordinary Association with Chen Chao. If you are willing to join the Extraordinary Association, the organization will provide you with the highest social benefits, including 5 insurances and 1 fund. Your salary will be determined based on your hero ranking and societal contributions, but it will not be lower than 100 merit points, equivalent to 100,000 huaxia coins per month, the evaluator Su Yuqi stated with precision. After all, even extraordinary individuals require sustenance and training, unless they are privileged offspring of affluent families who are unconcerned with salary and allowances. As for others, without comprehensive benefits as a foundation, relying solely on the fervor of professional heroes is insufficient to establish such an extensive hero system. Initially, Chen Chao was indifferent, but upon hearing the final remark that the salary would not fall below 100 merit points, equivalent to 100,000 huaxia coins per month, he was taken aback. A minimum of 100,000 per month translates to a minimum of 1,200,000 annually. This is far more lucrative than relying on his professional license. Chen Chao felt a surge of excitement for 3 seconds, yet he shook his head. No, I despise working, and I loathe being supervised. However, I might consider obtaining a professional hero license. By the way, does a professional hero license guarantee an annual income of 500,000 huaxia coins? Holding a professional hero license does not necessitate working for the Extraordinary Association. However, joining the Extraordinary Association would subject one to its unified management. If it entails clocking in and out from 9 to 5, that would be dreadful. Chen Chao believed that a conventional job was not in his destiny. Wasn't life supposed to be enjoyable? Why should one be confined to a monotonous routine? The thought alone was terrifying. Recently, news regarding Xiao Mei had spread, making it impossible to keep it under wraps. Fortunately, no one had resorted to coercive measures thus far. Perhaps this was somewhat related to the Extraordinary Association. Chen Chao stroked his chin and inquired further. Having discussed the benefits, what must I contribute? Or rather, what rules must I adhere to? First, one must never betray Huagua. Second, when Huagua is in peril, we must be at the forefront. Uncle Kuangtu's expression was exceptionally grave when he articulated these words. It seemed entirely manageable. Chen Chao felt no concern over the first stipulation. He would never betray his country. As for the second, he paused, pondering what kind of disaster necessitated a compulsory response from professional heroes. What calamity? Was it the ferocious beasts? No, although there are many in the wilderness. They are generally weak, and extraordinary-level beasts are quite rare. Chen Chao expressed his skepticism. Is there a danger unknown to ordinary people? If that were not the case, Uncle Kuangtu would not have emphasized it, especially alongside such a principled issue as betraying Huagua. There must be an underlying issue. Uncle Kuangtu exchanged a glance with Su Yuqi. Your perception is quite astute. Indeed, humanity currently faces some uncertain threats. If you wish to know more, you may either sign a confidentiality agreement with us or join the Extraordinary Society. There is no immediate need for you to decide. Take your time to contemplate. Should you choose to join the Extraordinary Society, your life trajectory will undergo a significant transformation, but I firmly believe the rewards will be far greater. However, if you are unwilling to join, it is perfectly acceptable. The Extraordinary Society will not impose any difficulties on any citizen of Hua. The reviewer, Su Yuqi, felt a bit embarrassed as she noticed Kara's gaze upon her, realizing her own rudeness. She quickly apologized, saying, I sincerely apologize. That was not my intention. The process for foreign heroes to join the Extraordinary Society is rather complex. Simplification of the review process is only possible if one is legally married to a citizen of Hua, with their spouse acting as a guarantor. Upon hearing the terms marriage and husband, both Kara and Chen Chao instinctively exchanged glances, their faces flushing red. Kara, with a haughty demeanor, turned her face away and muttered in discontent, I have no intention of marrying that fickle-hearted scoundrel. Chen Chao, equally perplexed, questioned, what makes you think I am fickle? And what is with this haughty attitude? You were never like this, Kara. It seems watching those dramatic romance shows can lead to undesirable influences on young minds. The 2 members of the Extraordinary Society nearby also felt the awkwardness of the situation. Su Yuqi chuckled nervously. I merely stated that as an example. You understand, right? By the way, aren't you both still minors? Is this truly appropriate? The uncomfortable atmosphere lingered for a full minute. Finally, the eccentric elder could no longer remain seated and stood up, addressing Chen Chao. Although you have been admitted to the Extraordinary Society through special circumstances, it is imperative that we assess your practical abilities to determine your ranking. Thus, the purpose of this elder became clear. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. Chen Chao eagerly dashed outside, where a vacant area awaited for their sparring. You possess quite the confidence. the elder remarked, raising an eyebrow as he hastily followed. In the next moment, however, the elder's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe loomed ominously over his neck, threatening to sever his life at any second. This punch could be fatal, flashed through the elder's mind, and he instinctively darted to the right in a desperate attempt to evade. Boom! As Chen Chao witnessed the elder's swift movement to the right, he hurriedly restrained his strength. Yet, it was a moment too late. His fist ultimately connected with half of the elder's body. It was akin to a roaring torrent of floodwaters crashing against a spillway. However, this meager outlet was utterly incapable of containing such a cataclysmic deluge, which obliterated everything in its path. Damn it! Who the hell told me your punch power was merely 10 tons? The blood gushed from the mouth of the mad uncle, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Although he possessed only a low-grade extraordinary strength, he could withstand attacks from mid-grade extraordinary opponents without difficulty, thanks to his physical enhancement abilities. While he would find it somewhat challenging to contend with high-grade extraordinary adversaries, it would not pose a threat to his life. It could be said that as long as the force of a single physical strike did not exceed 60 tons, he could effectively absorb and convert it into his own energy to retaliate. However, at this moment, facing Chen Chao's punch, the mad uncle was utterly unable to absorb the overwhelming kinetic energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to tear his body apart. With a resounding crash, as Chen Chao's fist grazed him, the mad uncle was propelled like a cannonball, carving a deep trench into the ground before he finally came to a halt. Coughing violently, he expelled a substantial amount of blood. The entire sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that Su Yuqi was startled, nearly dropping her recording device in shock. Chapter 27. A second draw. Seeing that Su Yuqi had already crafted a justification for him, Chen Chao hurriedly explained, during the testing phase. The punch force tester was destroyed by my strike. To be honest, I am still unaware of my maximum strength. He had initially thought that learning martial arts would be somewhat beneficial. Little did he know that most situations could be resolved with just a single punch. What use was martial arts? Upon hearing this explanation, the mad uncle's face twisted in displeasure as he directed his words at Su Yuqi. Did you hear that? It's not that my strength is lacking. It's that you all have failed to comprehend just how formidable this kid truly is. I should be entitled to compensation for work-related injuries. Of course, Mr. Mad Uncle, all your medical expenses will be covered by the Extraordinary Association, Su Yuqi hastily replied. In comparison to the formidable extraordinary beings like Chen Chao joining the association, this medical expense was negligible. Chen Chao was far from being just an extraordinary seed. He was a Tier 1 seed. At this moment, Su Yuqi finally realized how astute her leader's judgment was. She had discerned Chen Chao's potential at a glance, and had promptly sought to recruit him into the Extraordinary Association. Extraordinary beings represent the backbone of humanity. Beyond the extraordinary tier lies an even higher level, that of the Supreme Warriors, the Tier 1 Saints. While extraordinary beings are rare, there are still many across Huagua. The number of Tier 1 heroes registered with the Extraordinary Association alone reaches into the hundreds, not to mention the many extraordinary beings who have not yet registered as professional heroes. The total certainly amounts to several thousand. However, there are only 15 Tier 1 Saints in all of Huagua. Looking across the entire Blue Star, the number of saints barely exceeds 50, each one a pillar of humanity, and any one of them would be a figure of great renown. The young man before Su Yuqi, barely in his 20s, already possessed high-grade extraordinary strength. One could easily foresee that within a decade, he was likely to become the next Tier 1 saint. This information must be reported immediately. Mr. Superman, it brings me great joy that you have chosen to join the Extraordinary Association. We will arrange for you to formally sign the contract shortly, and I will reach out to you at that time. Fortunately, he is no longer in want of money. He can certainly afford this modest renovation fee. The landlady and Xiao Mei have yet to return, and Chen Chao, feeling rather listless, reclined on the sofa, allowing his consciousness to drift into the system interface. Over the past few days, he had accumulated enough for 10 consecutive draws. Initially, Chen Chao intended to amass 100 draws. However, since he had reached 10, he thought it prudent to test the odds. System, let us commence with a 10-fold draw. As Chen Chao uttered these words, the system automatically transitioned to the card drawing screen. With the familiar rhythm of the random card boxes pulsating, brilliant beams of light erupted in quick succession. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 fragments of the vibranium shield. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a high-ranking agent card from S.H.I.E.L.D. Congratulations, host, you have received a high-ranking agent combat suit. After 5 flashes of blue skies and white clouds, a 6th beam burst forth, radiating a dazzling golden hue. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a legendary character card, the God of War, Ares. The God of War, Ares? The half-brother of Wonder Woman, Diana? Chen Xiao gazed in astonishment at the floating golden character card within the system interface. Legendary character card, God of War, Ares race, divine strength, intelligence. Chapter 28. Treatment plan upon extracting the divine essence of the God of War. Chen Xiao finally addressed his vulnerabilities regarding magical resistance and the lack of energy-based attacks. Additionally, he had mastered a power that transcended the natural energies of this world, derived from the divine might of Ares. The birth of this divine power required the absorption of the natural energies of this realm, subsequently transformed through the divine essence of Ares. Naturally, should war and slaughter erupt in his vicinity, Chen Xiao's divine essence would continuously generate divine power. Why do I always feel as though I am straying further down the path of the great antagonist? Chen Xiao scratched his head, reminding himself that his intention was to uphold world peace. Alas, without war, how can there be peace? If someone must bear this burden, let it be me. Chen Xiao indulged in his thoughts, echoing sentiments of if I do not enter hell, who will? Suddenly, the front door swung open, revealing the landlady and Xiaomei returning. I'm back. Wait, has the house been robbed? The moment the landlady entered, her eyes fell upon the chaotic state of the home, a result of the antics of a certain shy Kryptonian little girl who had lost control of her powers. Are there not people outside? How could any thief possibly infiltrate? This safe house is rather lacking in security, I assent it? Chen Xiao, rising lazily, explained, it was an accident. By the way, if I contact the renovation team, will the people at the entrance allow them in? Most likely not. Leave this to me. The landlady seemed unconcerned about the matter. Uncle, I'm hungry. Xiaomei, though still a bit pale, had regained her usual vivacity, bouncing towards Chen Xiao, seeking an embrace. An hour ago, Chen Xiao delivered a powerful blow that caused the unruly uncle to spit blood, showcasing his exceptional strength akin to a top-tier extraordinary being. Evaluator Su Yuqi stated that she would report Chen Xiao's actual circumstances to the higher authorities. Chen Xiao struggled to comprehend the significance of possessing the potential of a sage. In contemporary times, sages represent the pinnacle of human combat prowess. It may be said that nations are not merely competing in nuclear capabilities, but rather in the strength and number of sages. When it comes to an individual with sage potential, the options are either to suppress them preemptively or to invest in them ahead of time. As a staunchly principled citizen of Hua, Chen Xiao had secured his hero registration certificate at an early stage. After thorough evaluation, his lineage and ideological values were deemed sound. Thus, any rational individual would opt for early investment in Chen Xiao rather than attempt to suppress him. Regarding the matter of Xiaomei, it represented the utmost sincerity of the extraordinary association. Noticing Chen Xiao's silence, the landlady grew increasingly convinced of her assumption. Chen Xiao, could it be that the extraordinary association is treating Xiaomei so well because of you? At that moment, Xiaomei, no longer expressing hunger, gazed at Chen Xiao with her sparkling eyes. Perhaps, Chen Xiao replied. The extraordinary association sent someone to invite me to join them, and even arranged for a high-tier hero to assess my abilities. He affectionately ruffled Xiaomei's hair. Wow, Uncle Chen, you're amazing. Did you spar with the high-tier hero? Xiaomei looked at Chen Xiao with admiration. In the eyes of children, each high-tier hero is a symbol of invincibility. What was the outcome? Did you perform well? The landlady inquired excitedly. Though she was a modified individual, her strength was merely that of a high-level awakened being, still far from that of a high-tier extraordinary person. Initially, the landlady thought of Chen Xiao as just a younger brother, only to discover now that he had received an invitation from the Extraordinary Association. In Magic City, Su Yuqi, representing the Extraordinary Association, formally invited Chen Xiao to join and discuss the contract details as well as Xiaomei's medical consultation. On the day Chen Xiao received the notification, he, along with the landlady, Xiaomei, and Kara, traveled to Magic City. Magic City, being a cosmopolitan metropolis, was undoubtedly more splendid than the small Yen City. The group took a high-speed train that departed from Yen City and reached the Magic City station in just over half an hour. Mr. Superhuman, over here. Upon disembarking, Chen Xiao spotted a tall girl in a black professional suit waving at him from the crowd. She was Su Yuqi, the evaluator from the Extraordinary Association. The landlady, having never met Su Yuqi, teased with a hint of jealousy. Who is that girl? When did you become acquainted? Chen Xiao, don't tell me she is your fan. You don't have such interests, do you? Recently, certain star heroes had garnered quite a bit of negative press. Kara, holding Chen Xiao's hand, immediately inquired curiously upon hearing the unfamiliar term. Brother, what does fan mean? A fan is someone who is fond of something. Chen Xiao forcefully pushed Kara's head down. glaring at the landlord's sister who could drive on such a broken road. Hey, in broad daylight, could you refrain from leading the little ones astray? With a chuckle, she retorted, well then, why don't you delete all the study materials on your plate? Kara, after a long night of gaming, simply asks teacher Shintian whenever she encounters something she doesn't understand. I've caught you several times crying, throwing tantrums, and pestering you, ya? The landlord's sister immediately betrayed Kara. Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, was furious and grasped Kara's ear. Did you sneak out again while I was asleep to stay up all night? Are you really forcing me to delete all the instructional videos? What a pity. At that moment, while Chen Xiao was attending a consultation with Xiaomei, on the 59th floor of the extraordinary tower, a heated debate was unfolding. In a spacious office, a bespectacled middle-aged man was staring intently at a woman clad in a long white trench coat. The woman, with her long brown hair cascading to her waist, possessed a delicate visage and an alluring figure, exuding an air of noble elegance akin to a blooming white rose. Yet, she glared at the man opposite her with a tone filled with ire, stating, Mr. Li, whoever wishes to be the principal of the Extraordinary Academy may do so. I will not. You are well aware of the situation in the Nanyang secret realm. If I leave, who can contain those demon saints? The woman speaking was Nian Di Huaran, ranked second among the Extraordinary Association's elite. Not long ago, she received a notification from the Extraordinary Association instructing her to return to the headquarters in Modu. Initially, she thought it was to address some significant matter, only to discover it was a demotion to the second line, tasked with the role of principal of the Extraordinary Academy. How could she possibly endure such an indignity? The middle-aged man across from her was Li Wenyi, the current head of the Extraordinary Association. Adjusting his glasses, he maintained a congenial smile, speaking in a moderate tone. There will not be a large-scale war in the Nanyang secret realm within the next 5 years. Remaining there would be futile. Instead, the situation within the realm may not remain peaceful over the next 2 years. The so-called secret realms emerged nearly a century ago, resembling interdimensional rifts. Behind these rifts often lies a world. Some alternate worlds are minuscule, smaller than a small town, lacking in resources and developmental value. Others are vast, rich in energy and resources. Once fully developed, they could significantly elevate the overall strength of Huagua. Currently, 2 of the largest discovered alternate worlds in Huagua are located in Kyoto and Nanyang, the latter being the one Huaran just mentioned. These worlds behind the interdimensional rifts are collectively referred to as secret realms. Upon hearing Huaran's request, Li Wenyi found himself in a predicament. Simple sparring may not be beneficial, unless it was a life-and-death battle. However, both you and your master are the pillars of humanity, and we cannot afford any mishap. Huaran declared. Then I shall remain in the Nanyang secret realm. Battling those demon saints will suffice. Li Wenyi felt a profound sense of exasperation. After finally stabilizing the situation, he wished that Master Nian would refrain from creating further disturbances. Moreover, based on the energy fluctuations preceding the emergence of the dimensional rifts, it was highly probable that the next fissure would materialize in the Magic City, potentially near urban areas. Throughout the annals of Huagua's history, dimensional rifts had indeed manifested in proximity to cities. For instance, the former Tang City had given rise to the Tang City secret realm. The advent of a dimensional rift would invariably be accompanied by a substantial release of energy tides, precipitating earthquakes and chaotic beast surges. In the past, due to the relative isolation of information networks, the situational details could not be disseminated instantaneously. As long as the populace was evacuated in advance and powerful individuals executed energy barriers, the existence of the dimensional rift could be concealed. Ordinary individuals, relying solely on their eyesight, would be unable to perceive it. However, in this day and age, with mobile communication and information networks flourishing, it would be another matter if the internal realm lacked intelligent beings. The fear was that large secret realms, akin to those in Kyoto and Nanyang, housing beings of saintly caliber, would necessitate the organization of numerous formidable defenders. Should a saintly being breach into the human world, it would be impossible to keep it concealed. It could even be deemed a catastrophe of epic proportions. After listening to Li Wenyi's words, Hua Ruolin fell silent for a moment before inquiring, what are the plans if the next secret realm surfaces in the Magic City? The response would depend on the level of the secret realm. If it were a minor one, concealment would suffice. However, if it resembled the significant realms of Kyoto or Nanyang, there would be no choice but to consider relocating the inhabitants of the Magic City and establishing a quarantine zone to prevent the entry of beings from the secret realm into the human world. Li Wenyi's expression was grave. The emergence of such realms posed both an opportunity and a calamity for humanity. I understand, Hua Ruolin replied as she rose, stretching languidly. which accentuated her alluring curves. Li Wenyi hastily averted his gaze. At most, he had merely stepped half a foot into the semi-saint level. Nonetheless, the aura of the will of heaven and earth emanating from Chen Chao was somewhat disconcerting to Hua Ruolin, as it bore an inclination toward slaughter and war. Chen Chao's gaze also fell upon Hua Ruolin, and he immediately sensed a primal suppression of power. It was not that Chen Chao's source of strength was inferior, rather, it felt as though his power was akin to that of an infant, while Hua Ruolin's was that of an adult. This woman is formidable, Chen Chao thought. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, the two did not linger on one another and swiftly passed by, with only Su Yuqi still brimming with excitement at having encountered a saint. Who is she? Chen Chao asked Su Yuqi once the other had entered the elevator. Su Yuqi's face was alight with enthusiasm. She is Master Nian, the second-ranked saint. An idol for all of us women. So, she is a saint of that level? Chen Chao mused. He had believed himself to be exceptionally powerful after acquiring the godhood of the war god, nearly invincible among the extraordinary. Yet he realized there remained a considerable gap when compared to the strength of the saintly realm. Upon entering Li Wenyi's office, Su Yuqi poured a cup of tea for Chen Chao before quietly exiting. After a brief introduction, Li Wenyi produced a contract. This document outlined the terms proposed by the Extraordinary Association based on Chen Chao's capabilities, detailing the salary and responsibilities he would assume upon joining. Given Chen Chao's classification as the 30th rank, the basic salary was set at 300 merit points per month, equivalent to 300,000 huaxia coins. Additionally, there would be bonuses for task completion. The working hours were relatively flexible. Unless tasked by the Extraordinary Association, Chen Chao could arrange his time at his discretion. Despite the seemingly generous amount of 300 merit points, it was, in reality, insufficient for the regular cultivation expenses required by an extraordinary individual of his rank. Li Wenyi appeared to anticipate Chen Chao's reaction. With a smile, he elucidated, "Do not be hasty. Based on our understanding, the Divine Creation Alliance seems to have temporarily abandoned the Phoenix Project and relocated its experimental base. However, consider this. The Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory can establish contact with the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance. If a world-class hacker were to assist you in breaching the headquarters systems via the computers at the Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory, wouldn't it allow for the direct theft of all data pertaining to the Phoenix Project? More importantly, our analysis indicates that the Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory possesses gene transplantation devices on par with those used in the Phoenix experiments. The ultimate weapon genes are not natural, but rather synthesized from modified container genes by Dr. Ghostblade. The modification template can directly utilize Xiao Mei's genes. Everything you require is available at the Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory. Do you grasp my implication?" After Li Wenyi finished speaking, he gazed intently at Chen Chao. Chen Chao, not lacking in intelligence, followed up with Li Wenyi's thoughts. "We could bring Xiao Mei there to complete the gene transplantation for the ultimate weapon of the Phoenix Project." Although he had not previously interacted with gene transplant equipment, his landlord's sister had been researching it for years, preparing for this very moment. Indeed, while this may not be the most secure plan, it is undoubtedly the most efficient. Li Wenyi beamed brightly. The most secure strategy would have involved deploying a rank saint to accompany Xiao Mei for the gene transplantation task. However, setting aside the various tasks assigned to the saints of Huagua, even if a saint were available, they could not be easily mobilized due to international saint treaties. Should a saint from another country recklessly enter, the saints from other nations would not simply stand by. It is akin to someone arriving at your doorstep bearing a nuclear weapon. Regardless of their intentions, one cannot help but feel fear. As for communication, even if the Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory were concealed, it could not evade the awareness of the saints, whose existence is tacitly accepted. Consequently, sending our own saint would necessitate preparations for a holy war, demanding additional effort to ensure their care. As Chen Chao contemplated, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Does the Divine Creation Alliance have any saints? Is it possible that upon infiltrating the Ghost Wolf laboratory, a few saints might come rushing over? If they possess saint-level combat power, that would indeed pose a significant challenge, especially with Xiao Mei in tow." Li Wenyi's expression darkened, yet, adhering to his personal decorum, he replied, "Based on the intelligence we have, they should not have any saints. Life is at stake. Please do not be so uncertain. Can you provide a definitive answer?" Chen Chao pressed further. Li Wenyi felt a twitch in his eyelid, nearly losing his composure. "The Divine Creation Alliance has no saints. Do you think saints are as common as cabbages? Just any organization can have a saint at their helm? Without any saints, I have nothing to fear. I can handle it alone, or at most, with Kara to safeguard Xiao Mei." If Chen Chao unleashed his full power, His Kryptonian lineage combined with the god of war's divinity instilled confidence in him that he was invincible beneath the saints. A small organization without a single saint dared to provoke those around him. Did they think his fists lacked strength or his heat vision insufficiently intense? Li Wenyi found himself at a loss for words. This young man, at level 30, what gave him the audacity to single-handedly take down the Ghost Wolf laboratory? However, he quickly grasped something, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, could it be that this lad, so confident, is concealing his true power? Initially, he believed Chen Chao to be a seed of the extraordinary, yet in just a few days, he showcased the prowess of a transcendent being. Now, everyone assumed Chen Chao was a seed of a saint, with level 30 being his utmost combat capability. Could he possibly have already become a saint? Yet, upon reflection, he deemed that unlikely. Chapter 32. A greeting among the strong. After listening to Li Wenyi's words, Chen Chao nodded earnestly. Su Yuqi had shared some insights regarding the secret realms, though her knowledge was limited since she had never visited them. She merely recounted that certain secret realms harbored formidable foes. Indeed, take the Nanyang secret realm as an example. Documented within it are over 30 demon saints. And we remain oblivious to how many more may be concealed. Should those demon saints unite to assault the human world, humanity's predicament would be dire. This is merely the threat posed by the Nanyang secret realm. There are also the Kyoto secret realm and the impending emergence of the demon capital secret realm. Noticing Chen Chao's silence, Li Wenyi continued, I share this with you simply to emphasize that this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Success may soon see Huagua gaining a saint-level combatant. Very well, then let us adhere to President Li's arrangements. Chen Chao shrugged, with Li Wenyi's insistence. To refuse further would seem inconsiderate. Moreover, he assured that 2 high-tier transcendent beings would be dispatched, ensuring that their strength would not be a hindrance. Once the arrangements were settled, Chen Chao took his leave from Li Wenyi's office and directly sought out his landlord and companions. The medical consultation for Xiaomei has concluded, and the experts are deliberating on a treatment plan. Although they cannot entirely resolve the issue surrounding the Phoenix energy, they can formulate a gene-optimizing potion tailored to Xiaomei's condition. This will enhance her chances of success when she undergoes the ultimate weapon gene transplantation as part of the Phoenix program. That alone suffices. Although the medical expenses are quite high, after a 70% reimbursement from social insurance, it is not a significant burden for Chen Chao, whose monthly salary amounts to 300 merit points, equivalent to 300,000 Huaxia coins. Xiaomei's treatment plan will require nearly half a month, during which she must engage in intensive training to prepare her for the gene transplantation to the fullest extent. Presently, you called for me? Chen Chao entered the office. Before Li Wenyi could speak, a woman leaped up, approaching Chen Chao and scrutinizing him from head to toe. You are the newly promoted A-level hero? I heard you ranked 30th right off the bat. You didn't take any shortcuts, did you? Chen Chao cast a glance at the woman. She was tall and curvaceous, clad in a loose hoodie that subtly revealed a form-fitting black bodysuit beneath. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and her captivating eyes seemed to ensnare one's very soul. While I do enjoy taking shortcuts, I assure you, this time I did not, Chen Chao replied nonchalantly. The woman and the burly man evidently did not grasp the underlying implication of his words, but Li Wenyi, sipping water, suddenly spat it out, coughing vigorously to mask his embarrassment. Chen Chao shot a disapproving glance at the seemingly righteous old gentleman. I did not expect President Li to possess such inclinations. Li Wenyi glared at Chen Chao, contemplating a reprimand about his choice of words, but realizing that the statement was technically not erroneous, he decided to feign ignorance instead. Let me introduce you, Li Wenyi began. This is the newly promoted A-level hero, the Cape Crusader, Chen Chao, specializing in both strength amplification and speed enhancement. He then introduced the man and the woman. Chen Chao, these are your teammates for this mission. This is Li Weiqiang, ranked 18th, a shield master with earth element abilities. And this is Su Zai, ranked 11th, who possesses the power of short-range teleportation. After the introductions, Chen Chao shook hands with Li Weiqiang. Upon learning that Chen Chao was a strength enhancer, Li Weiqiang instinctively tightened his grip, only to find that Chen Chao remained unfazed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Brother, impressive, Li Weiqiang exclaimed, tightening his grip further, akin to 5 robust steel rods, exerting force. Chapter 33. The battle plan. Enough of the frivolities. Let us now address serious matters. Li Wenyi cleared his throat. He was well accustomed to the exuberance of the heroes under his command. Typically, the strong indulge in playful tests to gauge the abilities of their future companions. Such matters usually remain lighthearted and do not escalate into any significant incidents. Upon hearing Li Wenyu's words, Chen Xiao and Dun Shan simultaneously let go. Although Li Weiqiang maintained a facade of calm, he discreetly placed his right hand behind his back, wincing in pain. What a nuisance. Is this lad's grip fashioned from iron? Ignoring their subtle gestures, Li Wenyu rapped the surface of the desk several times, causing the transparent tabletop to reveal a map. I shall briefly outline the details of this mission. The Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory is situated on a small island in the northern seas of Fusang. The island's front boasts a vast sandy beach, while its rear is encircled by steep rocky cliffs, resembling a crescent moon on the map. Li Wenyu manipulated the electronic map on the desk, magnifying it until everyone could discern the small island. He then pointed to a specific location on the island. The Ghost Wolf Experimental Base lies near these rocky cliffs, relatively concealed. When you go there, exercise caution. The Divine Creation Alliance operates a highly legitimate biotechnology firm in Fusang. If the higher-ups in Fusang were unaware of the Alliance's activities, it would be an affront to their intelligence. Therefore, we must circumvent their surveillance and take a detour through the Bear Country to access the northern seas. We do not possess the design blueprints for the Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory. Thus, we are unaware of the location of their control room. We need to send Yin Yi to scout using her short-distance teleportation ability, though this will place her in considerable danger. Superman and Dunshan will be on standby to provide support. At this juncture, Chun Xiao interjected. There's no need for such complexities. I can handle locating the control room. Really? Superman Cloak Hero, do you possess a method to ascertain the internal situation? Dunshan Li Weiqiang inquired, intrigued. Chen Xiao contemplated revealing that he had X-ray vision, which would enable him to easily locate the control room, provided it was not lead-lined. However, with Suzai seated across from him, her ample bosom constantly drawing his attention, he inadvertently caught her eye a few times, much to his dismay. She, seemingly proud of her figure, puffed out her chest, as if exuding confidence in her physique. At that moment, he hesitated to disclose his ability, fearing her potential ire. I have a cousin named Kara. She possesses X-ray vision and can scan the entire Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory. Chen Xiao introduced Kara as a shield. Strangely, if a man had X-ray vision, women nearby would often feel uncomfortable and would distance themselves as much as possible. Conversely, if a woman possessed X-ray vision, the men around would generally remain indifferent, unless the situation was particularly brief. Upon hearing that Kara had X-ray vision, the individuals present were taken aback. Such abilities are quite rare. Li Wenyu expressed his surprise. Although X-ray vision is an auxiliary ability, when utilized effectively, it is undoubtedly a divine skill. Chapter 34. Perfect infiltration. Despite Chun Xiao's intentions not to eavesdrop on their conversation, his superhuman hearing made it impossible to fully disregard the sounds around him. Two women transitioned from discussing clothing to cosmetics, and then veered into a conversation about men, with the topic increasingly gravitating towards areas deemed inappropriate for those under 18. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Chen Xiao retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned to the burly figure beside him. Shunzhan, do you play Honor of Kings? Shunzhan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the mountain warrior in Honor of Kings is modeled after me. Truly my destined hero. Upon hearing the mention of a game, little Carla immediately perked up, abandoning the drama she was watching. She quickly pulled out her phone and opened the game interface. Let's team up. The three of us can play together. I'll take the Sword Saint in the jungle. Brother, would you like to play mid lane? The gaming enthusiast Carla was invigorated by the prospect of a match. Thus, the trio, Chen Xiao, Carla, and Shunzhan, engaged in a gaming session, while Xiaomei remained as usual, draped around Chen Xiao's neck, observing the three play. Several hours later, the plane touched down. The landlord's sister and Suzai approached Chen Xiao and the others. We've arrived. Still playing games? Hurry, disembark. Just a moment. Carla, stop goofing around. Push mid and take the high ground. We can win this. Chen Xiao directed while holding his phone. Don't rush me. Let me take down one more enemy. Brother, help me. Carla exclaimed as she found herself ambushed, swiftly employing her super speed, executing a flurry of actions. However, her stats displayed a dismal 0 to 5. To be fair, mobile games do not require high levels of skill. Even superpowers wouldn't save a player who constantly goofs off. Little Carla's phone had already gone dark. Xiaomei erupted into laughter, while Chen Xiao sighed in exasperation. I told you to stop messing around. You're both inexperienced and reckless. I ask, are you here to enjoy yourselves? The landlord's sister snatched Chen Xiao's phone and promptly exited the game. Chen Xiao contemplated defending himself. Just because one possesses a special ability doesn't mean they would misuse it. I am a gentleman, you know. Yet, he decided against further explanation, recognizing that some matters are better left unsaid. Shunzhan looked at Chen Xiao with envy. X-ray vision, what a skill. What man wouldn't desire such a power? Why can't I awaken such an ability? The group ceased their banter and began to approach the cliffside. Chen Chao squinted his eyes, activating his X-ray vision, revealing the entire Ghost Wolf experimental factory nestled within the rock face. This facility, ingeniously concealed, consisted of 2 levels, the first housing various experimental bases and the enclosures for the Ghost Wolf specimens, while the second served as the office and rest area for the staff and armed personnel. The control room was located on the right side of the second floor, occupied by 4 personnel. Suzai, what is your maximum teleportation distance? Chen Chao inquired. The limit is 10 meters, but I must have a clear line of sight. Otherwise, issues may arise, Suzai replied. Only 10 meters? Chen Chao pondered for a moment before continuing. Then you all wait while I infiltrate the control room. Once I am in place, prepare to assist Xiaomei in locating a cultivation pod to create the ultimate weapon gene sequence for her implantation. Are you going in alone? Is that feasible? Both landlord's sister and Suzai inquired simultaneously. Chen Chao chuckled, thinking to himself, how could a man say it is unfeasible? With that thought, he hesitated no longer and swiftly ascended the rocky wall, seeking out a ventilation duct before diving headfirst into it. With the aid of his enhanced vision, he made a beeline for the control room. Chapter 35. Everything is going smoothly. Do you think a mere handgun can deal with me? How presumptuous. Chen Chao scoffed, sensing the terror emanating from the diminutive staff member, who trembled, his expression reflecting a desperate plea. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll take my own life. Chen Chao could only shake his head in exasperation. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. In the next heartbeat, Chen Chao's eyes turned a fierce crimson, unleashing 2 scarlet beams that cleaved the man in 2. Merely 2 seconds had elapsed since Chen Chao's arrival. Having swiftly dispatched the 4 individuals in the main control room, a flicker of divine power surged within Chen Chao's war god persona. Though scant, it was better than nothing. After all, generating divine energy from the deaths of 4 ordinary individuals was quite remarkable. Chen Chao inhaled deeply, storing the divine energy, and promptly seated himself before the central computer. He activated the communicator and declared, I have infiltrated the control room and am now prepared to hack into the database of the Divine Creation Alliance. You may escort Xiaomei to the cultivation pod on the 1st floor. Got it. Go for it, big brother. We're ready to move in, Zayakala exclaimed, eagerly anticipating her moment to strike. This internet-addicted girl, having suffered defeat in her games, now resembled a beast unleashed from its chains, transforming into a fierce little warrior as she charged toward the Ghost Wolf experimental factory. In the control room, Chen Chao opened the threshold for Kara and the others. Along the way, they encountered several patrolling guards, but before Suzai could even draw her dagger, Zayakala had already toppled them. Why not eliminate them? Suzai asked, puzzled by the sight of the guards incapacitated by Kara. At present, human technology is incapable of spontaneously generating a completely new gene. However, it can optimize existing ones. As the last viable vessel, Nanjiamei's genes are most suitable for transformation into the ultimate weapon gene. Direct modification is fraught with risks. Hence, the first step is to extract Xiaomei's genes for batch modification. Once the ultimate weapon gene has been successfully altered, it can then be implanted using gene virus principles. Landlord's sister expertly initiated the apparatus, and once prepared, she leaned down to Xiaomei, saying, Child, when the time comes, simply lie in that device and take a nap. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. I know Mama and Uncle Chen will protect me, the little girl replied, looking up with a maturity that was both endearing and heart-wrenching. Shiden and Inya exchanged glances, touched by the child's understanding. At such a tender age, one would typically revel in the warmth of parental affection. Yet, little Mei had never experienced such a childhood. Once this ordeal concludes, Mother shall never part from Xiaomei again. The landlady embraced Xiaomei and lifted her into her arms. Xiaomei reached out to cradle the landlady's face, planting a fervent kiss upon it. As for Chen Chao, despite the formidable firewall of the Divine Creation Alliance, it paled in comparison to his prowess as a world-class hacker. Not that it was entirely ineffectual. With a few clever maneuvers, he could breach it with ease. I have procured the complete data on the Phoenix Project, Yujia. Prepare to receive the genetic sequence data for the ultimate weapon, he typed rapidly, perusing the comprehensive details of the Phoenix Project while simultaneously transmitting the requisite information to the landlady. Everything transpired seamlessly. So much so that Chen Chao began to question the reality of it all. Why does this feel almost too effortless? Are the members of the Divine Creation Alliance truly this inept? He could not help but mutter, with unwavering focus. He observed the landlady as she extracted Xiaomei's genes and prepared all necessary apparatus. Subsequently, She inserted a disk into the encryption lock of the device, initiating the genetic program for the ultimate weapon. After a brief operation, the genetic blueprint was successfully synthesized, and the process to create the genetic virus commenced, leading into the gene implantation procedure. Xiaomei lay peacefully in the incubation chamber, appearing as though she were in slumber. The genetic virus was completed, and the implantation began. The landlady's voice trembled. In this moment, she could not fathom how many years she had awaited this. Yet, when her dream was on the cusp of realization, it felt surreal. Despite this, she pressed the button to initiate the gene implantation for the ultimate weapon. After activating the program, the landlady placed her hand against the glass of the incubation chamber, her eyes filled with the image of the small figure within, as if it constituted her entire world. The machinery whirred to life, the measurements of the genetic toxin meticulously calculated, and through a series of syringes, it was injected into Xiaomei's body. Though still in slumber, Xiaomei involuntarily flailed her arms as if fighting for her life, akin to a drowning person. Even the immortal energy within her began to stir restlessly. This is a normal response. Do not worry, Chen Xiao reassured her through the communicator, as Xiaomei's genes were attacked and replaced by the genetic toxin. The chaotic behavior of the immortal energy was anticipated by Dr. Ghostblade. The landlady, suppressing her heartache, encouraged Xiaomei through the glass of the incubation chamber. Kara stood by, silently cheering for Xiaomei. The personnel were entirely unprepared for the ensuing chaos, swiftly torn apart by the rampaging experimental subjects. The experimental subjects are out of control. Requesting assistance. The armed forces were immediately dispatched. The situation spiraled into madness. Help! Help! The screen played out harrowing scenes of unimaginable carnage. Even the most formidable supernatural beings find themselves at a loss when confronted with the overwhelming multitude of ghost wolf experimental subjects, let alone ordinary personnel. Simultaneously, a squad of armed personnel burst into Xiaomei's experimental chamber. Upon entry, they exhibited no intention of communication. Immediately raising their firearms and unleashing a hail of gunfire at Shenzhen Li Weiqiang and his companions. A rapid succession of bullets whistled through the air, striking the earth-toned energy shield conjured by Li Weiqiang, which he had interposed before the group. The bullets collided with the shield, creating ripples akin to dust rising from the ground. In an instant, Zayakala surged forward, deflecting the gunfire as she charged to the front of the squad, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, one individual was sent flying, prompting others to discard their ineffective rifles. With a roar, their bodies began to swell, transforming into werewolves, their muscles bursting through their clothing, revealing furry claws and sharp fangs, each letting out a fearsome growl. Werewolves? Chapter 37, The Ancients. The appearance of Chen Xiao seemed to disrupt their feeding, as the three ghost wolf experimental subjects opened their blood-stained maws, dripping crimson, and emitted furious howls directed at Chen Xiao. As they charged, their speed surpassed that of ordinary werewolves. Why the hostility? I am not encroaching on your meal, Chen Xiao thought, his pace not merely maintained but quickened as he hurtled towards the trio of ghost wolves. With a thunderous crash that echoed throughout the space, Chen Xiao's speed surged, akin to a heavily armored tank racing at over 200 miles per hour, colliding with the three ghost wolves. An overwhelmingly terrifying force crushed through them, fracturing bones, and sending them careening back in disarray. With a series of sickening cracks, the broken ghost wolves writhed momentarily before their injuries rapidly healed. Chen Xiao, somewhat taken aback, noted their astonishing recovery speed. In the blink of an eye, the three ghost wolves lunged once more, and this time, Chen Xiao set aside any underestimation, delivering a serious punch aimed squarely at one wolf's head. With a resounding impact, Chen Xiao's punch, exceeding 60 tons of force, obliterated the wolf's head upon contact, scattering its remains in a gruesome spray toward the direction of his strike. The residual shockwave sent the other two wolves reeling. In the depths of the northern sea of Fusang, there lies a prison forged of silver beneath the rock layers. The chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, Count Vlad, stood before a colossal werewolf, its vital points pierced by chains of silver. The werewolf appeared exceedingly frail, its body marred by the silver chains that had pierced its flesh, leaving gaping wounds that had long since festered, the surrounding tissue displaying signs of silver poisoning. It seemed to have been imprisoned for an eternity. William, God created us, and we were destined to be the sovereigns of this world. Yet, our two races have been embroiled in conflict, missing the opportune moment to dominate this realm. Now, this world belongs to the awakened humans. Count Vlad, holding a goblet filled with his favorite blood type, savored a sip, revealing a look of satisfaction before addressing the werewolf once more. Though we are the oldest of the extraordinary beings, God has set our limits too low in our creation. Neither the noble bloodline nor the humble werewolves can attain the status of saints. You may not be aware of what a saint is, but it is a recent emergence over the past few centuries, a realm of power, if you will. As the progenitor of the noble bloodline, I have lived through endless ages, witnessed the tide of the Industrial Revolution, and experienced the might of nuclear weaponry. Yet, none of these can compare to the power of a saint. At this juncture, Vlad's expression shifted to one of longing. The might of a saint could alter the very course of rivers and effortlessly flatten a mountain. In comparison, both the noble vampires and the humble werewolves appear pitifully weak. Whether it be the progenitor of vampires or that of werewolves, they are merely entities of the extraordinary plane. Before the dawn of the saints, vampires and werewolves wielded immense power, had it not been for their incessant strife. Ruling over humanity during the age of cold weapons would have posed no challenge. However, as history unfolded, humanity invented gunpowder, firearms, and awakened beings, each step further constraining the existence of vampires and werewolves. Yet, for Count Vlad, none of this posed any significant threat, for he considered himself the progenitor of vampires, an immortal noble bloodline. In his eyes, few things in this world could threaten him. Count Vlad was confident that no matter how the world transformed, he could thrive amidst it all. Chapter 38. The perfect ghost wolf form. Count Vlad approached the werewolf progenitor, his slender fingers, delicate as a woman's, grasping the werewolf's head and drawing it close. "William, my friend, it is time to conclude our millennia-long friendship. Allow me to savor your blood one last time." With those words, Count Vlad opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, and bit into the werewolf progenitor's artery. With a roar, the weakened werewolf struggled fiercely, its enormous claws tearing at the silver chains on the wall, exacerbating its already ravaged wounds and spilling fresh blood. Yet, it was all in vain. After a considerable time, Count Vlad, having feasted to his heart's content, lifted his head and exhaled deeply. As if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world, he revealed a countenance of profound satisfaction. The perfect ghost wolf gene comprises three components: 1 part vampire gene, 1 part werewolf gene, and the intermediary, the gene container of the Phoenix energy entity. The true essence of the Ghost Wolf Project transcends the mere creation of a formidable army of extraordinary beings. Its genuine aim is to harness the exceptional adaptability of the container gene, facilitating the simultaneous integration of vampire and werewolf genes through continuous adjustment and research. Building upon this foundation, the ultimate weapon gene is to be further transformed, absorbing the Phoenix energy entity to achieve the final metamorphosis. For Count Vlad, this represents the culmination of his sanctification endeavor. Count Vlad has long been injected with the container gene virus, and, having now absorbed the blood of the werewolf progenitor, has directly drawn from the primordial werewolf gene. Vampires inherently possess a profound mastery over blood. Restoring his human form, Count Vlad turned his gaze towards the Ghost Wolf experimental facility. The ideal ultimate form is envisioned to be the gene of the transformed ultimate weapon, Xiaomei, combined with the container gene that merges the vampire and werewolf essence, culminating in the Ghost Wolf ultimate weapon. Ultimately, it will absorb the Phoenix energy entity, shattering the final constraints to become a saint. And not just any saint, but the mightiest among them. Today, I shall achieve the pinnacle of sanctity. This will be my era, William, Count Vlad exclaimed with exhilaration. Having spoken, he did not linger, abandoning the near-death werewolf progenitor without taking his life. According to the lore of witches, both vampires and werewolves draw their power from their progenitors. Should the progenitor perish, the lineage would lose its strength. Thus, Vlad chose to imprison the werewolf progenitor rather than to execute him, concerned that his demise would result in the loss of many lowly werewolf slaves. Emerging from the subterranean prison, Count Vlad ascended to the surface, where he beheld the first rays of dawn rising in the east. The sunlight cascaded upon him, imparting a gentle warmth. After basking in the sun's embrace for a moment, Count Vlad unfurled his bat-like wings, gazing towards the Ghost Wolf experimental facility. The net had ensnared a great catch. It was time to reel it in. At the Ghost Wolf experimental facility, the gene transplantation progress of Xiaomei had reached 50%. The Phoenix energy entity was gradually stabilizing, retracting back into Xiaomei's form. Nevertheless, the air within the factory remained saturated with a searing intensity. The landlady and Suzai had just concluded their battle against the attacking werewolf forces and had not yet caught their breath when 4 or 5 Ghost Wolf experimental subjects, drawn by the scent of blood, surged into the space. Chapter 39. The Unbearable Loss. Roar. After the Ghost Wolf experimental subject blocked Li Weiqiang's punch, it lunged fiercely, its sharp fangs sinking into Li Weiqiang's skull. Fortunately, Li Weiqiang had long employed earth energy to form a protective barrier, sparing him from having his head bitten off by the assailants. At that critical moment, Suzai teleported behind the ghoul wolf experiment, which was attacking the landlady. And with a flash of her silver dagger, she severed half of the creature's head in an instant. Little Carla descended from above, positioning herself in front of the landlady, taking a deep breath before unleashing her icy breath. As the enormous claw descended with a thunderous crash, it came to a halt just a hair's breadth from Carla, who had successfully frozen the creature's blood, transforming it into a magnificent ice sculpture. "How dare you bully me?" The landlady, still shaken, vented her frustration by delivering a powerful kick to the ice statue. Though she was the weakest among the group, she was still a high-level awakener. Her kick was sufficient to bend a steel pipe, and it shattered the frozen ghoul wolf experiment into countless icy shards. In a fleeting moment, 2 or 3 more ghoul wolf experiments were assaulting Shield Mountain Li Weiqiang. Standing at the forefront, he became the primary target of their relentless attacks. The 3 grotesque ghoul wolf experiments continuously clawed at Li Weiqiang's protective barrier, gradually wearing it down to a precarious thinness. Little Carla soared forth, her eyes ablaze with thermal vision. Suzai, her gaze icy, executed a series of rapid teleports, launching her dagger at the ghoul wolf experiments with unrelenting precision. Meanwhile, the landlady held her gun steadfastly before the incubation pod, her expression grave as she remained vigilant against any potential sneak attacks. A series of howls echoed as several more ghoul wolf experiments infiltrated their position, while Shield Mountain struggled to maintain his defense. Among the group, only Carla possessed the capability to independently eliminate a ghoul wolf experiment, while Suzai relied on her teleportation to engage 1 or 2 of them, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Under different circumstances, she would have rushed to embrace Chen Qiao with fervent kisses upon his arrival. When Chen Qiao arrived, he encountered waves of ghoul wolf assaults, causing a slight delay of a few seconds. Fortunately, he was not too late. "Brother," little Carla exclaimed upon seeing Chen Qiao, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Both Shield Mountain and Yin Yi were taken aback by Chen Qiao's grand entrance, instantly dispatching a powerful ghoul wolf experiment. They were stunned by the stark disparity in strength. Had the gap truly widened to such an extent? They had initially believed that even if Chen Qiao was formidable, he would not be vastly superior, given that their rankings were higher than his. In that fleeting moment, both Shield Mountain and Yin Yi were overcome by a sense of helplessness. "Don't just stand there." Chen Qiao noticed everyone staring at him. Even though he was undeniably handsome, there was no need for such attention at this moment. After the battle, shall we not take a moment to observe the aftermath? Naturally, this invitation is extended solely to the female classmates, while the rather unkempt figure beside us may take his leave. Roar, roar, roar. As Chen Qiao faced the oncoming assault, several ghost wolf experimental subjects surged towards him. Unfazed, Chen Qiao awaited their advance, and as they leaped into the air, his thermal vision swept across the scene. The airborne ghost wolves, unable to alter their trajectory in an instant, found themselves bisected by Chen Qiao's scorching gaze, cleaved in twain. The ghost wolves, possessing formidable vitality, did not succumb immediately despite being severed. In fact, their injuries seemed to incite a frenzy, rendering them even more bloodthirsty. Chapter 40, Count Vlad. It was evident that Shield Mountain Li Weiqiang had not included the landlady's sister in his calculations. After all, only she among those present was a high-tier awakened being amidst a congregation of extraordinary entities. Li Weiqiang felt unworthy to compare himself to her. "Perish, you hairless mongrel!" Li Weiqiang bellowed, his fists coalescing with layer upon layer of earth energy, transforming them into relentless battering rams, striking downward with unyielding force. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, his fists descended like a torrential downpour upon one of the ghost wolf subjects. Despite its desperate attempts to resist, it was driven back, its flesh rupturing, exposing grotesque bones. Die! Li Weiqiang's momentum reached a fever pitch, his fists drenched in the blood of the ghost wolf. He raised his drill-like fists high, channeling all of his strength into his right hand, and then struck down upon the skull of the ghost wolf experimental subject with tremendous force. Thud! The ground resonated with a dull thump as the ghost wolf's head was obliterated from the relentless barrage, shattering its heart in the process. It was as if a heavy truck had repeatedly crushed it, leaving not a single intact bone in its body. Panting heavily, having confirmed the demise of the ghost wolf subject, Shield Mountain Li Weiqiang ceased his assault, his chest heaving like a bellows, gasping for breath. Following a brief skirmish, the ghost wolves within the experimental factory had been largely eradicated, leaving only a handful roaming about, scavenging the remains of their fallen kin. This creature is not so formidable after all. It merely possesses a robust vitality, making it a bit cumbersome to eliminate. Carla, having crashed through numerous walls, finally came to a halt, struggling to rise from the rubble, brushing off the dust, and feeling a twinge of pain in her right arm. Meanwhile, on the other side, after being struck aside by the shadow, Suzai gripped her dagger and, from a distance of 10 meters, slashed forward before employing her teleportation ability to maneuver behind the shadow. Heh. The shadow curled his lips into a sardonic smile. His gaze shifted backward, seemingly anticipating the trajectory of Suzai's instantaneous movement. With fingers spread wide and nails sharp as blades, he turned and lunged toward the space behind him, moving with a swiftness that surpassed even Suzai's own speed. The sheer force of his strike that had sent Carla flying suggested that if Suzai were to be caught by his claw, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome demise. In that moment, time appeared to slow dramatically. As Suzai completed her teleportation, she caught sight of the cold smile of the shadow, along with its razor-sharp claw inching closer. Although she remained unaware of the nature of this sudden and terrifying presence, the fact that it had effortlessly dispatched both Shielder and Carla was enough to indicate its formidable power. Suzai was an assassin-type extraordinary being, skilled in stealth and assassination. If her methods were discerned by her opponent, it would spell certain death. A fleeting thought of failure crossed her mind. For an assassin, the margin for error was razor-thin, and a single misstep could lead to annihilation. Retreat behind me, a flash of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged from afar, sweeping past the shadow and materializing before Suzai. A colossal hand seemed to shield the entire world, positioning itself in front of her and gradually pushing her backward. Who? The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. The figure who identified himself as Vlad appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and possessing a tall, impeccably proportioned physique imbued with an indescribable air of nobility. Upon hearing the name Vlad, the landlady's face betrayed a flicker of disbelief. Impossible. How have you transformed into this? She recognized the chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, a being reminiscent of a demon. In her memory, Count Vlad was gaunt, with skin as pale as death. The man before her was his polar opposite. Yet, upon closer inspection, she still recognized him. In my past existence, I bore significant flaws in my life essence. But I have since rectified those deficiencies and even discovered the path to a higher plane. Count Vlad spoke fluently in Mandarin, his tone resonating with an air reminiscent of the Republic era. Throughout his long life, he had traversed the globe, naturally acquiring more than one language. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the cultivation chamber housing Xiaomei, his eyes reflecting the anticipation of witnessing a fruit nearing ripeness, ready for harvest. He intended to absorb her blood before the completion of her ultimate weapon gene implantation and seize the energy of the Phoenix. However, prior to that, testing his strength against these lowly humans seemed an excellent choice. After all, once he ascended to the status of a saint, encountering such adversaries would become exceedingly rare. Count Vlad's gaze swept across the crowd, his expression radiating an air of absolute control. The landlady, resembling a lioness fiercely guarding her cubs, stood resolutely between Count Vlad and the young May, disregarding the disparity in their strengths. With a rifle in her hands, its silver bullets loaded, she threatened, "I shall not allow you to harm May. Absolutely not." Given her youth and femininity, Carla found herself at a slight disadvantage in this contest of strength. In contrast, Chen held no such reservations, launching a serious punch towards his opponent. In an instant, claw met fist, unleashing a thunderous clash that reverberated through the space, scattering objects in all directions and cracking the very ground beneath them. Their confrontation resembled a collision of two heavy trucks at full speed, a spectacle of awe-inspiring might and sound that echoed for miles. This time, Chen did not get knocked back. Instead, Count Vlad was propelled towards the wall with even greater velocity. He barely had time to transform into a bat before crashing into the wall with a resounding crash, obliterating it entirely. "Carla, I have avenged you," Chen declared, still in the motion of his punch. His explosive strike, exceeding 60 tons of force, failed to obliterate the so-called Count Vlad. Evidently, he was a formidable adversary deserving of serious consideration. How could this be possible? Count Vlad, now amidst a pile of rubble, no longer exuded his earlier noble demeanor. Dust covered him, and his once sleek hair was now a tangled mess. He was struck by astonishment. The first time he was repelled by Chen, he could attribute it to a surprise attack, a breach of martial ethics against an ancient being like himself. Yet this time, Count Vlad had exerted himself fully, merging the perfect genes of the ghost wolf. Even without transforming, he possessed enough power to overwhelm high-tier transcendence. Why then? Did the outcome remain unchanged? Beside them, the landlady appeared somewhat dazed, for the chief of the Divine Creation Alliance was rumored to be an exceptionally powerful entity. Yet his reality seemed to fall short of such lofty claims. Chapter 42. With this punch, you shall perish. Utilizing the ultimate weapon gene as a medium. Merging the primordial bloodline of vampires with that of the original werewolves, the perfect ghost wolf form possessed a strength comparable to that of a semi-saint. Count Vlad had initially believed Chen Chao to be merely an ordinary transcendent. After all, he had been vigilant towards those transcendent beings that might threaten his ascension to sainthood, and none bore any record of Chen Chao. Even when Chen Chao displayed remarkable strength in defeating ordinary ghost wolf experimental subjects, Count Vlad had not anticipated that his power exceeded even that of his normal state, nearing the threshold of a semi-saint. How could a being with such strength remain obscure? Unless, of course, he was a secret weapon meticulously concealed by the nation of Huagua. Count Vlad gazed at Chen Chao, increasingly convinced that his suspicions were indeed accurate. He had believed his meticulously crafted scheme was flawless, yet unexpectedly, the extraordinary association had unraveled his design and opted for an unconventional approach, using Nanjiame as bait, orchestrating a clever counter-strategy that lured him into a trap of his own making. The mastermind behind this scheme was truly cunning and shrewd. However, in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and machinations appeared as laughable and clumsy antics. A cold smirk formed on Count Vlad's lips. Unless a sage from Huagua entered the fray, no one could thwart his ascension to sanctity today. In an instant, Count Vlad's mind raced. Yet his confrontation with Chen Chao showed no sign of hesitation. Upon transforming into the perfect ghost wolf form, Count Vlad's strength surged to the demi-saint level, and even the characteristic sanguine aura of a vampire was thoroughly consolidated within him. At that moment, Count Vlad's figure flickered, altering his previous assault strategy, morphing into a fleeting shadow that lunged towards Chen Chao. In an instant, he closed the distance, preparing for close-quarters combat. Chen Chao responded in kind, unleashing a powerful punch. Though it appeared devoid of any technique, Chen Chao had already elevated his combat skills to level 9. Kara and the landlady, along with others, had retreated to the sidelines. Xiaomei's gene transplantation was nearing completion, after which they would promptly depart with her, as per Chen Chao's explicit instructions. Draped in black, Chen Chao's formidable energy surged forth, causing the entire island to tremble, and Count Vlad's expression darkened. He had undoubtedly ascended to the demi-saint level. He should have been the one to dominate everything. Why was he still being overwhelmed by his opponent? Could it be that the adversary was a disguised sage? In that fleeting moment, Count Vlad began to question his own power. With a deadly earnestness, Chen Chao launched a decisive punch. He did not relent in his assault. As he struck at his opponent's vital points, he shattered the sound barrier, unleashing a force exceeding 60 tons. The void trembled as Count Vlad began to doubt his existence. Faced with Chen Chao's power and momentum, which had reached their zenith, Count Vlad found himself with no avenue of retreat. The ancient progenitor of the bloodline let out a furious roar. His eyes blazed with a crimson glow, and all his strength coalesced into a singular point. As his life force formed a massive, scarlet bat shadow behind him. This was his mightiest power, born from the sacrifice of his very essence. Blood magic, blood shadow assault. In an instant, the air was thick with a potent metallic scent of blood. The enormous scarlet bat shadow loomed ominously, its life force more solid than ever, resembling red steel, sweeping forth with terrifying might. This was Count Vlad's ultimate strike. Chapter 43. Where did the bat come from? Although Count Vlad had evolved into the perfect ghost wolf form, he had indeed reached the demi-saint level. However, he merely relied on the power of genetic fusion to forcibly enhance his strength, rendering him a mere semi-saint in physical form, lacking the refinement through the might of heaven and earth. Thus, he did not embody the true essence of a semi-saint. Consequently, when Chen Chao unleashed his formidable celestial power, Count Vlad's heart began to quiver with fear. In an instant, Count Vlad let out a piercing roar. The bat-like apparition behind him recklessly lunged towards Chen Chao, while he himself, flapping his bat wings, accelerated to the utmost, fleeing desperately into the distance. Before the crimson bat apparition could descend, a cold, bloodthirsty aura surged forth like crashing waves. Chen Chao remained as steadfast as a mountain, his divine power locking onto Count Vlad's true form, and then with a swift motion, he launched a punch. Boom. At the moment the sound wave erupted, an intensely radiant silver light abruptly cleaved through the void, causing the crimson bat apparition to momentarily falter, as the overwhelming sea of blood receded like a tide. In the next heartbeat, cracks appeared at the center of the bat apparition, bursting forth with a thunderous sound, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Damn it! Why? Why is this happening? Count Vlad sensed the breath of death drawing ever closer. In the next instant, a blinding light surged from behind him, piercing through the heavens. Although he maintained his fleeing posture, he could distinctly feel an immensely powerful energy breach his defenses in an instant, obliterating everything in its wake. Crack, crack, crack. Count Vlad's body resembled a shattered porcelain doll, appearing riddled with countless fissures. Silver energy surged within these cracks, only to explode violently moments later. Boom. Instinctively, she executed a series of instantaneous movements, her form flickering until she found herself outside the small island, plunging into the depths of the sea. Boom. Just as Sue's eye submerged beneath the water, a fiery energy wave erupted, instantly vaporizing a large volume of the seawater above her. Now concealed within the ocean, she felt as though she were immersed in boiling water. Had it not been for her extraordinary physique, she would likely have been scalded to death. In the eastern capital of Fusang, within an ancient and elegant mansion, the front courtyard was spacious, adorned with a rockery and pool on the right side. Dozens of armored samurai wielding bamboo swords engaged in fierce combat, their battle cries echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the mansion, an elderly man dressed in a gray martial arts outfit sat cross-legged, with his eyes closed. His aura was as imposing as a mountain, a worn samurai sword resting at his waist, while a young woman respectfully poured tea beside him. Her tea-pouring skills were intricate, indicative of a master well-versed in the art of tea. After serving tea to the elder, she presented it before him. At that moment, the elder suddenly opened his eyes, gazing intently towards the northern sea. "My lord Watanabe, what troubles you?" the young woman inquired anxiously upon noticing his demeanor. The elder pondered for a moment before replying. "There seems to be the presence of a saint in the northern sea. I shall go and investigate." In Fuso, there exists but a solitary elder sage, whose presence is imbued with a foreign aura of sanctity, thus warranting utmost seriousness in his regard. Upon concluding his words, the elder's form abruptly vanished from sight, causing the young woman to bow deeply in the direction he had departed. In the City of Demons, within the Exalted Tower, Chapter 44, Do Not Strike, We Are Allies. The tempest of the Phoenix's energy gradually dissipated as Chen Chao returned to the scene alongside his landlady. The Ghost Wolf experimental factory had been reduced to ruins amidst the violent energy storm, and even before their feet touched the ground, they were met with an overwhelming surge of searing heat. What transpired? How is Xiaomei? Concern etched across the landlady's face as she clung to Chen Chao, her thoughts veering towards the worst possible outcome. Did the genetic transplant fail? Chen Chao gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her. No, quite the opposite. The genetic transplant was exceedingly successful, to the point where Xiaomei is unable to harness such immense energy all at once. It was akin to expecting a 7-year-old child to wield a hammer weighing several hundred pounds. Xiaomei's spirit and willpower were far too fragile to fully command the vast power of the Phoenix energy entity. At that moment, Kara was also returning, her hands gripping the still-shaken Li Weiqiang, a formidable extraordinary being renowned for his defensive prowess, ranked 18th among heroes. Today marked the most perilous experience of his life. He vividly recalled the moment the Phoenix energy storm erupted in its entirety. Merely grazing the edge of that tempest, the cataclysmic energy had nearly torn him asunder, obliterating his very soul. Was this what it meant to wield saintly power? Li Weiqiang's complexion turned ashen, his body felt utterly drained. He had only seen such power in videos and on television. Now, immersed in the reality of it, he grasped the true terror of saintly strength. As Chen Chao and the landlady descended, they beheld Xiaomei standing at the center of a crater, seemingly engulfed in a state of confusion, incapable of controlling the Phoenix energy entity. At that moment, a blood-red bat darted swiftly towards her. Chen Chao approached Xiaomei, who appeared somewhat panicked, her fear of the flickering crimson energy evident. The landlady offered her words of comfort, just enough to stabilize the young girl's emotions. "How are you, Xiaomei? Do you feel all right?" Chen Chao inquired with concern. The young girl, seemingly apprehensive about harming Chen Chao, instinctively took a couple of steps back. Looking like a child who had erred, and with a hint of regret, she said, "Uncle Chen, I'm sorry. I can't control this energy right now. The moment I move, it might explode." Li Weiqiang and Su Zai dared only to observe from a distance, while Kara remained undaunted. Having absorbed some of the energy from the earlier storm, akin to basking in sunlight, yet at a much swifter pace, the blood-red bat in Chen Chao's grasp continued to advance, intent on consuming the Phoenix energy emanating from Xiaomei. "Youngster, share a portion of that girl's energy with me." and she shall learn to harness this power. The crimson bat opened its mouth greedily. Its broken teeth had yet to heal. Yet this did not hinder its ability to absorb energy. When Count Vlad engineered the perfect vampire wolf virus, he incorporated the genetic makeup of the phoenix, thus enabling him to contain the phoenix's energy. The landlady quickly deduced the bat's identity and swiftly drew a pistol from her bosom, loading it with silver bullets, threatening, "I do not believe your nonsense. I shall kill you. You foolish woman, I am a noble bloodline. Do you truly believe silver bullets can harm me? Have you lost your senses?" The crimson bat scoffed, continuing, "I have already mentioned that the sword saint of Fusang will arrive shortly. Only I can assist this girl in resolving her current predicament." Before the crimson bat could finish its sentence, Chen Chao tightened his grip, causing the bat to emit a series of desperate squeaks. Chapter 45. My lord, times have changed. Faced with the sudden onslaught of a blade, Chen Chao's expression turned grave. Divine powers surged within him, and instead of retreating, he propelled himself skyward, charging towards the formidable wave of energy emanating from the blade. "Kara, you must leave now," he called to Kara, acutely aware of the catastrophic force contained within that strike. Even unleashing all his divine might would not suffice to completely withstand the blow, but he could at least create a momentary opportunity for Kara and the others to escape. In the next instant, the colossal blade descended from the heavens, threatening to cleave the world in twain. The crimson bat, transformed from Count Vlad, was gripped by sheer terror. The overwhelming power of the heavens and earth evoking memories of its past encounter with the sword saint of Huagua a century prior. "Damn it, let me go? If you seek death, I shall not stop you, but do not drag me with you." The crimson bat shrieked in a heart-wrenching wail, thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to escape Chen Chao's grasp, as if the descending blade heralded the apocalypse. "Brother, uncle." Below, Su Zai instantly transported the landlady to safety, while Li Weiqiang hastily followed suit. Kara stood rooted in place, gazing skyward alongside Xiaomei. In the next moment, Chen Chao collided with the vast blade. Boom! An unprecedented explosion reverberated across the sky above the island, akin to the simultaneous detonation of hundreds of missiles. The residual force of the descending blade rained down, tearing through the landscape as if shredding a sheet of rice paper, mercilessly fracturing the entire island. The ground crumbled beneath them. In the skies, Su Zai and Li Weiqiang's faces drained of color as they fled in a frantic escape towards the waters of Huagua without looking back. With a swish, the sword strike, devoid of any infused power, was merely a simple cut, yet it annihilated most of the crimson bat's form, leaving only the last remnants of its body. Watanabe Mifu. This is how you treat your allies. The blood-colored bat, its body severed in half, emitted a chilling and mournful shriek. The notion of allies is predicated on the existence of equal strength. Do you presume I am unaware of your subtle maneuvers over the years? In the face of absolute power, your schemes are but a jest. Watanabe Ichihiro, the sword saint of Fusang, turned his gaze from the half-dismembered bat and stepped forward onto the small island, leaving Count Vlad trembling in midair. The Count seemed to be transported back to the era of humanity's ascendance. Recalling the words spoken by the awakened as they stormed the vampire fortress with their firearms, "My lord, times have changed." The elder sheathed his katana, allowing it to rest casually at his side, as he strode purposefully toward Chen Chao. "You are formidable. You endured my strike, and yet remain unscathed. It appears you have reached the threshold of a demigod. Alas, a demigod is still not a true saint. Esteemed elder, we harbor no intention of enmity with you. We are merely here for..." Chen Chao attempted to explain patiently, wishing to avoid conflict with a being of saintly caliber. However, the elder was clearly disinclined to entertain further discourse. Interrupting Chen Chao, he chuckled, "Though I have little fondness for vampires or werewolves, merely relics of a bygone era, your actions here, my dear Count Vlad, will incur consequences. I am but a warrior, devoid of reason. My only recourse is to kill." In Watanabe Ichihiro's eyes, even if these young individuals were powerful among the extraordinary, what of it? Beneath the saints, all are but ants, lacking the strength of a saint. They are unqualified to engage in reasoned discourse with him. In an instant, Watanabe Ichihiro unleashed another strike. The immense forces of heaven and earth surged forth, coalescing into a vast blade of energy, as if to rend the very fabric of the void, aimed squarely at Chen Chao. Upon hearing Watanabe Ichihiro's proclamation, the blood-colored bat, despite its grim demeanor, flapped its remaining wing and conveyed a feeble message. "Watanabe-kun, allow me to absorb the energy of the phoenix. Our cooperation remains viable. Should I perish, all experiments will be rendered futile, to your detriment as well." Previously, Count Vlad had leveraged the ghost wolf virus as a bargaining chip to forge an alliance with Fusang's elite. although Watanabe Ichihiro had not partaken in those dealings. As the sole saint of Fusang, no decision could bypass his authority. After a moment of silence, Watanabe Ichihiro coldly inquired, "Is it necessary for the host to remain alive to absorb the energy of the phoenix?" "Not at all," the blood-colored bat replied eagerly. "I see," Watanabe Ichihiro mused. He did not regard this lightly. Although the host of the phoenix's energy was formidable, they would not wield that power effectively, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. It seemed any saint could easily subdue her. Below, the misty dark red energy gradually dissipated, and Watanabe Ichihiro observed that the two young individuals, previously affected by the phoenix's energy, stood unharmed upon the fractured island. One would assume that being so close to the energy wave of the immortal phoenix would lead to a certain demise, yet astonishingly, they emerged unscathed. How intriguing. Watanabe Iki flashed a grin. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat with another. Due to the existence of the Saints' Agreement, conflicts among saints were rare on the international stage. Furthermore, with no secret realms opening in Fusang, it was challenging for Watanabe Iki to find a worthy opponent. The young individuals before him were perfectly suited to help him stretch his muscles. On the small island, Chen Xiao and Kara once again absorbed the energy of the immortal phoenix. Although their strength had improved, the continuous absorption without adequate digestion meant that any further gains would be minimal for the moment. As the Fusang Sword Saint descended back to the sea, Chen Xiao addressed Kara and Nanjiame. "Kara, Xiaomei, can you hold him off for 30 seconds? Just 10 seconds will suffice." Against a saint, conventional tactics could never hope to prevail. Bang! As the sound reverberated, Kara was sent flying backward, akin to a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the shattered island below. After knocking Kara away, Watanabe Iki raised his katana and swung forcefully in front of him. It was as if he had cleaved the heavens and the earth in two. A tremendous force forming an invisible wall that blocked the attack from the Phoenix's phantom behind Nanjiame. Now, it's my turn to attack. Facing the towering dark red flames before him, a majestic power surged from Watanabe Iki, merging with the katana in his grasp. Though merely an ordinary sword, it radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light under the influence of this cosmic force. Flowing water's essence, a slash of mountains and rivers. The blade's aura soared into the sky, expanding to dozens of meters high, its blinding energy shaking the very foundations of the world, as if it aimed to split the ocean in two. A cry of sheer terror erupted from the immortal phoenix energy within Nanjiame, as if it sensed the threat of annihilation. Nanjiame, too, seemed to perceive the imminent danger, hastily gathering energy to form layers of protective barriers before her. The earth-shattering blade of energy descended with thunderous force, its might surpassing the casual slashes Watanabe Iki had unleashed previously, shattering layer upon layer of energy defenses. As the blade's aura drew perilously close to Nanjiame, Kara surged forth from the water, her eyes blazing with fervent determination, recklessly attempting to intercept the dreadful strike. Yet, despite her efforts, the lethal blow could not be thwarted. Chapter 47. The threat of a saint. Although Watanabe Iki sensed Chen Xiao launching a kick towards him, the opponent's speed was overwhelming, so swift that even the saint could not muster the reflex to parry with his blade, relying instead on instinct to channel the cosmic power and shield his body. Boom! It felt as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment. As Chen Xiao's foot struck Watanabe Iki squarely in the chest, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, creating a circular vacuum zone at its center, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Coughing, Watanabe Iki spat a mouthful of fresh blood as the tremendous powers of the universe, concentrated by Chen Xiao's divine force at his feet, were forcefully repelled. His gray martial attire was utterly torn apart, and his body was hurled backward, crashing onto the continent not far behind him. Boom, boom. The central area of the land was pierced by the old man's form, resulting in concentric spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the earth, which soon erupted violently, sending countless fragments soaring into the sky, as if a rain of stones were falling from the heavens. Carla and Nanjiame were left in a state of shock. They had personally witnessed the might of the sage. Such a formidable foe had been effortlessly dispatched by their brother. No, their uncle, with a single kick. How impressive! As Chen Xiao landed back on the ground, the burden of moving at 10 times the speed of sound weighed heavily upon him. However, the regenerative capabilities of his superhuman physique were remarkable. As long as he wasn't instantly reduced to ashes, any severe injuries would swiftly mend under the sun's rays. Brother, is that person dead? Little Carla, upon seeing Chen Xiao, finally relaxed her taut nerves, having previously feared for her life. Nanjiame shared her trepidation. After all, they were merely two young girls, and maintaining composure in the face of a life-and-death crisis was already quite remarkable. Chen Xiao glanced at the land just a stone's throw away from the small island. A white energy avatar unleashed a punch, striking the massive katana. Upon contact, an incredibly dazzling light erupted, resembling a second sun, and exploded with a deafening roar. Boom, boom. An even more ferocious shockwave radiated outward, sweeping like a hurricane in all directions, causing the sea below to dip and forming a semicircular vacuum zone with a diameter of several hundred meters. Subsequently, an immense wave surged as water rushed back in. In that instant, sages from nations around the world sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes toward this direction. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Chen Xiao and his companions remained untouched by the terrifying energy tempest, for before them stood a woman with long brown hair. Clad in a white trench coat, though not particularly tall, she stood resolutely, impervious to the chaotic energies swirling around. Watanabe, you are hundreds of years old. Why bother with a few children? The newcomer was none other than the sage they had encountered before in the extraordinary tower, the esteemed Nian Di, Hua Rulan. Watanabe Iki, having lived for several centuries, found himself in the presence of Chen Xiao, who was in his early 20s, a mere child in comparison. As the clouds dispersed above, the space was once again illuminated. The revered sword sage, Watanabe Iki, stood with his sword, a stern expression on his face as he directed his gaze toward them, coldly stating, Hua Rulan, you have entered without permission. Does Huagua intend to violate the sage agreement? Hua Rulan had yet to utter a word when Chen Xiao pointed at Watanabe Iki and berated, you old scoundrel. It is you who conspired with the Divine Creation Alliance to study the ghost wolf virus, thus violating humanitarian principles. You are merely a defeated foe of mine, yet you dare to act arrogantly before me. Do you believe that if you utter another word, today shall mark your demise? You wretch, I shall end your life. Watanabe Iki was truly incensed. I was struck by you, yet that was not due to my negligence. Did I not evade? How have I become your defeated foe? Hua Rulan, standing before them, was momentarily taken aback, casting a disbelieving glance at Chen Xiao. If I may, I implore everyone to cast a recommendation vote. Should my fellow brethren find this book to have merit and wish for its journey to extend further, I humbly beseech you to vote daily for recommendations. Whether you are following the updates or nurturing the book, please lend your support with your votes. This time, it is imperative. Last week, there were recommendations from various sites. And while the data was satisfactory, it plummeted during the New Year period. Could it be that everyone was busy with New Year-esque greetings and had no time? Although there is a recommendation from a site this week, the absence of mobile devices has rendered its effectiveness markedly inferior to last week's. I am filled with anxiety, restless and tormented, for if the data continues to falter, it will undoubtedly affect future recommendations. In fact, we might not even see significant recommendation placements thereafter. As the editors pay heed to the data, this data comprises daily collections, comments, rewards, and recommendation votes. If the data surpasses that of contemporaneous recommended novels, subsequent recommendations, perhaps even superior placements, will follow. This is crucial for the future of this book. Its journey further hinges upon your support. Now, let us delve into the plot. As of the current chapters, the novice tasks are nearly complete. We are about to embark on the formal narrative, commencing the main quest of unlocking the secret realm. Chapter 48, Knowledge Blind Spot. After Watanabe Iki departed, Hua Rulan furrowed her brow and remarked, that old scoundrel, who dares not confront me in battle, has intentionally set this trap for you. Chen Xiao, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? It is understandable that you are unaware. To ascend to the status of a saint requires the unification of body, energy, and spirit. His words were meant to leave you with a psychological obstacle. If you harbor fear and shy away from his challenge, then when you attempt to ascend to a saint, your body and mind will be unable to unify, and you will undoubtedly fail. However, should you not succumb to fear and accept his challenge, he will seize the opportunity to strike you down while your power is unstable. As you first enter the saint level, Hua Rulan elucidated to Chen Xiao. When a transcendent being ascends to a saint, all inner conflicts are magnified. Watanabe Iki's challenge is but a hidden demon that may arise at a critical moment. She learned from Li Wenyu that Chen Xiao possesses considerable talent and has the potential to ascend to a saint within a decade. After some contemplation, Hua Rulan remarked, however, there is no need for you to worry. When the international secret realm opens, I shall seize the opportunity to strike him a few times, and after a few encounters, he will undoubtedly become more compliant. Chen Xiao chuckled in silence, expressing his gratitude to the esteemed Emperor Nian. As long as I ascend to the saint level, eliminating him will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. This was not mere bravado. Chen Xiao possessed the bloodline of Krypton and the divine essence of a war god, rendering him invincible at equal levels. Despite the distinctions between the saint level and the awakened or extraordinary tiers, once he attained the saint level and acquired a steel body with saint-level defenses, he could withstand blows effortlessly, such that his adversary might not even be able to inflict harm upon him. Watanabe Ikki was unaware that he had been noted down by someone. Chen Xiao's words did not evoke any disdain from Hua Ruolin. Rather, she regarded him with newfound respect. In her view, the essence of a strong individual lies in their unwavering belief in their invincibility. Let us converse as we walk. Hua Ruolin glanced at the entity of Nanjiame hanging around Chen Xiao's neck, raising her hand to suppress the energy of the immortal phoenix, while simultaneously releasing the might of heaven and earth, guiding them toward the direction of Magic City. With Hua Ruolin's suppression, Nanjiame's immortal phoenix energy was finally contained, alleviating concerns about causing harm to others. As they departed, Hua Ruolin elucidated, to become a saint, the first step requires you to utilize your unique abilities to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. For instance, my awakened power is psychokinesis, which for me means merging my psychokinetic force with the cosmos to grasp the will of heaven and earth. And what if one is an enhancer? Chen Xiao inquired. There was no alternative. Technically, Chen Xiao fell under the category of an enhancer, thus he needed to pose the question for his own clarity. Beside him, Su Zai and Li Weiqiang listened intently. The wisdom of a saint was a rare opportunity. Although information about the saint level could be accessed, it was often a compilation of experiences from various saints in Huagua, requiring substantial merit. Thus, seizing this chance was only reasonable. Hua Ruolin glanced at Chen Xiao, pondering. Have you not already grasped the will of heaven and earth? Nevertheless, she patiently explained, I am not an enhancer, so my understanding is limited. Let me use Watanabe Ikki as an example. He represents the most ordinary type of enhancer, yet he has attained unity of mind and body through his swordsmanship. I see. Chen Xiao replied. To put it simply, it means becoming stronger. As long as one becomes sufficiently powerful, they can comprehend the will of heaven and earth. It appears I must continue to strive. Chen Xiao's realization resonated with Su Zai and Li Weiqiang, who nodded in agreement with his assertion. Hua Ruolin, taken aback by his words, uncertainly asked, Chen Xiao, are you not aware that you have already comprehended the will of heaven and earth? Huh. Chen Xiao responded, bewildered. Chapter 49. The stronger the better I understand now. Chen Xiao deliberated. Possessing more than two aspects of the will of heaven and earth may not necessarily confer immense strength, which implies that one would still be marginally stronger. He contemplated the possibility of attempting to master the divine essence of power, which, in Hua Ruolin's terms, translated to the will of the heavens concerning strength. If one were to draw the character card of Thor, would that not bestow upon them the essence of the thunder god? Hua Ruolin remains oblivious to Chen Xiao's thoughts. Were she aware, she would undoubtedly deliver a swift reprimand. I have imparted so much wisdom to you, and yet you seem to have grasped only the first utterance. Not everything benefits from abundance, you know? At this moment, Li Weiqiang could no longer contain himself and inquired, Master Nian Emperor, what is the path to ascend from a half-saint to a full saint? Presently, Li Weiqiang is an upper-tier extraordinary, only a short distance from the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Although his prowess does not rival that of Chen Xiao, he is nonetheless among the reserves of potential saints. Thus, he seizes this opportunity to seek further enlightenment regarding the saints. Hua Ruolin responded with a smile. No matter how vast your vessel, it cannot exceed the capacity of the cosmos. To become a saint, one must achieve unity of body and mind, condensing the Holy Seal to shatter one's limitations. Through the Holy Seal, one can commune with the heavens and the earth, summoning their immense powers at will, thus becoming unparalleled. The present company, while familiar with the concept of the Holy Seal, knew little beyond its significance as the foundation of a saint's might. Listening to Hua Ruolin's elucidation, they were filled with yearning, aspiring to one day condense the Holy Seal, break free from their constraints, and ascend to greatness. However, Chen Xiao interjected with concern, if one were to condense the Holy Seal on Blue Star, would their power be affected upon entering the secret realm? If they ventured into the cosmic void, devoid of the celestial forces to harness, would the Holy Seal become mere ornamentation? Hua Ruolin cast a glance at Chen Xiao. Is this lad deliberately attempting to undermine my discourse? How I long to strike him. Perhaps I could discreetly teach him a lesson here. Would he refrain from reporting to Li Wenyi upon returning? Yet, it is said that within the throes of life and death, opportunities abound. Under the weight of Chen Xiao's fist, the madman had managed to tap into his potential and escape from the brink of demise. After a few days of recuperation, he noticed a refinement in his strength and resolved to reassess his ranking. while also checking for any recent changes in the standings. Typically, the rankings on the hero list undergo minor fluctuations over time, yet the overall hierarchy remains distinctly defined, with little alteration over the years. The madman lit a cigarette, gripping the mouse with one hand, his gaze vacant as he focused on the computer screen. Let me see, which of those above me shall I challenge? Entering the official site of the Extraordinary Association, the madman accessed the hero list and casually scanned the top rankings. The leading contenders had remained unchanged for quite some time, particularly the number 1 ranked, Gun King Lin Chong, whose prowess with the Overlord's gun is reputed to be unrivaled beneath the saintly realm. It is said that Lin Chong has long attained the status of a half-saint. With such a figure at the pinnacle, no one beneath the saints could hope to displace him. Wait, why has Gun King Lin Chong dropped to second place? The name of the first-ranked hero is Oh My. The madman dropped his cigarette in shock upon realizing that the top contender was none other than the extraordinary Chen Chao. Level 1. Chen Chao, codename, Superman. Strength, half-step sage. Abilities, a power and speed-oriented extraordinary being, possessing unique capabilities such as flight and thermal vision. Pinnacle achievement, inflicted injury upon the renowned sword master of Fusong, Watanabe Ikki, with a single punch. Within the Extraordinary Association, there are indeed half-saint powerhouses, yet no matter how formidable a half-saint may be, they ultimately cannot rival a true sage. Aside from Chen Chao, it is difficult to find another who can strike a sage with such force. Thus, after extensive discussions within the Extraordinary Association, it was resolved to rank Chen Chao at the pinnacle position. The madman stared at the computer screen for a full 3 minutes before confirming that this Chen Chao was indeed the one the Extraordinary Association had previously dispatched to assess his capabilities, the very same Chen Chao who had nearly struck him down with a single blow. What had transpired in just half a month that he had ascended to the status of a half-saint, and how had he managed to injure the swordmaster of Fusong? Why had he engaged in combat with the swordmaster, and how had he succeeded in wounding him? Upon hearing the attending physician's words, both the landlady and Chen Chao nodded in understanding. Given that Nan Jiamei was in a state of potential outburst, they truly had no means to assist her. The current situation was, in fact, a relatively favorable outcome. After departing from the medical room, the landlady met up with Nan Jiamei and Kara at the training facility, subsequently ushering Chen Chao into a vehicle. Come, I shall take you to see a place. Where to? Chen Chao inquired. Noting that Kara and Nan Jiamei had not eaten anything all afternoon, he had intended to treat them to KFC. The landlady flashed a mysterious smile and instructed the taxi driver, to Pearl Garden, please. Understood. The driver acknowledged, starting the engine. Chen Chao pulled out his phone to check, discovering that Pearl Garden was the name of a residential community located near the Extraordinary Academy in the Magical City, primarily inhabited by awakened beings, including several extraordinary individuals. Given its proximity to the Academy and its design catering specifically to the awakened, the property prices were exorbitant. Upon realizing that the landlady intended to visit this locale, Chen Chao's thoughts sparked, and he queried, Sister, you don't tell me you've rented a place here? Rent? No, I bought it. The landlady waved her hand extravagantly. Even the driver couldn't help but glance over in surprise. To purchase property in Pearl Garden is the mark of a tycoon, a wealthy lady. I don't want to strive anymore. Aside from basking in the sun daily or having Nan Jiamei throw solar flares in his face, Chen Chao understood that to grow rapidly, he must exploit the attributes of the god of war and venture into realms of conflict and slaughter. Currently, the nations of Blue Star are relatively peaceful, with little large-scale fighting or bloodshed. At this juncture, only the secret realms fit such criteria. Therefore, Li Wenin suggested that Chen Chao join the military branch of the Extraordinary Association and be stationed in the secret realms. In these realms, the military frequently engages in combat with secretive beings, aligning perfectly with Chen Chao's divine attributes as the god of war. However, having grown accustomed to a languid lifestyle, adapting to the stringent discipline of the military would prove challenging for him. Once he joins the Extraordinary Military Department, he must adhere to a militarized regime, where obedience to orders becomes paramount. Such a scenario is utterly unfeasible for Chen Chao. Should he choose not to enlist in the military, he is left with two alternatives. The first is to join a socially oriented pioneering company, entering into a contract with the military to assist in exploring the mysterious realms. The management of such companies offers a degree of freedom compared to the military. The second option is to become an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy. The students at the Academy primarily consist of awakeners, and they organize monthly excursions to hone their skills in the mysterious realms. This presents Chen Chao with an opportunity to venture into the unknown, thanks to the unique attributes of the god of war's divine essence. He need not engage in combat himself. As long as conflict and bloodshed occur in his vicinity, he can continuously generate divine power and grow stronger. After careful consideration, it seems that becoming an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy is the more advantageous choice, as it merely requires him to protect the students, unlike the pioneering company, which would necessitate slaying beasts. Furthermore, Li Wenyu hinted that given Chen Qiao's prowess, he could assume the role of chief instructor at the academy without directly leading the students. Upon arriving at Pearl Garden, the grand entrance is quite imposing, flanked by awakened security personnel. The landlady produces a key card to gain entry. Chen Qiao holds Kara's hand with his left, while his right arm is linked with the landlady, and around his neck hangs Nanjiame. At first glance, they appear to be a warm and happy family of four. Upon reaching the landlady's residence, they find a quaint villa spanning 2 stories and over 300 square meters. Initially, Chen Qiao assumed it was an ordinary apartment like those in Yinqing, only to discover that she had purchased a villa. Just how affluent is this landlady? Observing the house, he muses that perhaps he should give up his efforts. The landlady, however, shoots him a sidelong glance and replies, "Oh please. This isn't even a true affluent area. If you're willing to take on tasks, you could probably earn enough for this villa in just a few days." Typically, a standard task yields around 1,000 merit points. Given Chen Qiao's unrivaled strength below the saint level, he could even undertake lower-tier tasks, which generally reward approximately 10,000 merit points. In essence, by completing 10 lower-tier tasks, Chen Qiao could afford a house like this one. Upon entering, he finds the furnishings to be brand new, ready for immediate occupancy. However, after a brief survey, he notices an issue. The first floor is filled with game rooms, a home theater, and an internet cafe, while the second floor contains only 3 bedrooms. Sister Yu, did you forget that we are 4 people? Or do you intend for Kara to sleep on the sofa? For individuals in a house of over 300 square meters with merely 3 bedrooms, what kind of arrangement is this? Ah, is that so? What a pity. The landlady responds with a forced smile. With only 3 bedrooms, I suppose I'll have to make do and share a room with you. Oh, so this woman has designs on me. Am I the kind of man who would casually rent a room? Without waiting for Chen Qiao's response, Kara abruptly tossed aside her phone and rushed in front of him. I can share a room with my brother. We used to sleep together often. What a predicament. Chen Qiao was at a loss for words. Some matters, if left unmentioned, might not even cross his mind. Yet, the landlord's sister relentlessly hinted and flirted before heading off to shower. Consequently, the more he tried to avert his gaze, the more his eyes were drawn to the second floor. Forcing his eyes shut, his acute hearing began to betray him. I shouldn't have moved in here. Kara is merely 15. There are still 3 years until she turns 18. 3 years. 3 years. Chen Qiao began to regret his decision. Ever since he learned Nanjiame's secret, the landlord's sister had been unabashedly teasing him. At this rate, not only 3 years, but even 3 days would be unbearable. Swordsmanship Manual, first page. A heart devoid of women. Draw the sword naturally. System, draw a card. Chen Qiao sought to divert his attention. If this continued, things might spiral out of control. It had been 20 days since his last card draw, and he had diligently signed in every day, accumulating 20 consecutive draws. Based on his previous experiences, Chen Qiao realized that the probability of pulling a legendary item with a single draw was exceedingly low. While a 10 draw would often guarantee at least 1 golden legendary item, in the next moment, his attention was captured by the system's card drawing interface. A burst of brilliance erupted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A.S.H.I.E.L.D. High-level agent card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 40 fragments of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 fragments of Thor's hammer. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A.S.H.I.E.L.D. High-level agent card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 18 fragments of Wonder Woman, Diana. Chapter 52. Chief Instructor. Chen Qiao had changed his battle suit several times. Each time he encountered a slightly stronger opponent, his outfit would get shredded. He did not expect the suit to provide much defense, as his body was the best armor. He merely wished for the clothing to be durable. Now, with the Superman suit, that concern had finally dissipated. After posing in front of the mirror for a while, Chen Qiao's gaze fell upon the vibranium shield in his hands. This vibranium shield was identical to the one wielded by Captain America, albeit uncolored and entirely silver. Grasping the edge of the shield with one hand and clenching his fist with the other, he gently struck the vibranium shield. Bang! The impact of his fist against the shield absorbed the tremendous kinetic energy, which was swiftly reflected back, resulting in an immense recoil that propelled Chen Qiao's fist several centimeters backward. Of course, This was the outcome of him not exerting his full strength. The kinetic energy absorption limit of this vibranium shield was approximately at the initial stage of the Saint level. Exceeding that force would lead to its destruction. In the film, Thanos had once shattered Captain America's vibranium shield, a testament not only to his formidable strength, but also to the fact that he wielded a weapon forged from URU metal. The vibranium shield, in Chen Xiao's opinion, was of little use to him. After some contemplation, he deemed it appropriate to gift it to his landlady. As a fortified individual, her abilities were only at the level of a high-tier awakener. However, with the vibranium shield, she would possess formidable strength against ordinary extraordinary beings. Personal interface. Name, Chen Xiao. Strength, Pinnacle Extraordinary Extracted Attributes, Kryptonian Bloodline, God of War Divinity Skills, Hacking Technology 9. Intermediate Combat Technique 10, eligible for advancement to Advanced Combat Technique. System Backpack, S. H. I. E. L. D. Senior Agent Card 2, Agent Pistol 1, Thor's Hammer Fragments 30. Wonder Woman Diana Fragments 30, Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments 50. With this thought in mind, Chen Xiao turned his gaze toward the vibranium shield resting on the bed. Could it be melted down to craft a set of keyboard and mouse for Kara? Never mind. He decided to let the landlady use it for now and reconsider later. Ignoring Kara, who was engrossed in her game, Chen Xiao found a computer and accessed the official website of the Extraordinary Association, spending some merit points to purchase the method and instructions for refining the holy body. Subsequently, he began his studies. In the second-floor bathroom, the landlady's skin had turned red from the hot water, and she stared blankly at the bathroom door. Is he not coming? Is my teasing insufficient? Or are my hints too subtle? Chen Xiao, you dense individual. In the following days, the landlady busied herself with handling Nanjiame's enrollment procedures. The Extraordinary Academy was distinct from other universities, primarily catering to awakeners and extraordinary beings. It operated on a 5-year system with semi-military management for students. Throughout these 5 years, students would only receive a half-month break during the Spring Festival in Huagua to return home for festivities. Otherwise, they remained at the academy, undergoing monthly training in secret realms. Of course, if a student's strength reached the mid-tier extraordinary level during this period, they could graduate early, although such occurrences were rare. Despite possessing quasi-saint level combat power, Nan Jiame's Phoenix energy was sealed by Yan Dihua Ruolin, and due to her youth and insufficient control over her powers, she was placed in the first year of study. Soon, Chen Xiao received an official appointment notification from the Extraordinary Academy, hereby appointing level-practicing hero Chen Xiao, codenamed Superman, as the chief instructor of the martial arts department at the Extraordinary Academy for a term of 3 years. He would oversee the management of all students and instructors within the department. In Chapter 53, at the dining table on the first floor, Nanjiame had finished her morning routine and was sitting obediently, enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Xiao and Kara emerge, she sweetly greeted them with an uplifted head. Hearing their conversation, the landlady quickly emerged from the kitchen, still clad in her apron, and asked, "What about me? What about me? While you all go to school or work, it feels so lonely here with just me. Are you not going back to the military?" Chen Xiao and Kara sat down to have their breakfast. Having long ceased to venture forth, each task necessitated an extended business trip, a situation that once left no alternatives. "Now, should I depart, who would attend to you?" The landlady, removing her apron, remarked, "I too shall pursue a hero's license. While I may not qualify for the higher tiers, the lower ones should pose no challenge. In time, I could undertake simpler tasks to supplement the household income." Armed with the vibranium shield bestowed by Chen Xiao, the landlady could assemble a team to tackle lower-tier missions. At this juncture, Carla interjected. Andy has fully embraced the role of a housewife. Even if the landlady were reluctant to acknowledge it, she was undeniably gravitating towards the archetype of a homemaker. The scientist who initially engineered her warrior genes would likely be incensed by this transformation. Truth be told, Yu Jia, your culinary skills could surely make a restaurant flourish. Chen Xiao remarked contentedly as he savored his breakfast. The landlady, with an air of pride, lifted her chin and declared, "If I were to open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly thrive. The question remains whether patrons come for the food or for me." After indulging in their light-hearted banter over breakfast, Chen Xiao took the hands of both a large and a small individual and soared towards the Extraordinary Academy. The flight of Chen Xiao and Carla was swift, and before long, they had traversed the bustling city center, entering the suburban vicinity of the academy. The broad avenue was flanked by verdant trees, leading them to the no-fly zone near the Extraordinary Academy. In a bid to safeguard the students, the academy could not permit unrestricted aerial access. Hence, anti-aircraft weapons were installed throughout the campus. Unauthorized flights in this vicinity were strictly prohibited. Consequently, the academy adopted a structured teaching approach, with fixed classrooms for each instructor. While students moved to different rooms based on their daily schedules, Nan Jiame retrieved her phone to check the timetable, which outlined the corresponding courses, instructors, and classrooms. No need. Uncle, I know my way. Just remember to call me after school. We'll return together. All right, he replied. With that, Nan Jiame dashed towards the academic building, encountering a few familiar classmates along the way, all slightly older than her, around 16 or 17 years of age. With her peers at her side, Chen Chao refrained from further interference. Children, after all, ought to forge friendships. Yet, it seemed Carla was increasingly retreating into the realm of a homebody. This girl displayed a distinct disinterest, even aversion, towards anyone outside of Chen Chao, preferring to remain cocooned in her room, engrossed in television and video games, rather than seek new acquaintances. Initially, Chen Chao believed he had led Carla astray, but upon reflection, it was evident she was merely navigating a rebellious phase, having originated from a different world and civilization. In stark contrast to Nan Jiame, who had mingled with her peers from a young age, Carla found it far more challenging to assimilate into this unfamiliar environment. Thus, in this world, the sole individual who captured Carla's attention was Chen Chao. To prevent Kara's mindset from deteriorating, Chen Chao had no choice but to forcibly bring her out to engage with the world around her. After bidding farewell to Nan Jiame, Chen Chao escorted Kara to the dean's office. Upon their arrival, a person rose to greet them, offering tea. While Nian Dihua Ruolan nodded slightly at Chen Chao with a smile, saying, Chen Chao, we meet again. She then proceeded to introduce the individuals present. Chapter 54. The Secrets of Nanyang. I have a vague understanding of the situation in the Kyoto mysteries. Could you enlighten me about the Nanyang mysteries? Chen Chao inquired. The upper echelons had imposed stringent information control regarding the Nanyang mysteries, which indirectly indicated that the situation there was rather dire. For Chen Chao, the more intense the conflicts, the greater his benefits. It would be preferable for conflicts to erupt daily, resulting in the demise of several saints, which would undoubtedly be more advantageous than eliminating a multitude of extraordinary beings. Moreover, participation in the wars of saints was unnecessary. By merely activating a remote perspective, his divine power would automatically strengthen. Perhaps, amidst the fray, he might inadvertently ascend to sainthood. Just as Sun Chengyan was about to elaborate, the esteemed Hua Ruolan interjected with a smile. Allow me to explain, as I have just returned from the Nanyang mysteries. The Nanyang mysteries spanned an area comparable to that of Blue Star, teeming with abundant resources and a plethora of demonic beasts. According to rough estimates, there were over 30 demon saints, with countless extraordinary beasts. The Nanyang mysteries were broadly categorized into 5 regions: the Central Mountain Range, Eastern Jungle, Southern Ocean, Western Desert, and Northern Wasteland. The entrance to the Nanyang mysteries connected to the Eastern Jungle, which originally housed 7 demon saints, one of whom was a formidable Saint King, equivalent to a high-tier saint in our classification. In recent years, through relentless battles, we managed to slay that Saint King beast, while several of its demon saints were either killed or fled. Hua Ruolan continued her narration, when suddenly, a bespectacled, portly elder beside Sun Chengyan interjected. That Saint King beast from the east was slain by Lord Niandi. It was that very battle that secured our victory. Old Wang. It was only through the desperate efforts of the saints from Huagua that I was afforded the chance to slay our foe. This was not solely my achievement, and I hope it will not be mentioned again. Though Hua Ruolan feigned dismissal, the smile on her face was unmistakable. Chen Chao observed with keen awareness. It seemed his superior had a penchant for flattery. Should an insurmountable foe arise, assistance could be sought from nations worldwide. Consequently, the resources of the mysteries would need to be distributed among the nations deploying their saints. Even major powers such as Huagua and America could not guarantee resolution of all future mysteries issues. If one does not extend help in times of others' difficulties, they cannot expect assistance when facing their own tribulations. This necessitated cooperation among nations, with the Hua kingdom dispatching several sages to oversee foreign secret realms. In times of urgency, they would not be easily recalled. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chao addressed the assembly, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, I believe the Nanyang secret realm may be more suitable for me. Mr. Chen, we are aware of your encounters with sages. Yet the circumstances within the secret realm differ significantly. You may encounter many unforeseen situations," Sun Chengyan delicately articulated. His doubt did not stem from a lack of faith in Chen Chao's abilities. After all, Yen Emperor Hua Ruolin had witnessed Chen Chao's duel with Watanabe Ikki and likely had a fair assessment of his prowess. Without Hua Ruolin's endorsement, The Extraordinary Association would not dare to place Chen Xiao at the pinnacle of their rankings. However, their concern lay in Chen Xiao's youth. They feared that in the face of unexpected challenges, he might act impulsively and fail to handle matters appropriately. The instructor's role was not to vanquish foes, but to safeguard the students. Rest assured, I shall not act rashly. Currently, I find myself at a bottleneck in my strength and require a modicum of pressure. Perhaps it will lead to a breakthrough, Chen Xiao asserted. The divine grace of the god of war did not necessitate his slaying of enemies, thus aligning with his duty to protect the students. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the crowd appeared somewhat perplexed. Kara pouted and shot him a glance before extending her fair hand, splaying her fingers. I demand an additional 5 hours of computer time each day. 5 hours is excessive. A maximum of 2 hours is permissible. No more, not even a second longer. Chen Xiao had imposed strict limits on her gaming time to prevent her from developing an addiction. With this spirited Kryptonian girl, he enforced these limits with utmost rigor, no leeway whatsoever. You have no idea. She often watches 6 dramas simultaneously, accelerating playback by over 100 times. Although Kara does not always engage in such behavior, most of her time is spent gaming at a regular pace. Yet, Chen Xiao could not help but worry. Did she truly not fear exhausting all the captivating dramas in existence? After all, the pace of television and film production could not keep up with her viewing speed. 2 hours is far too brief. I have so much to accomplish. Could we extend it to 3.5 hours, dear brother? In the solitude of Chen Xiao's office, Kara fluttered onto his desk, adopting a charming demeanor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, presumably learned from some source unbeknownst to him. 3 hours, or the discussion is over. Chen Xiao's stance was unwavering. Kara's mind raced, her thoughts swirling with countless plots from dramas, films, and novels. If we must end the discussion, are you attempting to instruct me? I might simply refuse to comply. The Kryptonian shall never be enslaved. In a heart devoid of a brother, I shall wield my sword with divine intent. A brother only hinders my speed in drawing the sword. I must cut through to achieve enlightenment. Such tyranny from you, dear brother, leaves me trembling with rage in this sweltering heat, my hands and feet icy. If I do not overthrow your oppression and exploitation, when shall I, a mere Kryptonian girl, rise? Very well, it's a deal. Among them, only a little over 200 ventured into the relatively perilous realm of Nanyang's secret expanse. The majority of these students were awakened ones, with a considerable number of upperclassmen having attained the status of extraordinary beings. As for the leading instructors, they predominantly belonged to the middle or lower ranks of the extraordinary. All students were organized into small groups, each comprising approximately 15 individuals, accompanied by a designated instructor. Once they entered the secret realm, the instructors would refrain from intervening unless a student found themselves in mortal peril. This principle also applied to Chen Xiao. He would not interfere with the student's trials unless faced with an adversary of semi-saint or even saintly caliber. On the podium, Hua Ruolin, adhering to the customary practices of the academy, cautioned the students to prioritize safety and act within their limits while in the secret realm. Following this, the chief instructor delivered a speech. Chen Xiao was pushed to the forefront by Sun Cheng'an, marking the first time in his life that he stood on the podium. With over 1,000 students and instructors gazing expectantly at him, everyone awaited Chen Xiao's words. Leaning closer to the microphone, he gathered his emotions and then raised his hand, vigorously gesturing as he proclaimed, "Let us depart." With that, he strode down from the podium, and the students, filled with excitement, along with the instructors, promptly organized the boarding of the buses. Present were primarily upperclassmen, many of whom had previously ventured into the secret realm. Thus, under the instructor's guidance, the assembled crowd moved orderly towards the rows of buses stationed at the rear. The buses set forth in various directions. Chen Xiao's group, given the nearly 1,000 kilometers distance from Magic City to Nanyang, found bus travel to be a considerable waste of time. Hence, the academy arranged for direct transit to Magic City Airport, necessitating a flight. After a series of arduous travels, they arrived in Nanyang in the early hours of the morning. Fortunately, arrangements for their reception, accommodation, and sustenance had been diligently made by the academy. Chapter 56. The Dimensional Rift. Throughout the journey, Kara's demeanor was quite sour. Particularly upon learning that electronic devices were prohibited within the secret realm, she nearly staged a rebellion on the spot. After much coaxing and persuasion from Chen Xiao, she was finally calmed down. According to the academy's plans, this batch of students was to remain in the secret realm for 10 days to half a month. For Kara, who was addicted to gaming, the prospect of being cut off from civilization and devoid of her phone and games for such an extended period felt akin to a torturous ordeal. Under Chen Xiao's watchful gaze, Kara reluctantly stowed her phone in a designated storage area, trailing behind him with a despondent expression as they ventured deeper into the military-restricted zone. This area was fortified with electrified barbed wire. Guards were stationed every few steps, and armed soldiers were omnipresent, with rows of tanks, armored vehicles, and even mobile missile launchers arrayed like a military parade, ever vigilant and seemingly poised for immediate combat. Those unaware might presume that these weapons were intended to deter outsiders from encroaching upon the inner sanctum. Only those truly acquainted with the intricacies of the matter would comprehend that these modern military armaments serve to prevent the ominous entities within from breaching the confines. At the heart of the colossal egg-shaped steel structure, several middle-aged men clad in extraordinary military uniforms stepped forward as Chen Xiao and his companions approached, saluting with the utmost respect. Commander Sun Qingyan of the Extraordinary Academy of Magic City, accompanied by 236 students and 15 instructors, formally requested entry into the Nanyang secret realm for training purposes. Sun Qingyan returned the salute to the gathering. The vertical diameter of the dimensional rift exceeded 100 meters, and even from a distance, one could sense their own insignificance. A web-like pattern of cracks surrounded the area, while at its core lay a vortex of blackened space. Beneath the rift, a dark crimson patch marred the ground, stained by human blood. Despite daily military cleanups, the persistent scarlet remained, deepening over time. As Chen Xiao and his group drew near, a soldier motioned for them to pause momentarily. In the air, the vortex of the rift crackled with electric energy, resembling black lightning dancing within. Suddenly, a battalion of bloodied soldiers emerged from the rift. Though each bore wounds, they marched with heads held high, some carrying large bundles, while others bore the injured. A dedicated team awaited to assist, expertly transporting the wounded and accounting for supplies, as if they had rehearsed this scene countless times. After tending to the arriving soldiers, they finally beckoned Chen Xiao and his companions forward. With no one entering from the opposite side for the moment, they were permitted to proceed. Given their numbers, they were instructed to form 2 lines for entry. Sun Qingyan directed Chen Xiao and Kara to enter first, followed by the instructors and students, while he chose to remain until the end. Chen Xiao had no objections. He was eager to witness the phenomenon of dimensional traversal. He stepped forward at the invitation of the guiding soldier, becoming the first to enter the swirling vortex of the dimensional rift. With a violent surge, the magnetic forces of the space tore at Chen Xiao's being. Chapter 57. The Seventh Fortress in the Eastern Wilderness. The terrain rose and fell, blanketed by a dense primordial forest. At the nearest elevated point to the dimensional rift, a human settlement spanning over 400 hectares had been artificially established. Though this area sounded expansive, it paled in comparison to the grounds of the Extraordinary Academy. The structures here were primarily constructed from locally sourced timber, forming an arrangement of quaint buildings. These constructions resembled temporary housing found on construction sites, modest in design, yet, despite their rudimentary appearance, the wood utilized in the realm was imbued with potent energy, rendering it more resilient than even the highest-grade modern concrete. As the Nanyang secret realm was the 7th of its kind to manifest in Huagua, this settlement was aptly designated the 7th Fortress. Here, the extraordinary commander is stationed with a population of nearly 50,000. Beyond the fortress, space is continually being developed, houses constructed, and defensive fortifications strengthened, all in preparation for potential invasions from other regions. The 7th Fortress is under the protection of a sage, so concerns about safety are naturally alleviated. After Chen Xiao emerged from the spatial passage, military personnel were there to greet him. Is this the secret realm? Chen Xiao pondered as he set foot on the ground, feeling the radiant light of the realm enveloping him. The source of light within the secret realm was not the sun, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the golden rays of sunlight from the outside world, perhaps even more invigorating. Once assured that his capabilities would remain unaffected within the secret realm, Chen Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, relying solely on the power of the god of war's divinity would not suffice against the demon sage. When everyone had gathered, a tall officer approached Chen Xiao and Sun Qingyan, introducing himself. Greetings, I am Wang Hong, the chief commander of the 7th Fortress. You have both been awaited for some time. This officer, with his military-style crew cut and a posture as straight as an ancient tree, shook hands with Chen Xiao and Sun Qingyan in succession. Although the sage oversees the overarching strategies, the specifics of tactical arrangements and daily affairs fall under the responsibility of this officer. Subsequently, Wang Hong turned to Chen Xiao and introduced him. This is the newly appointed chief instructor of Extraordinary Academy, a level hero, the remarkable Chen Xiao. Are you the one who usurped my top spot on the leaderboard? inquired a bearded man whose features were chiseled and striking, his eyes sharp as swords. Piercing into Chen Chao. Are you the Gun King, Lin Chong? Chen Chao asked cautiously. Indeed, that is I. Lin Chong's tense expression suddenly transformed into a smile as he appraised Chen Chao from head to toe. You arrived just in time. We intend to deploy a troop of 3,000 towards the west, venturing 50 kilometers into the area bordering the Central Mountains. You and your students will follow closely behind, maintaining a distance of 20 kilometers to hunt down scattered demon clans and safeguard our rear. Chen Chao was somewhat taken aback. He had expected that having taken the top rank would instigate some form of challenge or at least a declaration of rivalry to reclaim some honor. Lin Chong seemed to read Chen Chao's thoughts and chuckled. What are you thinking? You believe that because you stole my top position, I should challenge you? Chen Chao nodded, reflecting that such a narrative was common in dramas. Initially, there would be conflict and challenges, and if one could not prevail, they would call for reinforcements, sending waves of challengers to gain experience. Lin Chong laughed heartily. Do you think being number one on the leaderboard is an honor for me? Wrong. It is a disgrace. I have been stuck at semi-saint level for 10 years without a breakthrough, nearly the laughingstock of these old fogies, who call me the semi-saint gatekeeper. Damn it. You pushing me down was just what I needed to alleviate my annoyance. Exaggerating slightly, this situation resembles the experience of college entrance exams. Although Lin Chong was the top student in his senior year, he failed to gain admission to university for 10 consecutive years. Therefore, this title of top student transforms from an honor into a disgrace. Now, as Lin Chong steps down to the second position, should he also fail to achieve sainthood, it becomes reasonable to assert that even those ranked first have not attained sanctity, and thus, my position as second is entirely justifiable. Upon hearing Lin Chong's words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Sun Chengyan, still preoccupied with the earlier arrangement, expressed his concerns. Governor Lin, having the students remain 20 kilometers behind you implies that we will be operating within a 30-kilometer radius of the 7th fortress. Is this distance not perilously risky? Rest assured, Lin replied. Before leaving, Lord Nian eradicated the several demon strongholds that had been lurking 30 kilometers away. Now, only a handful of scattered remnants remain, posing little threat. Chapter 58. Enemy attack that night. The entire secret realm was enveloped in darkness. Within the 7th fortress, only a few torches illuminated the interior, maintaining a semblance of light. Outside the fortress, the world resembled a vast black vortex, swallowing all radiance, akin to an abyss that instilled fear in the hearts of many. For ordinary individuals, the absence of light rendered it impossible to discern the situation beyond the fortress. However, the two saints, fully attuned to the cosmos, could sense the surroundings, with even the slightest rustle of wind failing to escape their scrutiny. Inside the fortress, brother, I want to play with your phone, Kara whined, hanging on to Chen Chao, her head lazily swaying and making a sound akin to a fish bubbling. Although Chen Chao and Kara had each been assigned separate rooms, she used the excuse of being unable to sleep without her phone to sneak into Chen Chao's room. On the first day without her phone, she longed for it. After a while of swaying, Kara suddenly bit Chen Chao's shoulder. If anyone could inflict pain on Chen Chao, it would undoubtedly be Kara. You little rascal. If you keep that up, I'll throw you out. Chen Chao grimaced, pulling the restless Kryptonian girl off his shoulder and giving her chubby cheeks a firm squeeze. Kara struggled in vain. Her strength paled in comparison to Chen Chao's, and she was soon subdued and pinned onto the bed, receiving a few playful slaps before settling down. Brother, you're bullying me. My cheeks are all swollen now, Kara said, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a wronged little wife. Then perhaps you should refrain from biting indiscriminately? Chen Chao continued to squeeze her cheeks. Kara offered no response but nestled her head against Chen Chao's chest, her voice barely a whisper. You're biased. Always hugging the landlady when you sleep. Since she is not here today, can you hold me instead? Mr. Chen, your timing is impeccable. The enemy has dispatched 3 demon saints, while we have 2 saints deployed. The fortress is currently vulnerable, so I must trouble you to stay here and watch over the students. Sun Qingyan's expression was grave. The situation here had already been communicated to the outside. Should the enemy display signs of a large-scale offensive, reinforcements from the saints would be dispatched, at which point he instructed General Chen to evacuate the students. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao's face darkened. Are you jesting with me? Just as I arrive, you want me to leave? After eagerly anticipating the outbreak of the saint-level battle. If I were to depart now, it would all be in vain. At this moment, remaining was the wisest choice. Aside from the 2 saints, only Chen Chao possessed the capacity to confront the saint-level demonic entities head-on. Keeping him in place would prevent the demonic saints from launching surprise attacks on the students. Although the likelihood was minimal, it was a risk that could not be ignored. Before long, the figures of those individuals had vanished from sight. Kara exchanged glances with Chen. Brother, what should we do? Kara, you stay here at the fortress and try to calm the students' emotions. I will move in closer to assess the situation. Do not worry, I shall not stray too far. With that, Chen turned his gaze towards the western sky, where, hundreds of kilometers away, 5 figures engaged in a fierce dance of combat. The magnificent forces of heaven and earth clashed relentlessly, erupting in a brilliance akin to that of the sun. The boxing saint, Lu Yuanshan, unleashed fiery fists that raged towards a colossal serpent-like beast bearing wings, while the blade saint, Ren Jingtian, wielded his broadsword to rend the very fabric of space, valiantly intercepting 2 other saint-level demonic entities. In the vicinity of the 5 saints' battlefield, there was no soul within a 10-kilometer radius, for even a semi-saint would be obliterated by the aftermath of their confrontation. The divine power was beginning to manifest. Though this skirmish was of a minor scale, it could still be classified as war. Chen distinctly felt a potent surge of strength emanating from his god of war divinity. This was more than he had gained from vanquishing 7 or 8 ghost wolf experimental subjects. Chapter 59. The Divine Seal of the War God. The battle raged on. The situation among the saints in the sky was far from optimistic, particularly due to the enormous, winged serpent beast, whose combat prowess was formidable, exerting immense pressure on boxing Saint Lu Yuanshan. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 other demonic saints launched a frenzied assault on Blade Saint Ren Jingtian, causing his sacred body to crack and blood to gush forth. Gun King Lin Chong, drenched in blood, roared in desperation, his overlord gun sweeping through the air relentlessly. Why have I yet to break through? I have been trapped at the semi-saint level for years. Why has this cursed divine seal not solidified? He remained fixated on the aerial battle, witnessing the steady retreat of his 2 fellow saints, and his heart burned with anxiety, resenting his own inability to attain the saint level. Although the Huagua still had several saints capable of swift reinforcement, did the demonic entities lack for reinforcements as well? In the 5 major regions of the Nanyang Secret Realm, there were over 30 known demonic saints. Should the human side face a rout, the remaining 4 regions of the Nanyang Secret Realm would undoubtedly unite to seize the resources of the Eastern Territory. Failing to inflict significant pain and drive back the enemy could swiftly escalate into a final, catastrophic battle. The advantages that China has painstakingly established over the years could vanish in an instant. In the days when the venerable Empress Nian was present, it was no exaggeration to say that even against 3 foes, she could easily prevail. Now, however, the City of Magic is on the verge of a concealed realm appearing, prompting higher authorities to deploy the Saint of Fists and the Saint of Blades to oversee the 7th fortress in place of the Empress. If they cannot withstand this level of pressure, it may necessitate the recall of the Empress, and with the emergence of the concealed realm in the City of Magic, the situation for China becomes dire, compelling the recall of all saints and possibly requiring international assistance. With this thought, Lin Chong, resolute in his determination to face death, bellowed to Wang Hong and several other semi-saint powerhouses, quickly eliminate the demon soldiers and generals. If the situation becomes critical, we shall join forces to slay that demon wolf. Among the 3 demon saints, the winged serpent demon saint possesses the greatest strength, followed closely by the owl-like avian demon saint. The demon saint with the entirely azure fur is the weakest, merely a novice demon saint. In the system's inventory, Thor's Hammer Fragments 30, Wonder Woman Diana Fragments 30, Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments 50. The personal interface of the system now features an option for the Holy Seal. This is the result of Chun Chao's attempt to refine his holy body using the divinity of the God of War. Once the gathering progress reaches 100, he can condense the Holy Seal of the God of War, breaking through his own limitations to ascend to saint status. Moreover, condensing the Holy Seal from the God of War will significantly enhance the power of his Kryptonian lineage. This is not merely a simple addition. It may even compensate for certain weaknesses of the Kryptonian bloodline, such as its dependence on solar radiation and its aversion to kryptonite. The universe is vast, and should a world give rise to a substance akin to kryptonite, it would pose a considerable challenge. Additionally, the divinity of the God of War can bestow upon Chun Chao an extraordinarily extended lifespan, ensuring his immortality as long as there are wars and bloodshed. Presently, he is not strong enough. It is only once he has fully resolved his weaknesses, attaining the levels of Silver Superman, Gold Superman, and even Thought Superman, that he will possess the capital to roam freely. In a fleeting moment, the human faction fought with all their might, and the students of the Extraordinary Academy, inspired by the distant battles, fervently implored Kara to lead them in clearing the scattered demon tribes nearby. Kara, unable to remain idle, found herself restless without her beloved phone. Surrounded by combatants, Chen Xiao utilized his heat vision to eliminate the semi-saint demon tribes in the vicinity, as long as the students did not stray too far. They would remain safe for the time being. You may engage the enemy, but do not exceed 10 kilometers. If our saints falter, Kara, you must immediately take all the students and leave. Chen Xiao spoke calmly, acquiescing to the students' requests. This night, the eastern region reverberated with the sounds of explosions and fierce combat. Powerful auras surged from the central mountain range and from thousands of miles away. The battles in the eastern region could be observed, as if awaiting the outcome of the conflict. Meanwhile, in the north, south, and even the farthest west from the east, the tension was palpable. Qinglei Wolf, restrain him. The Wood Owl Demon Saint, gripped by terror, communicated urgently, retreating at a rapid pace. Before him stood a human driven to madness. Beast, meet your end. Ren Jingtian's eyes turned blood red, his complexion paling in an instant. In a heartbeat, the radiance of his saber erupted, manifesting boundless celestial might. The next moment, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Boom! The entire space rippled, and a tempest of raging energy surged outward. The holy weapon detonated midair, triggering a vortex of energy. At the center of this storm, a piercing scream echoed. The pure white feathers of the Wood Owl Demon Saint were shattered, and even its sacred form bored deep fissures, with torrents of blood raining down as it staggered backward, its state utterly disheveled. Cough! The detonation of his innate holy weapon, though it delivered a severe blow to his adversary, inflicted considerable backlash upon Ren Jingtian. Nevertheless, he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood, his gaze frenzied as he charged toward the Wood Owl Demon Saint. While you are weak, I shall take your life. Today, I shall feast upon holy grade roasted wings. Kill! Ren Jingtian, moving with incredible speed, pursued the Wood Owl with bare hands. If he could slay one demon saint, the others would not linger in battle. The demon race, inherently selfish, would rather preserve their lives. With the ultimate battle yet to commence, no demon saint wished to become another's cannon fodder. As soon as the situation turned dire, thoughts of retreat would inevitably arise. Qinglei Wolf, Winged Serpent, obstruct him. The Wood Owl, unwilling to engage in a life-or-death struggle, retreated swiftly. Heeding the Wood Owl's cry, Qinglei Wolf dashed forward like lightning to intercept Ren Jingtian. Yet these insignificant creatures not only showed no reverence, but also sought to leverage his power to ascend to sainthood, a profound humiliation for a demon saint. Die! The Wood Owl Demon Saint was struck by Lin Chong's spear, exacerbating the already fractured sacred body. Enraged, the Wood Owl lunged at Lin Chong with its iron beak. Bang! Lin Chong, unable to withdraw his weapon in time, was pierced by the Wood Owl's beak. His perfected sacred body crumbled as if made of paper, his chest exploding, revealing the pulsating heart within. However, Lin Chong pressed on, disregarding his injury, once more charging at the Wood Owl. As the second strike of the Wood Owl Demon Saint loomed, Wang Hong and Sun Qingyan unleashed their full strength, relentlessly battering the Wood Owl's sacred form. In the distance, Ren Jingtian fought with Qinglei Wolf, exhilaration coursing through him. He glanced at Lin Chong and suddenly erupted in laughter, his voice resounding. Lin Chong, hold that beast for 10 breaths. I shall slay this wolf dog and then come to your aid. With that, white spiritual flames ignited around Ren Jingtian. Though drenched in blood, his momentum surged, hinting at a breakthrough. Though I am known as the Saber Saint, my true strength lies not in the blade, but in the sword. A decade ago, I, Laozi, contended for the title of Sword Saint against that old cur, Lin Huayu, and inadvertently lost to him by a half move, thus reluctantly relinquishing the esteemed title. Since that day, I have ceased to wield a sword, opting instead for the blade, earning the moniker of Blade Saint. Today, I shall offer the blood of the Demon Saint as a tribute to my sword heart. I am destined to ascend as the sword deity. Lin Huayu, the foremost figure on the Huaguo rankings, bears the title of Sword Saint. Regardless of the outcome of our confrontation, the mere distinction of titles places me above him. The crowd was shaken, witnessing Ren Jingtian, that old fool, courting disaster yet again. Are you certain you wish to provoke Lin Saint? As Ren Jingtian's aura intensified, Qinglei Lang's eyes widened in terror, overwhelmed by dread. Damn it, Yishi, Mu Shao, come to my aid. This human is on the verge of becoming a holy king. Hurry. Chapter 61. The Broken Extreme Divine Sword / Damn it. Lu Yuanshan gritted his teeth and charged forth. Lin Chong and Wang Hong, already preoccupied with their own predicaments, roared in anger, eager to assist, yet feeling utterly powerless. Curse it, we were so close. Ren Jingtian's momentum had yet to reach its zenith. At this level, it was uncertain whether he could slay Qinglei Lang with a single strike. However, he was unwilling to relent and interrupt his resistance against Ishii. Failing to achieve advancement this time would make it all the more arduous to enter the higher echelons of sanctity in the future. Almost simultaneously, a figure streaked down from the heavens, akin to a meteor, plummeting towards the earth. Who is it? Ishii, sensing an ominous presence, felt as if he were being targeted by something dreadfully powerful. This sensation sent chills down his spine, compelling him to retreat immediately. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared above Ishii in the blink of an eye, descending with a velocity surpassing 10 times the speed of sound. What? Ishii's spirit faltered as time seemed to freeze. The onlookers could barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting flash of red and blue light. In the next moment, an overwhelming force emanated from above, and only by slowing time to a crawl could one discern that it was Chen Chao, clad in a superhero costume, delivering a kick to Ishii's head. Boom! Upon contact, a thunderous explosion erupted at the point of impact, as if 1,000 silver serpents were unleashed in all directions, enveloping the surroundings. Ishii's massive head was abruptly forced downward. His gaping maw ceiling shut under the weight of this power, while the luminous orb within his mouth detonated, causing his entire form to plummet toward the ground. Rumble! The tremendous impact caused the earth to tremble, reverberating throughout the entire eastern jungle. Before the echoes faded, Chen Chao summoned his divine power, exerting a fierce pull. Roar! The already airborne Ishii hesitated mid-flight, his colossal body taut, as an unfathomable force emanated from his tail, nearly tearing apart his sanctified form. No, you cannot kill me. Release me. I vow never to partake in the wars of mankind. The winged serpent demon saint sensed the approach of death, gripped by a profound fear. Why did it consent to the probing of that figure from the central mountain range? Why wade through such murky waters? Would it not be better to reign supreme in the Serpent King Valley? Ren Jingtian wore a cold smirk on his face. Wielding his finger as if it were a sword, and with a swift strike, he declared, had I known it would come to this, why bother with the beginning? Flash! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens and the earth, with the sound echoing clearly even in the neighboring central, northern, and southern regions. Even the all-consuming darkness was illuminated by the brilliance of the explosion, transforming the night into a semblance of day. No, humans, you shall all perish. Despair flickered in the eyes of the winged serpent demon saint. Though Ren Jingtian had just ascended to the rank of Saint King, the prowess of a sword master was unparalleled, and the winged serpent was restricted by Chen Chao, utterly defenseless against this overwhelming strike. In a hasty attempt, the winged serpent demon saint conjured layers of protection, which were instantly shattered by the unmatched sword light. The radiance of the sword flashed and vanished. The sacred body of the winged serpent shattered like a porcelain doll, exploding into countless fragments. Even its sacred seal was pierced and obliterated in an instant. After a decade without drawing my sword, today I sever the demon saint. Ren Jingtian stood aloft, his hair and beard flowing, his body marred with scars, yet his spirit soaring high. Chapter 62. Chen Chao draws the line. Though distant, they shall be punished. At the 7th Fortress, the stationed troops and students from the Extraordinary Academy anxiously awaited the conclusion of the Saint War. Suddenly, powerful waves of energy surged forth, causing the demon clan within hundreds of miles of the 7th Fortress to flee in a frenzy, as if facing a nemesis, unstoppable in their retreat. Instructor, what is the current situation? Have we won? The students, filled with fighting spirit, had anticipated battling alongside the human saints. However, as the battle progressed, the demon clan began to withdraw. What kind of battle was this? A powerful instructor descended to the ground, beaming with joy. The battle has reached its conclusion. Ren Jingtian, in alliance with Chief Instructor Chen, has slain a mid-level demon saint and ascended to a higher rank, with our forces annihilating tens of thousands of demons. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in unison. Ren Saint is invincible. Chief Instructor Chen is invincible. The Huagua is invincible. Humanity is invincible. In an instant, the entire 7th Fortress was engulfed in fervor. In the heart of the battlefield, the Wood Owl Demon Saint, in a frenzied bid for escape, was encircled by Lin Chong and others. You block him. Today, I too shall slay a saint. Chen Chao unleashed his divine power, his aura soaring, as he shattered the sound barrier, aiming directly for the Wood Owl Demon Saint's head. Lin Chong, witnessing this scene, turned pale with rage. It is mine. Today, I shall use the blood of the demon saint to forge my gun king's sacred seal. Before the echoes of his words faded, the guns roared like dragons. Wang Hong and Sun Qingyan were equally undaunted. Today, I shall slay the sacred and deliver my doctrine. Madness engulfed them. All had succumbed to insanity. Otherwise, The demon race might sense a threat and could unite passively, igniting a full-scale war. Lin Huayu did not step into the passageway, yet his voice penetrated the void. Enveloping all, we, the human race, uphold our promises, confining our activities to the Eastern Territory. It is you who continually dispatch demons to invade the East. The East has always been the realm of our demon kin. By occupying it today, will you refrain from invading other lands in the future? The Golden Saint Dragon King of the Central Region spoke again, questioning. Lin Huayu scoffed. Today, the human race relinquishes the East and retreats to the human realm. Will you then refrain from invading the human world? This encapsulated the crux of the matter. Mutual distrust prevailed. Humans feared that relinquishing the defensive bastion of the East would embolden other demon saints within the secret realms, like the Black Magic Ape, to invade the human world. Meanwhile, the demons harbored concerns that should the humans fortify their hold in the East, they might, when strong enough, launch incursions into other territories. The expansion of territory is an innate instinct of all beings. However, unlike the humans, who were already overwhelmed by the incessant emergence of dimensional rifts, they were naturally averse to creating enemies among the various realms of the Southern Yang secret realm if the situation stabilized. Yet, if their boundaries were repeatedly tested, the humans would not shy away from battle. This time, the Golden Saint Dragon King refrained from issuing a dragon's roar and instead conveyed his thoughts telepathically to the other Saint Kings of the regions. The human invasion of our world is a heinous act. If the 4 major regions do not unite, the humans will inevitably conquer us one by one. Upon hearing this, the other Saint Kings fell silent. To unite, a leader must be chosen. The question arose, who would that leader be? Based on strength, the Dragon Clan of the Central Region was the mightiest, and if a leader were to be selected, it would undoubtedly be them. Yet, the Demon Kings, accustomed to ruling their own domains with freedom, were reluctant to bow to another. The Dragon Clan of the Central Mountains had long desired to unify the 5 major regions. But in the absence of humans as a foe, they had dared not pursue it forcefully for fear of inciting widespread ire. Now, with the humans as a formidable enemy, they could boldly make their demands. This matter warranted further discussion, as the human race had not violated any agreements. The speaker was the White Wolf Saint King from the Northern Wastelands, who recalled that a century ago, the Dragon Clan aimed to unify the 5 regions by first targeting the Northern Wolf Clan. A great battle had ensued, only to be thwarted by the intervention of the Monkey Clan from the east. Soon after, the Sovereign of the Southern Seas also spoke. The humans have entered our seas, significantly weakening their combat prowess. We can dispatch them with ease. Chapter 63. Seizing the spotlight by heavens. Has this lad gone mad? Lin Chong stared blankly at Chen Chao. Has he truly attained sainthood? If not, how does he possess such formidable combat strength? Moreover, is he daring to threaten the Saint Kings of the 4 major regions? Even though the 4 great regional saints had just displayed a somewhat uncooperative demeanor, provoking them at this moment might not necessarily lead to significant trouble. Nevertheless, the individuals present, including Ren Jingtian and Lin Chong, felt that Chen Chao had crossed the line with his arrogance. Yet, despite this hubris, the exhilaration was undeniably palpable. Ever since the departure of the Empyrean flower, Rualan, the conflict between the human and demon races had been exceedingly stifling. Every step had to be taken with utmost caution, lest they provoke the wrath of the masses, leading to the collapse of a hard-won advantageous situation. At last, they could hold their heads high and instill fear across the land. That brat is stealing my thunder. Ren Jingtian wore an expression of displeasure. He had previously been overshadowed by Lin Huayu, and now this young man was doing it again. If anyone were to threaten the 4 regional saints, it should be him, not you. Sensing Ren Jingtian's resentment, Chen Chao cast a glance in his direction. This old man was already at the end of his strength. Even one more strike would be a challenge, let alone delineating boundaries like himself. In response to Chen Chao's intimidation, the 4 regional demon saints roared for a time before falling silent one by one. The thoughts of the human and demon races diverged. They had merely reached a fleeting peace. Perhaps it was merely the calm before the storm. An uncertain secret realm, the Demon City, was soon to be unveiled. What if the Demon City turned out to be akin to the Nanyang secret realm, or even more perilous? Could the Huagua withstand the pressure? With 15 saints, Huagua stood as a formidable nation. If such a powerful country harbored trepidation over the threats of the secret realm, can this world truly be as peaceful as it appears? The enhancement of strength was imperative. Chen Chao believed that, at the very least, he must possess the capability to overpower the saints before the impending great battle. Only then could he safeguard himself and his family. Ren Jingtian humbly made a few remarks, but his aura once again waned. It wasn't just Ren Jingtian, even Lu Yuanshan, Lin Chong, and Wang Hong were all nursing injuries. Particularly Lin Chong, who was entirely wrapped in bandages, his complexion ashen. In his encounter with the Wood Owl Demon Saint, his sanctified body had nearly been obliterated. However, although Lin Chong did not break through to sainthood during the battle, he gained a profound understanding of his sacred seal, and with diligent reflection, he could achieve remarkable progress. The circumstances of the others were similarly comparable. In today's confrontation, numerous extraordinary demons from the Eastern Realm had perished or fled, leaving only the lower-tier demons remaining. It seemed that for a considerable time, the Nanyang Secret Realm would be more tranquil than the Kyoto Secret Realm. Lin Chong mustered his spirit and addressed Chen Chao. From now on, students of the Extraordinary Academy may roam freely, though it is best not to exceed 100 kilometers. With a somewhat helpless smile, Lin Chong continued, Brother Chun, in the coming days, I shall retreat to heal. I will need you to oversee the 7th fortress, and once we emerge from the secret realm, I shall treat you to a drink. Although Chen Chao remains at the semi-saint level, his combat prowess is unmistakable. He can effortlessly overpower an initial stage demon saint in a one-on-one confrontation. In Chapter 64, the Golden Dragon, after unleashing a torrent of fury, ultimately descended, coiling its colossal form upon a mountain overlooking the Golden Dragon Palace. Its piercing gaze swept across the assembly of demon saints, finally resting upon a feathered demon saint adorned with phoenix-like wings and vibrant red plumage, the blazing flame dragon sparrow. Upon being singled out, the blazing flame dragon sparrow quivered, lowering its body even further to the ground. The Thunder Valley was on the brink of yielding a sacred fruit, a precious boon that could aid my son in refining his saint mark. Retrieve it for me, and I shall bestow upon you a drop of my primordial dragon blood, enhancing your lineage and assisting you in taking that final step towards ascending to the rank of Saint King, the Golden Dragon declared, its voice reverberating across the expanse. The blazing flame dragon sparrow felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, but as it contemplated the location of the Thunder Mountain Range, its heart sank. The Thunder Valley lay at the juncture of the northern wilderness and the eastern jungle. The Wolf Clan of the north and the Dragon Clan have always been at odds. If the Golden Saint Dragon King were to venture forth personally, the White Wolf Saint King would undoubtedly not remain passive. Without the presence of humans, the Golden Saint Dragon King would not hesitate to engage the White Wolf Saint King in battle, but given the current strength of humanity, there was a significant risk of being taken advantage of. Hence, the Golden Saint Dragon King had chosen to send someone else to procure the sacred fruit. Had it not been for today's confrontation with the human saint, the blazing flame dragon sparrow would have boldly traversed the eastern realm. However, the human saint, albeit a false one, had drawn a decisive boundary in the east and proclaimed that any who dared infringe upon it would face dire consequences. Even though the blazing flame dragon sparrow was a mid-tier demon saint, it stood merely a step away from the Saint King realm. Yet, that single step still kept it from being a Saint King. Entering the northern realm from the east would incite the wrath of 2 Saint Kings, and the blazing flame dragon sparrow felt it was courting disaster. If the king commanded me to enter the northern realm, I would not hesitate to face death. Yet I am powerless against 2 Saint Kings. The blazing flame dragon sparrow was not foolish, sensing the king's ire. It recognized that a direct refusal would surely provoke his wrath. Thus, it opted for a different approach, presenting its most pressing dilemma to the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon swayed its massive form, stating that the Sword Saint would not enter the realm. The newly ascended human Saint King's foundation was unsteady, rendering him incapable of further combat. As for that wild dog, the White Wolf, who lacked offspring, it might not even make an appearance. I shall grant you a projection of my essence, which, in times of peril, will safeguard your life. For these saintly beasts, there may not be a profound interest in the sacred fruit unless they happen to have offspring in need of it. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a reward for their subordinates. With the Golden Dragon's assurance, the blazing flame dragon sparrow felt an overwhelming joy swell within. As long as it was spared a direct confrontation with a Saint King level opponent, this task would be exceedingly manageable. Kara stammered, her heart yearning to confess her relationship with Chen Chao, but in the presence of so many, she suddenly felt a wave of shyness. Her hesitance only piqued the curiosity of the students present. The boys gazed at Kara with intrigue, as if witnessing a rare spectacle of the normally stoic instructor revealing such an expression. The girls were utterly exhilarated, their innate curiosity igniting fervently. In their minds, they concocted a plethora of melodramatic romantic scenarios involving Chen Chao and Kara, enough to compose a lengthy novel of 500,000 words. I, alongside Brother Chen Chao, observed Kara's face reddening to the point of near bleeding, her mind seemingly operating like 100 supercomputers in unison. Yet, even with such formidable computational power. She could not fathom whether to assert her identity as Brother Chen Chao's girlfriend in front of her students. Just then, a familiar voice broke through. "Hey, you little rascals. Are you bullying Instructor Kara?" It was Chen Chao, who had overheard the chattering of the students surrounding Kara. His sudden appearance startled the students immensely, particularly as they had been caught gossiping behind others' backs, an exceedingly awkward predicament. Consequently, a few bashful girls shrieked and hurriedly fled, while the boys, intimidated by Chen Chao, the commander renowned for vanquishing formidable foes, scattered in all directions. Before long, the spacious instructor's dormitory was left desolate, with only the still-flushed Kara, head bowed, unable to meet Chen Chao's gaze. "Kara, you needn't concern yourself with those mischievous kids. It's one thing to ask questions, but their incessant gossiping indicates they are likely overwhelmed by the lack of academic assignments in our martial arts program," Chen Chao reassured her, concerned that the bashful Kara might be unable to withstand the students' teasing. To his surprise, Kara, summoning her courage, stepped forward and embraced Chen Chao, burying her head deeply in his embrace. Her voice was barely a whisper. "It is the 5th day since the students of the Extraordinary Academy entered the Nanyang Secret Realm. The Eastern Jungle has lost its previous tension, as the military busies itself with expanding defensive fortifications, while the students of the Extraordinary Academy venture further into the periphery, their range exceeding 50 kilometers. This was once unimaginable. Are there no stronger beasts lurking?" A handsome male student, wielding a large sword, stood in an open area and shouted skyward, "Have all the extraordinary beasts in the Eastern region perished?" This student, named Su Xiao, was a senior at the Extraordinary Academy, an initiator-level extraordinary being who, alongside his teammates, could hold his own against mid-tier extraordinary beasts. Yet, in the 5 days of hunting, they had encountered not a single extraordinary beast, nor even many high-tier awakened beasts, only an abundance of feeble creatures. The other members of the team expressed their frustration, with a girl whose hair cascaded down to her waist replying, "There's nothing we can do. Rin Sheng has ascended to a high-tier saint, and Commander Chen has delineated the boundaries of the Eastern region. Now, within the Nanyang Secret Realm, which beast does not know that the Eastern region belongs to humanity? It seems that for the next few years, the Nanyang Secret Realm will be even more tranquil than the Kyoto Secret Realm." Upon hearing the girl's words, Su Xiao appeared despondent. "What about the merit points I owe? I borrowed over 1,000 merit points to purchase this blade, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to slay a few extraordinary beasts. Yet you tell me there are no beasts left in the Nanyang Secret Realm? Are you jesting with me? Money can be borrowed. Naturally, merit points from the Extraordinary Association can be as well. However, the interest on borrowed merit points is quite steep, as those who take out loans venture into the secret realms where their safety cannot be guaranteed. Should misfortune befall them and they are unable to repay their debts, the Extraordinary Association ultimately bears the cost." Kara's cheeks flushed lightly. "With you by my side, why would I pay heed to anything else? With you around, you fill my eyes and my heart." Chen Chao pinched Kara's small face. "You are an instructor. Shouldn't you at least show some concern for your students' safety? What if something goes wrong? There isn't even a single extraordinary beast in the entire Eastern Realm. What could possibly go wrong?" Kara tilted her head, gazing at Chen Chao with eager anticipation. Chen Chao understood instantly. With a grand wave of his hand, he used his divine power to shield the surroundings, ensuring that no shameless eavesdropper could pry into their moment. He then leaned down and gently pressed his lips against Kara's rosy ones. After a brief kiss, little Kara still seemed unsatisfied. Chen Chao flicked her forehead playfully. "Wait until you are 18. You are far too young at present." "But I am not that young." Little Kara pouted, striving to puff out her chest. Chen Chao suddenly recalled a line from a certain game. "Yes, it's too early." Kara seemed to realize the disparity between her and her older sister, immediately pouting again. "Indeed, all you men are just foolish pigs. Eating pig trotters can replenish collagen, and they are particularly fragrant and crispy when roasted." As their conversation continued, Kara seemed to forget her earlier intentions, her mouth watering as she shook Chen Chao's arm. "Brother, I'm hungry. Shall we go eat roasted pig trotters?" "But there are no pigs in this secret realm," Chen Chao replied, feeling somewhat troubled. For at least in the Eastern Realm, there were no pig demons. Chapter 66. I am not a saint. The 7th Fortress. What? Another beast tribe has entered the realm? Lu Yuanshan, emerging from seclusion, looked up at the sky. With a single step, he flickered and appeared beside Chen Chao. Although Chen Chao had used divine power to seal the surroundings, Lu Yuanshan could still faintly sense Chen Chao's presence nearby upon getting closer. "Kid, what are you sneakily doing in this seal?" Lu Yuanshan expressed his discontent. Chen Chao remained silent, raising his hand as divine power spread, enveloping Lu Yuanshan as well. Upon seeing Kara beside Chen Chao, Lu Yuanshan's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder he had to seal the area. It turned out the young couple was engaged in a romantic exchange. As for whether Kara was too young, Lu Yuanshan paid it little mind. Saints are, after all, beings that transcend the mundane. Ordinary laws cannot bind them. Though Chen Chao had not truly stepped into the realm of saints, he had already demonstrated combat prowess at a saintly level. Thus, Lu Yuanshan has regarded Chen Chao as an entity deserving of equal treatment. Chen Chao disregarded Lu Yuanshan's knowing gaze, dismissing it with a thought of "what do you understand?" He casually inquired, "Why hasn't Ren Sheng arrived?" Lu Yuanshan shook his head, explaining, "He is currently at a critical juncture. Where are the demon saints, and how many have come?" Although Ren Jingtian had ascended to a higher echelon of sanctity 5 days prior, he had sustained injuries that necessitated a period of recovery. Conversely, Lu Yuanshan's injuries were relatively minor. After a few days of focused recuperation, he had nearly healed. Not wishing to dwell on this matter further, Chen Chao gestured toward a direction near the northern border, remarking, "It seems those demon saints have sealed off the surrounding area. I can't shake the feeling that they intend to venture into the northern border." Lu Yuanshan expanded his spiritual perception and sensed several demon saints ahead. "Old Lu," Chen Chao suggested, "why don't we follow them? Even if we do not engage in direct combat, we should at least ascertain what those demonic beings are scheming." Lu Yuanshan felt utterly exhausted. Moments ago, he had been addressed respectfully, yet now he was referred to as Old Lu. "Who are you calling Old Lu?" he mused. Were it not for his still unhealed injuries, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this impudent youth a lesson. Following them is acceptable, but we must not stir the grass and alert the snake, creating unnecessary trouble. Our priority is to maintain a low profile and avoid inciting conflict, Lu Yuanshan cautioned. Chen Chao nodded in understanding, assuring, "I will merely observe and refrain from engaging." To Lu Yuanshan's ears, this sounded akin to saying one would linger without truly entering. Meanwhile, Chen Chao turned to Carla, instructing, "Carla, remain here and keep an eye on the students while I fetch some chicken feet and wings." "Sure, brother. Please be careful," Carla replied with a sweet smile. "Old Lu, let us go." Chen Chao ruffled Carla's hair and promptly beckoned Lu Yuanshan as they soared toward the direction of the demon saints. Lu Yuanshan, feeling utterly drained, followed nonetheless, realizing that with his presence, he could keep a watchful eye. On the other side, the blazing flame dragon Sparrow, accompanied by 5 demon saints, sped toward Thunder Valley. Throughout their journey, she felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. The human saints have detected our presence. Upon realizing that human saints were spying on them, the blazing flame dragon Sparrow decisively lifted the energy blockade, her scarlet wings flapping fiercely as she accelerated toward the northern border. In the perception of the demon race, human saints were not expected to venture into the eastern region, as doing so would contradict their own assertions. After all, humans consistently claim dominion over the eastern region solely to protect their realm, denying any intention to interfere with the other 4 domains. Chapter 67, Thunder Valley. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuanshan ultimately nodded. The human pursuit of stable development does not solely rely on isolation, even without instigating conflict. It is essential to remain informed about the enemy's movements. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. The union of the various demon clans within the Nanyang secret realm is an inevitability. Gaining further insight into the demon clans would undoubtedly benefit humanity without any detriment. After some contemplation, Lu Yuanshan advised, "You may proceed, but do exercise utmost caution. Your safety surpasses the importance of any intelligence." Chen Chao, not yet a saint, possesses the strength to contend with initial stage demon saints. It is foreseeable that once Chen Chao ascends to sainthood, he will undoubtedly rank among the elite of saints, akin to the likes of Hua Ruolin and Lin Huayu. If circumstances permitted, Lu Yuanshan would truly wish to confine Chen Chao until he achieved sainthood before releasing him. However, such thoughts remain merely hypothetical. Not to mention, Chen Chao would certainly resist any form of restraint. Historically, those saints who seclude themselves for breakthroughs seldom emerge as the strongest. Conversely, those who achieve breakthroughs through combat invariably belong to the most formidable ranks of the present era. Rest assured, Old Lu, I would never jest with my own life. Chen Chao waved his hand and then restrained his aura, sealing his energy as he descended towards the ground. Utilizing the surrounding environment for cover, he soared forward. Lu Yuanshan stood at the boundary of the eastern region, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chen Chao. This young man is restless and unpredictable. I wonder if he can attain sainthood before the impending great conflict. According to Lu Yuanshan's estimations, A significant battle is imminent within the Nanyang secret realm in the next 3 years. Rather than a mere valley, it resembles a vast celestial pit created by a meteor's impact. The northern wilderness is largely barren grassland, and around this Thunder Valley, not a single blade of grass thrives. The sky is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, which never dissipate. The ground, spanning several dozen kilometers, is riddled with enormous fissures. At the very center of Thunder Valley, the cracks converge like rivers flowing into an ocean, abruptly forming a massive circular pit several thousand meters in diameter, as if pierced by a colossal column of energy. At this moment, countless demon clans are converging upon the pit. They do not seek to seize the forthcoming sacred fruit, but aspire to absorb the celestial power that will be released at the moment of the fruit's emergence. In pursuit of that fleeting opportunity for ascension, within the pit, a tempest of thunder rages, mercilessly shredding any creature that dares to approach. Above, 5 wolves of varying sizes, belonging to the demon clan, stand amidst the storm clouds, undeterred by the rolling thunder, their gazes fixed resolutely below. Lord Keywolf, the thunder's sacred fruit is on the verge of ripening. Shall we descend to harvest it? The demon wolf, known as Lord Keywolf, is immense, adorned in gray fur, his eyes gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Let us wait a moment, until the storm within Thunder Valley abates, as it coincides with the fruit's complete maturation. What causes the Thunder Valley to yield a sacred fruit? Lord Keywolf pondered, casting his gaze towards the ground. It is said that a millennium ago, the northern and eastern realms were once a unified expanse of boundless jungle, yet due to a cataclysmic battle, the north was transformed into a wasteland, and Thunder Valley became the burial ground of the defeated demon clan's strongest. Lord Keywolf nodded in understanding. He had heard of the Demon King War from that era. It is said that prior to that battle, there was no concept of the 5 great regions. Only after the conflict did various demon saints occupy their territories, leading to the present state of the 5 great regions. Kwai Wolf glanced towards a certain direction in the eastern realm, disregarding it, and continued. Chapter 68, Sacred Fruit. Kwai Wolf appeared to have anticipated the assault of the fiery dragon Sparrow. He howled towards the heavens, akin to a lone wolf serenading the moon. As a faint crescent moon emerged in the firmament, resisting the torrential rain of fire from the fiery dragon Sparrow. Dragon Sparrow, this is the northern realm. Your audacity is unwelcome. If it were the White Wolf Saint King again, I might have hesitated, but Kwai Wolf, you are not worthy. The fiery dragon Sparrow boasted a manifestation of the Golden Saint Dragon King, which bolstered its confidence. The Golden Saint Dragon King was immensely powerful, regarded as the mightiest among the demon saint kings of the 5 great regions. Even a mere avatar could contend with the White Wolf Saint King. Thus, the fiery dragon Sparrow, unrestrained, led numerous demon saints in relentless assault against Kwai Wolf and his companions. Roar! Kwai Wolf, unwilling to concede, leaped into the fray, engaging in fierce combat with the fiery dragon Sparrow alongside several wolf tribe demon saints. Several hundred kilometers away, on the ground, Chen suddenly sensed that the god of war's divinity, which had been dormant for several days, was now surging with power. He gazed up at the sky ahead. Oh, the battle has commenced. 1, 2, 3, 4, wow, 5 against 5. 10 demon saints are fighting. Previously, the skirmish among humans had merely been 2 against 3. Now, the internal conflict among the demon race doubled that number. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. If all 10 demon saints perish, my progress towards the god of war's sacred seal should be complete. With that thought, Chen soared towards the direction of the demon saints' battle. As he approached, the surrounding demon races multiplied. In the past, within the South secret realm, demon races would instinctively prostrate before the demon saints, as if facing a formidable adversary. Yet at this moment, these demons paid no heed to the 10 demon saints clashing in the skies. With a rush, Chen entered the fray, directly absorbing the terrifying thunderous impacts. Those bolts of lightning, potent enough to be acknowledged even by saints, capable of tearing through anything, struck Chen yet instantly fell silent, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, without a trace. How exhilarating! This thunder possesses a certain essence, seemingly formed from the might of heaven and earth. However, this primal power is unclaimed and can be directly absorbed by me. Chen entered a valley where dense silver lightning swirled, resembling countless silver serpents in constant motion. At the center of the valley lay the source of all this lightning, a sphere roughly the size of a fist, radiating a bright white light, which he tentatively referred to as a light orb. Surely, those demon saints are not vying for this. Is it something consumable? Chen recalled all the information the Extraordinary Association had on the South secret realm, but found nothing resembling this. Nonetheless, it mattered not what it was. He would seize it and flee. If it served his purpose, he would keep it. If not, he could exchange it for merits. How simple. Suddenly, Chen Chao soared toward the radiant orb of white light, as countless bolts of thunderous lightning intensified around him, reaching out toward the luminous sphere. With a thunderous roar. As Chen Chao approached the orb, the tempest of lightning in the Thunder Valley escalated to an unprecedented level. The fiery dragon Sparrow and the wolf demon, among other demon saints, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when a beam of white light pierced the heavens and earth, traversing the void from an immense distance. Arriving with a resounding crash, an indescribably terrifying aura descended. The White Wolf Saint King. Chapter 69. Whose side are you on? What on earth has happened? In that fleeting moment of contact, the orb merged seamlessly with Chen Chao's being. The tempest in the valley fell into silence. The once mighty bolts of lightning vanished abruptly. As if the world itself had been paused, the beasts surrounding Thunder Valley were rendered speechless, their gazes fixated on the solitary figure within the valley. The demon saints engaged in battle in the sky also froze, momentarily forgetting their conflict. Only the methodical Golden Dragon King continued to assault the White Wolf Saint King. Is he human? The fiery dragon Sparrow's gaze locked onto the figure in Thunder Valley, incredulous. Is that truly a human? Hadn't the human saints reached their limit at the eastern border? Why is a human here? In that instant, the fiery dragon Sparrow suddenly realized who the thief mentioned by the White Wolf Saint King was, and she screeched in disbelief. That human has stolen the sacred fruit. How? Is he one of your demons? Or have you colluded with humans? The wolf demon flickered, enveloped in a veil of white moonlight, descending like a shower of stars upon the fiery dragon Sparrow. With mighty wings of flame, the fiery dragon Sparrow flapped, igniting the heavens. No, he is not one of us. Damn it. We have not colluded with humans. If you continue to impede, that human will escape. Hell, the wolf demon remained skeptical of the fiery dragon Sparrow's words. After all, beings of the demon saint level could take on human forms, yet within the prevailing notions of the 5 great regions, beast forms were deemed the most noble, and very few demon saints would assume human shapes. Therefore, the wolf demon could not ascertain whether the figure in the valley was a demon saint transformed or indeed a human. Greedy wolf, take your men down and eliminate that human. Reclaim the sacred fruit. Lost in thought, the sky suddenly unleashed a claw-like blade from above, descending with astonishing speed. As if intent on rending the very fabric of reality, Chen Chao looked up to see 7 or 8 demon beings approaching, all appearing to be formidable demon saints. In the next moment, the claw-like blade crashed down upon Chen Chao, producing a sound akin to metal slicing through steel, a jarring metallic screech. Among the flying demon beings was a jade-clawed eagle demon saint. The jade-claw eagle is renowned for its remarkable speed, with its talons resembling exquisite white jade, capable of effortlessly tearing apart the sacred bodies of comparable demon clans, even as it reached out with a claw towards Chen Chao from a distance. Its power was sufficient to obliterate any existence beneath the sacred tier. Die? His corpse belongs to me. The wolf clan harbored doubts about the firestorm dragon Sparrow, yet the jade claw eagle was aligned with them. It was acutely aware that what lay below was not a demon clan saint transformed, but a genuine human. Furthermore, it sensed no complete sacred aura emanating from that human, indicating that he was evidently a semi-saint among humans. If he were indeed a semi-saint, it would all make perfect sense. The human sought to harness the thunder sacred fruit to condense a sacred seal, thus following them to the Thunder Valley in hopes of seizing the fruit. In truth, this human had indeed succeeded. But what of it? Without reaching the saint level, even if he were to seize the sacred fruit, he could not carry it away. The outcome would remain unchanged. Damn it. He must not be allowed to claim the human's corpse. The greedy wolf surged forward with reckless speed. To him, whether that figure was human was of little consequence. What mattered was that the firestorm dragon Sparrow must not be allowed to obtain the sacred fruit. The Northern Wolf clan and the Central Dragon clan have long been at odds. Should the latter secure the sacred fruit, it would mean the emergence of a new demon clan saint, thereby placing the Northern Wolf clan in dire peril. Yet, regardless of how swift the wolves were, they could not outpace the Jade Claw Eagle. With wings unfurled, nearly obscuring the sky above the Thunder Valley, its colossal and razor-sharp talons reached towards the abyss, seemingly on the verge of seizing the semi-saint human. Before the greedy wolf could regain his bearings, a figure shot forth from the Thunder Valley, its crimson cloak transforming into a streak of red light, racing after the retreating Jade Claw Eagle. As that figure ascended into the sky, a series of thunderous sonic booms echoed throughout the valley. Damn it, that was no semi-saint. That was a human saint. The Jade Claw Eagle finally stabilized its form, its massive wings flapping vigorously, only to find the surrounding demon saints watching it with palpable tension. Jade Claw, get away. It was the Night Owl Demon Saint, a friend, rapidly approaching as if to rescue it from imminent peril. Wait. Just as the Jade Claw Eagle began to comprehend the situation, Chen Chao had already appeared before it. So this is the weakness of demon saints? As he spoke, Chen Chao manifested directly in front of the Jade Claw Eagle, his presence akin to a taut bowstring. He raised his arm and unleashed a punch. Bang! A decisive strike. Executed with utmost seriousness. The punch shattered the sound barrier and thundered down upon the Jade Claw Eagle, which, sensing the gravity of the threat, retreated once more, frantically summoning the might of heaven and earth to create layers of defense before it. Simultaneously, it raised its talons, sharp enough to slice through gold and jade, and swung them towards Chen Chao's fist. Whether it be the layers of formidable defenses of heaven and earth or the jade-like talons of the eagle, all crumbled like mere paper before Chen Chao's unstoppable fist, disintegrating in an instant. Boom! The force of his punch shattered the jade talons, along with the sacred body of the eagle. Dragon Sparrow Master, save me. He is a human saint, save me. As the sacred body of the Jade Talon Eagle shattered, scalding blood gushed forth, soaring skyward at a velocity surpassing its descent. Gripping the iron beak of the Night Owl with one hand, Chen Chao's eyes blazed crimson as he turned towards the now distant Jade Talon Eagle, unleashing two beams of searing light infused with divine power. With the infusion of immense divine energy, the fiery gaze of Chen Chao exhibited a blend of silvery and crimson hues. Those two scorching rays pierced the heavens, traversing through the eagle's body, cleaving it and the sacred imprint within into two. Sacred imprint, War God Sacred imprint, 38 condensed, Power Sacred imprint, condensing, Thunder Sacred imprint, condensing. How could the condensation progress of the War God Sacred imprint have only increased by 3 percentage points? Is this eagle truly so feeble? Chen Chao recalled that when he vanquished the winged serpent and wood owl, the progress had risen by approximately 7%. Both the winged serpent and wood owl seemed to be mid-tier demon saints. Thus, was this white-clawed eagle merely an initial-tier demon saint? Could it truly be so weak? In an instant, the exhilaration of slaying the demon saint dissipated as he realized that it took 2 punches and his fiery gaze to fell an initial-tier demon saint. I am so weak, Chen Chao lamented. If Lu Yuanshan and Rin Jingtian were present, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes at his exclamation. Bah, what a pretentious fool. As the fiery gaze brought down the Jade Talon Eagle, the Night Owl trembled in sheer terror. Chen Chao clenched his fist once more and delivered another punch towards the Night Owl's head. In the sky, the blazing dragon sparrow witnessed the demise of the Jade Talon Eagle right before her eyes, inciting her furious wrath. She roared at the wolf demon. How dare you? My subordinate has been killed by him. Do you still believe we are allies? The wolf demon maintained a stoic expression. The fallen was a demon saint from the fiery dragon sparrow's side, and his sense of crisis was not overly acute. Chapter 71, Trouble Afoot Dragon Sparrow Master, save me. The Night Owl was filled with dread, realizing that this human was growing stronger with each battle. Was it not said that the Thunder Sacred Fruit had no effect on saints? Why did it seem as though he was absorbing the power of the Thunder Sacred Fruit? His aura escalating with each moment? Should no one intervene to shield the Night Owl from Chen Chao's impending blow, her demise would be certain. Although the two factions of demon kind had united, their hearts remained divided, each harboring their own thoughts. At least for the Wolf Tribe's demon saints, the death of another demon saint from the fiery dragon sparrow's side was of little consequence. As long as the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king dissipates and the white wolf sacred king fully descends, everything shall inevitably fall into place. A fireball, resembling flowing magma, materializes in the mouth of the fiery dragon sparrow. In the next moment, it suddenly expands several dozen times, hurtling towards Chen Chao with tremendous force. The molten core flame gem. Faced with the colossal magma fireball, Chen Chao remains steadfast, taking a deep breath. Just as the magma fireball descends, he exhales with all his might, releasing a stream of pure white energy that, upon contact with the magma fireball, emits a sizzling sound akin to a scalding iron plunged into water. The breath of ice. What? The fiery dragon sparrow's expression shifts as she witnesses her magma-like fireball rapidly cooling and solidifying, transforming into a sphere of ice in mere moments. Chen Chao delivers a powerful punch, shattering the ice ball. Countless shards of ice cascade down, crashing onto the earth below. Feeling the relentless barrage of attacks, Chen Chao is propelled backward, but he swiftly turns toward the eastern horizon, darting away. I shall not play with you any longer. Once I have absorbed this power, I shall return to settle the score. Chen Chao soars into the sky, breaking the sound barrier at 6 times the speed of sound. The fiery dragon sparrow swiftly pursues. her immense flaming wings unfurling like mountains, matching Chen Chao's speed with remarkable agility. Begone! Chen Chao pivots and strikes. The collision reverberates. The fiery dragon sparrow momentarily falters, her sacred form trembling, while Chen Chao uses the momentum to propel himself further, accelerating away in an instant. It is only at this moment that the attacks from the likes of the Kuei Wolf and other demon saints finally land. Dragon Sparrow, did you deliberately allow the human to escape? You are indeed in cahoots. Kuei Wolf roars at the fiery Dragon Sparrow, ignoring Kuei Wolf's accusations. The fiery Dragon Sparrow accelerates forward in pursuit. Deliberately let go? Indeed, she had intentionally released Chen Chao. After several encounters, the fiery Dragon Sparrow understood that Chen Chao possessed combat prowess akin to that of a mid-tier sacred being, not at all inferior to her own. Such a being could not be easily vanquished in the short term, especially since 2 of her demon saints had already perished. The avatar of the Golden Sacred Dragon King could only last for a few more moments. If the avatar were to vanish, with no one to restrain them, her side would be left with merely a handful of heavily wounded demon saints, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the White Wolf Sacred King and the Wolf Clan's myriad saints. Thus, allowing this human to escape was the wisest choice, granting the fiery Dragon Sparrow an opportunity to depart the Northern Realm. As for the potential ire of the Golden Sacred Dragon King for failing to acquire the Thunder Sacred Fruit, that was a risk she was willing to take. Chapter 72. The White Wolf Sacred King. The entry of human sacred beings into my Northern Realm signifies the onset of a great war. An ancient voice reverberates across the heavens and the earth. Chen Chao raises his gaze, witnessing a spectral figure of a snow-white wolf manifesting in the sky. The ethereal figure loomed ominously, its eyes resembling 2 resplendent suns, as it lifted its claw and directed it towards Chen Chao. Clearly, it regarded Chen Chao as a paragon of the human race. After all, one who could slay 2 initial-stage demon saints in an instant must be at least a mid-tier saint, among the most formidable of their kind. Why not join forces with me, Wolf King, to vanquish that dragon clan? As Chen Chao faced the overwhelming claw descending upon him, he accelerated abruptly, yet still found himself struck by the blow. The terrifying force shattered the earth beneath him. Although his body sustained minimal harm, the energy within him surged violently, erupting into a tempestuous storm of fiery lightning. Damn it! Chen Chao staggered, pondering why, despite the discord within the demon clan, they could not unite. Hadn't he heard that an enemy's enemy could be a friend? Must humanity be subjected to such discrimination? The White Wolf's phantom in the sky gradually solidified, revealing a snow-white demon wolf standing in the void, its gaze indifferent as it looked below. This was none other than the sovereign of the northern wilderness, the White Wolf Saint King. Upon glimpsing the White Wolf Saint King, the blazing Dragon Sparrow, accompanied by the remaining 3 demon saints, immediately altered course, urging forth their sacred seals with reckless abandon towards the central mountain range. Roar! The White Wolf Saint King cast a fleeting glance at the blazing Dragon Sparrow before turning his attention to Chen Chao. In a mere instant, he appeared above Chen Chao, roaring towards the heavens as he raised his pristine claw, striking down upon Chen Chao with tremendous force. In that moment, Chen Chao felt no fluctuation of energy. Furthermore, do not refer to me as the Blade Saint. I am now the Sword God. Shortly thereafter, Ren Jingtian materialized at the eastern border, standing alongside Lu Yuanshan, both smiling as they regarded the White Wolf Saint King and the assembly of wolf demon saints across from them. The Kuelong could not care less what this human saint is called. It howled. That individual just now seized the sacred fruit, clearly a saint of your human race. That man is not a saint, White Wolf Saint King. Can you not discern this? Ren Jingtian inquired with a smile directed at the White Wolf Saint King. The distinction between a saint and a non-saint is a matter of 2 entirely different realms. The demon race adheres to the law of the jungle, where survival of the fittest prevails. Battles below the saint level are mere entertainment. Survival is reserved for the strong, while the weak perish. However, the saint level cannot simply be overwhelmed by numbers. If human saints were to enter and massacre demon kin, it would contravene the law of the jungle, prompting the demon race to prohibit human saints from entering. Otherwise, war would ensue. As for the possibility of slaying demon saints below the saint level, that notion had never crossed the minds of even the strongest among the human race. Chen Chao was, indeed, an anomaly. After hearing Ren Jingtian's words, the demon saints of the Wolf Clan turned their gaze towards the White Wolf Saint King. They individually stood no chance against Chen Chao, unable to ascertain his true essence, and could only place their hopes in the godlike strength of the White Wolf Saint King. The White Wolf Saint King remained silent for a moment, not uttering a word, seemingly acquiescing to Ren Jingtian's assertion. Kueilong's expression was one of disbelief. How could he, having slain 2 demon saints under the Dragon King's command, possibly be mistaken for a human sage? To have dispatched 2 demon saints in succession? What absurdity is this? Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Ren Jingtian appeared momentarily dazed. For him, eliminating a couple of weaker demon saints alone was not particularly challenging. But what of Chen Qiao? Has he ascended to sainthood? Chapter 73. None of them are virtuous. Surrender the human who has stolen the sacred thunderfruit, or else do not blame us for uniting to annihilate the human race. The voice echoed, resonating from afar. The colossal golden dragon, spanning the heavens, descended and ultimately halted less than 10,000 meters from the eastern border of the Central Mountains. Such proximity was negligible for a sage-level powerhouse. Soon after, a 9-headed golden lion emerged in the western sky, while the southern ocean roiled with towering waves, revealing a massive figure that ebbed and flowed amidst the tumult. Ren Jingtian's countenance grew increasingly grave. This was no trivial matter. If it were merely a demon sage from the northern realm, he could still intimidate them. Yet, now not only had the White Wolf Sage King from the north arrived, but even the Golden Dragon King from the central domain had descended upon the border, with the other 2 demon sage kings responding in kind. Should hostilities erupt, it would undoubtedly escalate into a climactic battle. Outside the Nanyang secret realm passage, a white-haired elder clad in military garb stood resolutely before the dimensional rift. Troops gathered around, seemingly preparing for the imminent conflict. Behind the elder trailed a young girl, cradling a rusted ancient sword, her face alight with eager anticipation. Grandfather, what is the situation inside the Nanyang secret realm? This elder was none other than Lin Huayu, the sword saint and the foremost figure on the Huagua rankings. With his hands clasped behind him, he replied in a calm tone, "A confrontation may ensue, or perhaps it will not. We shall observe how events unfold." "Oh," the girl responded, falling silent thereafter. In the Magic City, at the Extraordinary Academy, Hua Rulin was engrossed in paperwork within her office when the telephone rang. Given the circumstances, in the words of the White Wolf Sage King and the Golden Dragon King, Ren Jingtian and his companion had pieced together the events that had transpired. It was evident that the demon race had discovered rare treasures of heaven and earth, and Chen Qiao had intercepted them midway, even killing 2 junior demon saints, seemingly from the Golden Dragon King's faction. In this regard, Ren Jingtian could only exclaim, "Well done." The 2 factions had always been at odds, particularly with the Golden Dragon King, whose ambition to unify the 5 great regions harbored a relentless desire to eradicate the human race. The stronger the Dragon Clan grew, the more perilous the situation became for humanity. Chen Qiao's theft of the sacred fruit and the slaying of the opposing demon saints had further equilibrated their strengths. However, the onset of this conflict was far too abrupt. If it were merely a matter of confronting a single domain, Huagua would have nothing to fear. The true terror lay in the potential alliance of the 4 great regions, which would indeed place significant pressure on Huagua. Sword Saint, I shall reiterate, surrender the human who has seized my sacred fruit, or face the annihilation of the human race. The Golden Holy Dragon King approaches once more, compelling the surrender of Chen Qiao merely to test the limits of humanity. Today, a so-called grand scheme warrants the sacrifice of a formidable saint. Consequently, tomorrow may very well demand greater sacrifices in the name of the greater good. The essence of a boundary is that once it is breached, even once, it is perpetually vulnerable to further transgressions. Should they refuse to comply, the demon race would be emboldened to initiate war directly. It was anticipated that humanity would at least deliberate the matter, yet Ren Jingtian, in resignation, shrugged his shoulders and conveyed to the Golden Holy Dragon King, regrettably, "We cannot surrender him, for the individual you seek has not returned to the Eastern Territory. If you wish to find him, seek the Wolf King." Chen Qiao has, in fact, evaded the human realm, thus averting the immediate possibility of conflict. However, unless humanity were to unilaterally breach the agreement and allow Lin Huayu to enter, there is little assistance that can be afforded to Chen Qiao. If only they could divert the calamity eastward and incite a conflict between the 2 demon saint kings. The Golden Holy Dragon King paused momentarily. Having recently arrived, he had heard from the Fire Dragon Sparrow that the human had fled towards the Eastern Territory, only to be met by the White Wolf Saint King. Chapter 74. The day of destruction. The Golden Holy Dragon King understood Ren Jingtian's machinations all too well. Thus, he felt a surge of ire towards the White Wolf Saint King's decision. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated invading the Northern Territory to eliminate Chen Qiao and extract the sacred fruit from his being. In his estimation, Chen Qiao was virtually doomed. His demise would signify the emergence of another demon saint within the Northern Wolf clan. The stronger the Northern Wolf clan became, the more challenging it would be to unite the four territories. After a moment of contemplation, the golden holy dragon king let out a dragon roar, ascending into the misty heavens, vanishing from the central boundary. As the aura of the golden holy dragon king dissipated, the demon saints below retreated, followed by the vanishing presences of the saint kings from the western and southern territories, restoring tranquility to the world. Lu Yuanshan felt a great weight lift from his heart. Albeit with a lingering apprehension, it was merely a false alarm concerning Chen Chao. Ren Jingtian coughed twice and stated solemnly, "Reinforce the ground forces with an additional 100,000 troops and request support from the saints. Are you truly willing to engage the northern territory for Chen Chao?" Lu Yuanshan questioned incredulously. Ren Jingtian shot him a disdainful glance. "Fool, how do you expect me to rescue that rascal? Then why request support? Idiot, if Chen Chao perishes, perhaps the Nanyang secret realm can enjoy a few years of peace. But if he survives and ascends to sainthood, how many demon saints do you think the Northern Wolf clan will lose?" Ren Jingtian retorted, "Do you suppose Chen Chao will die? Even before achieving sainthood, he managed to slay 2 demon saints. Once he becomes a saint, only those of Saint King caliber may be able to suppress him. He should not perish." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuanshan harbored an unwavering belief that Chen Chao would survive. Not merely survive, he feared that the next time they encountered him, he might be leading 3 or 4 demon saint kings towards them. "Let me ask you, how thrilling would that be?" Ren Jingtian exclaimed, exasperated, as Lu Yuanshan's heart quivered at the thought. "I must say, there is indeed a possibility. Doomsday? Have I transformed into Doomsday?" This appearance resembles the Doomsday from the Superman comics. However, unlike the comic version, Chen Chao still has his hair. Thankfully, he hasn't gone bald. What a disaster it would be. What would I do if I looked like this? Can I revert back? Chen Chao's head is as large as a basin. He hurriedly accessed the system interface. Personal interface. Name, Chen Chao, Doomsday form, power level, semi-saint holy marks, God of War holy mark, 41 condensed, power holy mark, condensing, thunder holy mark, condensing, extracted attributes, Kryptonian bloodline. God of War divinity skills, hacking technique 9, advanced combat skills 8, system backpack, 30 fragments of Thor's hammer, 30 fragments of Wonder Woman Diana, 50 fragments of Captain America Steve Rogers. Indeed, I am truly Doomsday. The holy marks have yet to condense. Once I assimilate the excess energy, I should be able to return to my normal form. Chen Chao assessed his current state. Previously, he could overpower low-level demon saints, and after transforming into Doomsday, his strength had increased even further. Discarding his Superman attire, he was left wearing only a small pair of shorts. At that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the horizon, emanating an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. The White Wolf Saint King. Chen Chao's expression grew grave. The Wolf King was scanning the area with its mental prowess, evidently searching for him. In the eastern region, at the 7th Fortress, Kara escorted the students of the Extraordinary Academy back to the fortress and immediately flew towards the border. On the way, she encountered Ren Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan returning. "Where's my brother? Where is he?" Kara's face showed signs of anxiety. She had utilized her supervision and X-ray vision to search for Chen Chao, but had found no trace of him. Ren Jingtian halted her, speaking solemnly. "Instructor Kara, Commander Chen is still in the northern region. However, I believe he will return soon. I will go find him in the northern region," Kara declared, preparing to fly northward. Lu Yuanshan stopped her, advising, "Instructor Kara, do not act impulsively. According to the demons, Chen Chao may have obtained a sacred fruit and is likely using its power to merge the holy marks at this moment." Hearing this, Kara hesitated. Ren Jingtian added, "Even if you go to the northern region, can you contend with the demon saints of the Wolf clan or the White Wolf Saint King? Wouldn't you just be complicating matters by seeking him out now?" Kara fell silent for a moment, her mind racing to contemplate ways to become stronger. According to the Kryptonian bloodline, all she needed to do was bask in the sun constantly. However, this method was too slow for her liking. Upon this thought, Kara suddenly recalled the immortal energy of Nan Jiamei's phoenix. If she could create a stable solar flare output device to wear daily, it would be akin to accelerating her sunbathing. This would be the quickest way to gain strength. After pondering for a while, it seemed that this plan was indeed feasible. Subsequently, Kara turned and departed, and both Jing Tian and Lu Yuanshan, witnessing this, presumed that Kara had come to a realization, thus refraining from intervening. Concerned about potential changes in the circumstances of the northern wasteland and the central mountain range, Sun Chengyan decided to terminate the students' training mission prematurely, intending to return to the Extraordinary Academy in Magic City the following day. Despite attempts to halt the situation, they proved futile. "Chen Chao, disinterested in exterminating this group of low-tier demon tribes, chose to disregard them. To his surprise, an increasing number of demons began to gather around him, primarily scattered entities migrating from the eastern region. Without the protection of formidable beasts in the northern region, their fate was almost certainly to become fodder for higher-tier demon beasts. Before long, hundreds of demons had congregated around Chen Chao, forming a substantial tribe. As he savored the flesh of a semi-saint avian, he surveyed the demons surrounding him. Their overall strength was rather low, with most being mid to high-tier awakened, and only a few dozen at the extraordinary level. It was unlikely that even their complete annihilation would yield a significant increase in his saint marks. However, if these demons could be rallied to the military, it would constitute formidable combat power. While Chen Chao dismissed these weaklings, they represented a formidable force for the army. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as these beasts regarded Chen Chao as one of their own. Had he resumed his human identity, such a scenario would have been impossible. Over the past few days, Chen Chao had absorbed the energy of the holy fruit, bringing the progress of his 3 saint marks to 99. With just one more step, he could consolidate his saint marks and ascend to the status of a saint. Yet, at this juncture, slaying saint-level demon beasts no longer contributed to this progress. He found himself in desperate need of a battle, a vigorous and exhilarating confrontation, to aid him in taking that final step. For Chen Chao in his doomsday form, even mid-tier demon saints were but a few punches away from defeat. Only demon beasts of the Saint King rank could assist him in achieving his ultimate goal. Indeed, for one of Kryptonian bloodline, the distinction of saint level was but a trivial matter, as long as he basked in the sun. Defeating Watanabe Ikki and kicking Huarulin would be mere trifles. Wait, why did I entertain the notion of kicking Huarulin? In truth, for Chen Chao at this moment, the significance of being a saint or not was inconsequential. What mattered was his lingering displeasure from the earlier encounter when that white wolf had struck him, intent on his demise. Chapter 76. Invincible in the eyes of Kuei Wolf, Chen Chao, a refugee from the eastern region, upon hearing the name of the White Wolf Saint King, should have scrambled to grovel in submission. However, the outcome was far from what Kuei Wolf and his companions had anticipated. Not only did Chen Chao show no gratitude, but he also uttered bold words. The demon saint behind Kuei Wolf, Greedy Wolf, wore an expression of displeasure and roared. A mere half-saint of the ape clan dares to show disrespect to Lord Kuei Wolf? You are courting death. No sooner had he spoken than Greedy Wolf leaped forth, raising his massive paw to strike at Chen Chao's head. In the face of a half-saint from the demon clan, the Greedy Wolf did not even activate the sacred seal, relying solely on his physical prowess. He aimed to crush Chen Chao with a single claw. The wrath of the demon saint sent the surrounding demons scattering in retreat. They had no choice but to flee. For even the residual force of a casual strike from the demon saint was sufficient to reduce them to ashes, leaving not a trace of their bones behind. The Greedy Wolf's claw descended with astonishing speed, its momentum akin to a raging torrent. Yet, Chen Chao exhibited no inclination to evade. He remained reclined, languidly yawning, as though the imminent attack from the demon saint were directed at another rather than himself. Seeking death, the Greedy Wolf perceived this as an affront, intensifying the force of his strike. With a thunderous impact, his claw struck Chen Chao. The sound of heavy metal colliding erupted, and the Greedy Wolf felt a numbing sensation in his claw, akin to wielding a hammer against a bronze bell, the recoil threatening to shatter his bones. Rubbish. I cannot muster even a modicum of seriousness to deal with you. Chen Chao remained unmoved. After yawning, he casually swatted forward as if to shoo away an annoying fly. A chilling aura surged from the Greedy Wolf's mind to its tail, and Kuei Wolf, sensing something amiss, swiftly shifted his stance. The full moon rising above him as he bellowed at the Greedy Wolf. Greedy Wolf, retreat at once. Yet, it was too late. Chen Chao slowly rose, his nearly 3-meter-tall frame resembling that of a small giant, gazing indifferently at Kuei Wolf above. You cannot be a Saint King. You have not even condensed a sacred seal. I cannot be mistaken. Kuei Wolf stared in disbelief at the unscathed Chen Chao. The previous strike, although not his strongest, should have sufficed to injure a weaker initial stage demon saint. Yet, despite this, it had inflicted no harm whatsoever on Chen Chao. An inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged within Kuei Wolf. Even when confronting a being of the Saint King's caliber, could it truly be so lackluster? Roar. Kuei Wolf let out another roar. He was certain of it. The peculiar demon before him was not a saint. He could not fathom why his prior attack had failed to vanquish his foe. Faced with the incomprehensible, he resolved to unleash greater power to crush it. Moments later, a thunderous sound erupted as Kuei Wolf enveloped himself in a dense energy armor, his speed suddenly accelerating as he charged toward Chen Chao like a streak of light. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chao's lips curled into a smirk. What? Do you wish for me to experience the sensation of being struck by light? Kuei Wolf's speed was astonishing. While it did not reach the speed of light, it bore a resemblance to Chen Chao's strike exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. To this, Chen Chao felt no trepidation. Boom. Once again, Chen Chao refrained from employing any energy, relying solely on his physical strength as he thrust his fist forward to collide with Kuei Wolf. At that moment, the surrounding demon clan recoiled in terror, witnessing the azure Quiling transform into a streak of lightning, colliding violently with the figure below. At the point of impact, a ferocious energy surged, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. Before the demons could marvel at the power of their saint, the collision had yet to stabilize for even a second when they beheld that azure figure being propelled backwards at a speed even greater than before. Quiling's skull was shattered, and its sacred body trembled violently, teetering on the edge of explosion, blood gushing from its mouth. Chapter 77. The battle with the White Wolf Saint King. At the moment Chen Chao vanquished Quiling, an overwhelmingly formidable aura swept across the heavens, causing all the beasts in the Northern Territory to tremble in fear, bowing respectfully towards the source of the energy, quaking with trepidation. Roar! Who dares to slay my kin? High above in the heavens, the ethereal form of the White Wolf Saint King gradually solidified. Upon receiving Quiling's plea for help, he hastened to the scene, but ultimately arrived a moment too late. Quiling's form, ravaged by searing flames, lay in ruins, with only scattered remnants drifting down from the sky. Sensing the remnants infused with Quiling's essence, the White Wolf Saint King was engulfed in rage, his might overwhelming. His fury did not stem solely from the loss of a powerful subordinate, but from the audacity of someone who dared to slay Quiling under his very gaze. Tracking the fluctuations of energy across the realm, the White Wolf Saint King pinpointed the shattered oasis where Chen Chao resided. It is you. Despite the vast distance of several thousand meters, such a gap was insignificant for a being of his caliber. The White Wolf Saint King swiftly discerned the area where Chen Chao stood, marked by the remnants of battle. Suspended in midair was a nearly 3-meter-tall demon, unmistakably the half-saint of the ape clan whom the White Wolf Saint King had encountered previously. Not long before, he had dispatched Quiling to recruit this very half-saint. Undoubtedly, it was the ape clan that had slain Quiling. Recalling the words Quiling had uttered before his demise, the White Wolf Saint King immediately associated them with the human who had previously stolen the sacred fruit. In the very spot where the human's presence had vanished, he now beheld the ape clan. Thus, it was not difficult to surmise that this ape was likely the transformed human. Come again. This time, Chen Chao shed his previous lethargy, finally experiencing the might of the Southern Yang secret realm, and indeed, the utmost power of Blue Star, Saint King level strength. By the standards of Blue Star, this should be classified as a high-tier saint. Such an existence undoubtedly instilled a sense of pressure in Chen Chao, igniting his battle fervor. With divine energy surging from his being, he moved once more, charging towards the White Wolf Saint King. Scraps, I shall slay you. The White Wolf Saint King, unwilling to concede, was one of the mightiest among the 5 great regions. He could endure his defeat against the Golden Saint Dragon King, tolerate the threats posed by the Sword God Ren Jingtian and the Emperor Flower Ruolan. However, he would never allow himself to be vanquished by a worthless being who was not even a saint. Indeed, Chen Chao had yet to attain the status of a saint. The White Wolf Saint King keenly sensed that the opponent lacked a fully formed saint mark within, indicating that the adversary could not harness the immense power of this realm. No entity could withstand the might of this world. Thus, your demise is inevitable. In the next moment, Chen Chao's colossal fist collided with the White Wolf Saint King's claw, enveloped in the forces of heaven and earth, marking the commencement of this earth-shattering battle. The ground trembled with thunderous roars, the sound reverberating far and wide, quickly reaching all 5 major regions. The first to perceive it were those closest, the Central Mountain Range and the 7th Fortress of the Eastern region. The Golden Saint Dragon King emerged from the Golden Dragon Palace, gazing toward the battlefield in the north, his dragon eyes reflecting confusion. A battle of saints? That fool White Wolf, who was he contending with? An unfamiliar saint? A demonized creature escaped from the land of seals? The Golden Saint Dragon King extended his spiritual energy to investigate further, seeking clarity. Chapter 78. The Great Battle in the North, at the heart of the battlefield. The area where Chen Chao clashed with the White Wolf Saint King had transformed the very landscape, creating a basin structure rivaling the Thunder Valley. The ground quaked violently, as if an earthquake had struck, with a tremendous shockwave emanating from the center, spreading outward and sweeping across a radius of 10,000 meters. Even the demon race saints who arrived from the White Wolf Palace dared to observe from a distance of 10,000 meters. Consequently, they too were buffeted by the colossal shockwave, feeling as if they were caught in a tumultuous sea. I concede your strength to achieve this without yet becoming a saint. There is no need for us to engage in a brutal fight. What do you desire? Let us discuss, the White Wolf Saint King proposed, feeling an overwhelming pressure. As a saint capable of commanding this realm, he found it astonishing that he could not easily slay a mere half-saint. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have deemed it unbelievable. Though the White Wolf Saint King did not believe he would lose, he was aware that continuing the battle would entail consequences. Meanwhile, the other saints from various regions watched from the sidelines, knowing that if he were to sustain injuries while pursuing the defeat of a suspected human powerhouse, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the other saints, especially that cunning old eel from the central mountain range. I seek nothing but your death. Chen Xiao laughed heartily, feeling on the verge of condensing the saint mark. If Chen Xiao were already a saint, it would be a different matter. But he was determined to slay the White Wolf to ascend to that status. There was no way he would relent now. Thus, Chen Xiao advanced, relentlessly assaulting the White Wolf Saint King. How foolish you are. The White Wolf Saint King, frustrated by the inability to negotiate, was filled with unparalleled rage. The adversary repeatedly encroached upon his limits, prompting a resolute determination within him. He was prepared to pay any price to eliminate the foe. As the two forces collided, onlookers perceived it as two tempests incessantly clashing. However, rather than succumbing to momentary paralysis, Chen Xiao coldly fixated on the approaching White Wolf Saint King, his gaze reminiscent of a seasoned veteran instructing a novice to commence their performance. A tremor coursed through the heart of the White Wolf Saint King. How could this be? Why was he unharmed? Just how formidable was his mental defense? This thought flickered through the White Wolf Saint King's mind when, in the next instant, Chen Xiao unleashed another punch aimed squarely at the Saint King's head. A decisive blow, a serious strike, to shatter the canine crown. Boom. The illusion shattered like fragmented glass. And Chen Xiao's fist descended once more, crashing heavily upon the White Wolf Saint King's skull. In that moment, it felt as though thousands of thunderclaps erupted simultaneously. The White Wolf Saint King sensed an overwhelming force emanating from his head, propelling it backward, while a shockwave radiated from the center of Chen Xiao's fist, creating a ripple effect that spanned hundreds of meters. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture resonated. The White Wolf Saint King's head was obliterated, and his body was uncontrollably hurled backward, akin to a meteorite plummeting to Earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. The ground trembled incessantly. Countless demonic beings from the Northern Territory fled in all directions, and the demon saints nearby wished to aid their king. Yet, the most powerful among them, the Kuei Wolf, had already been dispatched by Chen Xiao, rendering the remaining demon saints inferior. Even if they attempted to swarm him, it would merely equate to offering their lives, more accurately, their demon heads. Roar! Within the depths of the crater, the White Wolf Saint King howled skyward, the void reverberating as the might of the heavens surged forth, shattering the earth surrounding him. I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Chapter 79. The slaughter of the Saint King's scarlet flames filled Chen Xiao's eyes before erupting violently. In his Desolation Day form, his physique swelled, and his eyes expanded significantly. At this moment, he unleashed his thermal vision. Two rays resembling columns of water transformed into magnificent rainbows, piercing the heavens. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to twist from the searing heat, producing a crackling sound. The robust thermal vision surged toward the White Wolf Saint King's absolute cold tide. Sizzle! The thermal vision collided with the cold tide, the opposing forces of heat and cold beginning to neutralize each other upon contact. It was akin to red-hot wrought iron meeting ice water, unleashing waves of white mist throughout the space. In an instant, the mist enveloped the area, infused with scorching warmth, transforming the environment into a veritable steam room. As the temperature of the realm steadily escalated, it became evident who held the advantage. The clash between the thermal vision and the cold tide had barely begun when the White Wolf Saint King's cold tide began its retreat. Two columns of fiery vision surged relentlessly forward, while the white chill dissipated like ice blocks under the blazing sun. Regardless of how the White Wolf Saint King summoned the immense powers of heaven and earth to desperately resist, he found himself utterly unable to withstand it. Is this truly all you are capable of? You have left me profoundly disappointed. Chen Xiao gradually intensified his power, as two scorching beams of light surged once more in his eyes, akin to two ferocious fire dragons, roaring and voraciously devouring the absolute chill emanating from the White Wolf Saint King. Blood once again spilled from the Saint King's mouth, and for the first time, a glimmer of terror flickered in his eyes. He could no longer afford to underestimate this adversary before him. He exerted every effort to summon the powers of heaven and earth, channeling the absolute chill through his ice wolf Saint Seal to fend off Chen Qiao's fiery gaze. Just as the icy tide receded to within 100 meters of him, the white wolf Saint King let out a mournful howl. Chen Qiao's eyes shot forth thunderous lightning, entwined with crimson rays, suddenly expanding yet again. Oh! The white wolf Saint King emitted a heart-wrenching scream as the frigid air surrounding his seal instantaneously melted away, and the absolute chill dispersed in an instant. Two colossal beams, resembling a rainbow piercing the sun, broke through layers of obstruction and thunderously descended before the white wolf Saint King. They directly pierced through his ice wolf Saint Seal and crashed violently against his pristine white form. Boom! The entire space around the white wolf Saint King seemed engulfed in boundless flames. He had completely lost the capacity for thought and only yearned to retract his seal and flee from this place. However, those two massive, lightning-wreathed beams struck him back uncontrollably, sending his body crashing to the ground. The impact was but a minor injury to the white wolf Saint King. What truly instilled despair within him were Chen Qiao's two earth-shattering, terrifying rays, which even incinerated his white fur to ashes, while his sacred body could not withstand the violent surge of energy beginning to crack under the strain. Spare my life, spare my life. I, the Wolf Clan, pledge allegiance. Do not kill me. The white wolf Saint King, confronted with the specter of death, cast aside the dignity of his title and chose to plead for mercy. For after all, life itself was of utmost importance. I refuse. Who knows if your submission is sincere? Chen Qiao dismissed the white wolf Saint King's pleas, breaking the sound barrier as he leaped into the void, transforming into a streak of light, rushing toward the white wolf Saint King. In that moment, the white wolf Saint King was rendered utterly helpless. The white wolf Saint King fell in battle. The surrounding members of the wolf clan stared incredulously ahead, while the weaker demon clans fled toward the central and western regions in a panic. Meanwhile, several demon saints of the wolf clan stood frozen, unable to move. They were rooted in disbelief, unwilling to accept that their invincible white wolf Saint King had been slain by an unknown demon. He was one of the mightiest among the 5 great regions, the supreme ruler of the northern wasteland. Confronted by a demon race capable of slaying even the white wolf Saint King, the wolf clan found themselves engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shock and terror. Fleeing proved futile. They prostrated themselves on the ground, awaiting the arrival of their doom. In the 7th fortress of the eastern region, Ren Jingtian, witnessing the death of the white wolf Saint King, felt a pang of disappointment upon observing that the demon who had slain him appeared to have sustained little injury. Why was there no mutual destruction? At the very least, shouldn't there have been a stalemate? Given this dire situation, could it be that the throne of the northern region was about to change hands? Moreover, why had Chen Qiao not returned? Wasn't the outbreak of the Saint King battle in the north the perfect opportunity for his stealthy return? The previously absurd thought resurfaced, and Ren Jingtian shook his head, realizing that his imagination was indeed running wild. In the central mountain range, the golden holy dragon king soared through the air, dissatisfied with this outcome. The white wolf, such a worthless creature, had never truly wounded that demon throughout the entire ordeal, utterly useless. The energy of heaven and earth, known to humans as the great power of heaven and earth, included light. In a mere breath, Chen Qiao absorbed this energy, feeling it flow into him nearly 30 times faster than basking in the sun. In other words, 1 year of sunlight now equated to what he had previously gained in 30 years. After condensing the holy seal, his physical attributes had significantly amplified. But the greater benefit lay in his divine perception of war and slaughter, which had expanded over 30-fold. His command over energy became far smoother than before. Raising his palm, a surge of thought summoned a brilliant bolt of lightning into existence. With a flick of his finger, he sent the lightning streaking across the sky, crashing down upon a distant wolf demon saint. Boom! The explosion reverberated as the wolf demon saint's holy form was pierced by the thunder, leaving no time for a cry of anguish before it shattered into fragments, its soul obliterated. The remaining 8 or 9 demon saints bore expressions of despair. Among them, several from the wolf clan decided to risk everything and confront Chen Qiao, while others from the ape, bear, and feather clans desperately pleaded for his mercy, professing their willingness to submit. Annihilate all wolves, and I shall spare your lives, Chen Qiao coldly declared, his gaze fixed upon the scene below. The subordinate demon saints, whose holy seals had been bound by the energy restrictions of the white wolf Saint King, had never possessed much loyalty. Now that their lord was dead, the restrictions dissolved, and they readily betrayed the wolf clan. As Chen Qiao's words fell, the subordinate demons launched a fierce assault against the wolf demon saints, reigniting the battle with brutal intensity. In other regions, Although Chen Chao's body swelled after the fierce conflict while absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, he gazed at the three demon saints' holy seals manifesting before him, intent on eliminating them directly. Upon reflection, subjugating the three demon saints may indeed yield an unexpected advantage, as it would grant the human race three formidable combatants of saintly caliber. Furthermore, the foremost among them, adorned with golden feathers, is a mid-tier demon saint, whose strength, albeit slightly inferior to Lu Yuanshan, still qualifies as a significant asset. Consequently, Chen Chao raised his hand once more. With a crackle of thunder, he harnessed the power of lightning, imbuing it upon the sacred seals of the three demon saints before him. Should Chen Chao will it, those bolts of lightning would instantly detonate, obliterating their sacred seals. The destruction of these seals would result in a severe diminishment of power, at best. They would lose their source of strength and regress to a semi-saint level. At worst, their very bodies would shatter, leading to their untimely demise. Relieved, the demon saints felt a momentary respite as Chen Chao left the lightning energy upon their sacred seals. Although they were destined to be subjugated by Chen Chao, they had at least secured their lives for the time being. After all, survival takes precedence over all else. Your Majesty, within the White Wolf Palace lies a trove of treasures. Now that you have slain the White Wolf and ascended as the new king of the Northern Realm, those treasures naturally become your personal possessions, the golden-feathered demon saint remarked. Chen Chao cast a glance at his interlocutor and inquired, "What is your name?" "My subordinate is known as Jin Ling," the golden-feathered demon saint replied. "Lead me to inspect them." Though Chen Chao remained in his apocalyptic form, his ascension to sainthood had significantly enhanced his control over his energy. A mere attempt would surely restore him to his human form. Meanwhile, having vanquished the White Wolf and claimed the title of king, all that lay within the Northern Realm now belonged to Chen Chao. Consequently, the only course of action for Ren Jingtian was to expedite the fortification of defenses before the impending conflict, ensuring that the external saints were prepared to mitigate the worst-case scenarios. Old Lu, why does the situation in the Nanyang secret realm become increasingly perplexing? Ren Jingtian could not help but direct his gaze toward Lu Yuanshan as they journeyed home. Lu Yuanshan bore a similarly bewildered expression. Indeed, I am at a loss as well. I cannot pinpoint when the Nanyang secret realm began to exhibit such anomalies. It was not like this before. The two exchanged a few words, both wearing expressions of concern. The palace of the White Wolf Saint King, perched atop the highest elevation of the northern wilderness, sprawled across a vast expanse. Its architectural style diverged from that of humanity, yet bore striking resemblances, reminiscent of the grand temples of ancient Greek mythology, exuding an aura of majestic solemnity. At this moment, Chen Chao sat atop the back of the Jinling demon saint, surveying the White Wolf Palace below. "Your Majesty, shall we eradicate the remnants of the Wolf clan?" inquired the giant bear demon saint in a deep, rumbling voice. As the newly crowned king of the Northern Realm, Chen Chao lacked his own kin, and the two feathered demon saints displayed utmost deference to their new monarch, subtly hinting at their desire to become his trusted confidants. This elicited a sense of urgency within the giant bear demon saint, prompting him to hastily seek Chen Chao's favor. "Very well," Chen Chao nodded, adding, "Additionally, we should endeavor to recruit other demon clans within the Northern Realm. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the demon saints in the northern region, there remains a considerable number of extraordinary demon clans, collectively forming a formidable power. Thus, Chen Chao could strategically stir the waters among the demon clans, alleviating the pressure on the human race." The Great Bear received his orders and departed, leading his subordinates to massacre the Wolf clan. Chen Chao cast a glance at the White Wolf Palace. Upon emerging from the treasury, Chen Chao unleashed the might of thunder, reinforcing the energy seals of the treasury. Unless faced with a saintly king-level powerhouse, none could breach his seals. After his emergence, Jin Ling, accompanied by the powerful demons of the Northern Realm, paid homage to the new king. After acknowledging his subordinates, Jin Ling advised that, as the new king had just ascended to the throne and his foundation remained unstable, the most crucial task was to expand his harem, propagate offspring, and strengthen the royal lineage to secure a foothold among the 5 great regions. Uncertain of Chen Chao's preferences, Jin Ling selected a multitude of pure-blooded, noble-bred, and aesthetically pleasing demon beings. Regardless of Chen Chao's inclinations, be it for any race or form, whether beastly or humanoid, the Grand Hall was replete with a diverse array of choices. The intelligence of the demon clan had evolved, forming a tribal societal system reminiscent of ancient times. Under the dominion of the demon clan's saintly king, each region resembled a vast feudal kingdom, with societal concepts and structures bearing striking similarities to ancient dynasties. Chen Chao's gaze swept over the array of enchanting beings below, eventually resting upon the monstrous maidens. The demon saints adeptly transformed into human forms, while some semi-saint level demons, though capable of transformation, retained distinctively demonic features. For instance, a nearby cat demon appeared human in form, yet her claws, tail, and ears could not be concealed, revealing her true nature at first glance. Feeling Chen Xiao's gaze, the cat-eared maiden knelt, timidly uttering a sound, expressing her utmost reverence. Chen Xiao was utterly charmed by this cat demon, feeling more flustered than when facing a saintly king-level demon. The cat-eared maiden was merely one among many varieties of monstrous maidens present. The great bear's expression towards Jinling shifted, perceiving her as shameless for transforming to curry favor with the king. He lamented his own masculinity, wishing he could charm the king like the alluring maidens surrounding Jinling. Yet, what if the king preferred males? Should he take a chance? The bear shivered at the thought, ultimately deciding against it, fearing for his life. Should he misjudge the king's preferences, it could spell his demise. As the king was notoriously ruthless, seeing Chen Xiao remain silent, Jinling promptly arranged for the demons who could not transform to depart, beckoning the monstrous maidens to approach, stating, "Your Majesty, the hour is late. Allow your humble servant to attend to your bath." Indeed, in moments of indecision, a bath is the remedy. It seems the demon clan truly knows how to indulge. I cannot provoke. I dare not provoke. No need for that. I shall enter seclusion for a while. You must manage the affairs of the Northern Territory well. Should there be even the slightest error, I shall not spare you. Chen Xiao spoke with a cold demeanor. As soon as his words fell, he vanished from the grand hall. The demon clan members below did not even catch a glimpse of how Chen Xiao departed. Jinling initially thought he had mishandled matters, inciting Chen Xiao's displeasure, and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The giant bear approached, patting Jinling on the shoulder, and said, "Look at how frightened you are. The king is not displeased, he is merely shy." "Ha. To my esteemed self. Our king seems to still be a fledgling." Upon hearing this, Jinling first felt a surge of joy, then raised his delicate arm to pat the giant bear's shoulder, lamenting, "You dare mock the king? You are doomed." At these words, the giant bear's smile froze upon his face. Chapter 83. The one who upsets the board these past few days. The seventh fortress was destined for unrest. For the human race, the change of leadership in the Northern Territory necessitated vigilance, especially as the Eastern Territory shares a direct border. According to the latest intelligence, the new king of the Northern Territory is known as the Demon King. After the Demon King vanquished the White Wolf, he commenced his seclusion, rumored to be on the cusp of further enhancing his power. Other sovereigns from the various domains dispatched envoys bearing gifts, acknowledging the Demon King's status, and expressing intentions to unite against the human race. This was anticipated. In the 5 major regions, there had been relative harmony, with mutual understanding and balance, albeit without profound camaraderie. The sudden emergence of a formidable and unfamiliar power, who swiftly dispatched the White Wolf sovereign and subsequently displayed 3 holy seals to assert dominion over the Northern Palace, unsettled the equilibrium. Out of trepidation for this enigmatic entity known as the Demon King, a temporary alliance formed among the Central, Western, and Southern territories. Should the Northern Demon King dare to stir trouble, these 3 domains would unite to address him. Conversely, if the Demon King proved amenable and refrained from further provocations, the newly formed Demon Alliance would then direct their focus toward the human race, using them as a sharpening stone to strengthen the bonds among the various regions of the Demon Alliance. Such was the intelligence gathered by the extraordinary army across the domains. Although the Golden Dragon King perceived Chen Xiao as a threat, he concealed this sentiment, ensuring that the human race remained oblivious. His ambition was to dominate the 5 major regions, even to rule over the human realm, necessitating a comprehensive strategy and meticulous calculations. Yet, he remained unaware that no matter how he schemed, he could not account for an unforeseen presence, one who would upend the entire board. In the Eastern Fortress, defenses had expanded tenfold during this period of fortification. Strong reinforcements had entered the Nanyang secret realm, and the military had grown from an original force of 50,000 to 200,000. Several saints from the Huagua, including Sword Saint Lin Huayu, Thought Emperor Hua Ruolin, and Ice Saint Su Qingqing, were fully prepared. Lin Chong was at a loss, feeling despondent. For others, reaching the sacred level was an arduous endeavor, yet for Chen Xiao, it seemed as effortless as child's play. Unbeknownst to the landlord's sister beside him, if she were aware of Lin Chong's sentiments, she would surely lament in empathy, exclaiming how overwhelming it was to be amidst such a group of anomalies. Chen Xiao had been in the Northern Realm for a week, and we had received no news of him. Optimistically, one might speculate that he was in seclusion, striving to transcend to the sacred level. Yet, It was also possible that Lin Chong refrained from further speculation. Most assumed that Chen Chao had been slain by the White Wolf Sacred King. After all, for a Sacred King beast, eliminating a half-sacred was a trivial task. I must venture into the Northern Realm to find him, Lin Chong declared. Both Kara and the landlord's sister responded in unison, expressing their eagerness to accompany him. Upon hearing of Chen Chao's disappearance, the landlord's sister grew increasingly anxious, insisting on joining Kara, even willing to expend a significant amount of contribution points for the endeavor. Although she recognized her own limitations and understood that her abilities were inadequate to offer substantial aid once inside the secret realm, her resolve remained unwavering. A figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Chong, moving swiftly from a distance. It was the Fist Saint, Lu Yuanshan. Dear friends, I grasp the gravity of your feelings. The military has consistently dispatched personnel into the Northern Realm in search of Chen Chao. Aside from the depths of the Northern Realm and the vicinity of the White Wolf, now referred to as the Demon King's Palace, all other possible locations have been thoroughly searched without a trace of Chen Chao. I do not wish to dissuade you from your quest. Rather, I implore you to wait for a couple of days. A formidable weapon will be delivered shortly. Provided we are adequately prepared for battle, both Saint Ren and I will enter the Northern Realm together to ascertain Chen Chao's fate. Whether alive or deceased, we shall find him, Lu Yuanshan asserted with unwavering conviction. Indeed, their mission in the Northern Realm was not solely to locate Chen Chao. They had received directives from above to engage with the newly established Demon King of the Northern Realm. Thus far, the attitudes of the Sacred Kings from the other territories had become increasingly apparent. Chapter 84. What a ridiculous title. Having reverted from human form back to his apocalyptic form, Chen Chao resolved to depart the palace. He intended to continue utilizing the identity of the Northern Realm King to stir the tumult within the demon tribe. In his apocalyptic form, Chen Chao's strength was augmented to such a degree that he felt confident even against opponents of the Sacred King caliber, believing he could hold his own against anyone. First, he would venture out to assess the current situation. If it appeared stable, he might visit the human realm and seek opportunities to exchange the treasures within his vault for merits. Although Chen Chao possessed a lazy disposition, he still aspired to be a wealthy slacker. Once matters here were resolved, he could indulge in the pleasures of the human world, relishing a life of luxury, and perhaps occasionally retreating to the secret realm for a holiday, considering it was home to his harem of thousands. Ahem, that was a topic for another time. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Lost in thought, Chen Chao rose to his feet, towering nearly 5 meters in his apocalyptic form, resembling a giant. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble beneath him. As Chen Chao approached the entrance of the palace, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned his head towards a particular direction. Beyond the confines of the energy barrier outside, it appeared that an entity was attempting to penetrate the energy shield, seeking to glimpse the happenings within. What could it be? Chen Chao, possessing an immensely powerful mental force, was the first to perceive the presence of this intruder. He stepped forth from the energy barrier, ascending into the air, and with an outstretched hand, he grasped the void, instantly tearing through the fabric of space and seizing whatever was lurking, intent on spying on him. What is this grotesque thing? Chen Chao gazed at his palm, which now clutched a singular eye, more precisely, a large, spherical eyeball. The orb was entirely black, with a crimson pupil at its center, struggling fiercely within his grip. It unleashed a fervent barrage of mental attacks of the Saint King level, as Chen Chao felt the relentless tide of mental force assailing him. Ripples began to form in his mental realm. Upon encountering Chen Chao, a profound sense of oppression enveloped her. This overwhelming sensation was one she had only experienced before with the Golden Sacred Dragon King. Esteemed Lord Demon King, I, representing the Golden Sacred Dragon King, extend to you my highest respects. The Flame Dragon Sparrow, accompanied by a host of demon kin, maintained their true forms, their colossal bodies bowing before Chen Chao in reverence. The expansive hall was sufficiently vast to accommodate hundreds of demon saints in their true forms. Had it been a smaller venue, they would have had to transform to fit within. Demon King? Is that my name? Chen Chao's lips twitched in dismay. What a ridiculous name. Who on earth bestowed this upon me? Should I find out, I shall make it my mission to punish the fool responsible for such a travesty. The Flame Dragon Sparrow was taken aback by Chen Chao's response, casting a fearful glance at Jin Ling. Wait, your king is not named this? Jin Ling appeared equally bewildered. I have no idea. Chen Chao never mentioned his name, and Jin Ling dared not inquire further, unaware of how the title of Demon King had spread across the 5 major regions, even among the human race. It was known that the ruler of the Northern Territory was referred to as the Demon King. The Flame Dragon Sparrow lowered her head further, speculating that perhaps this was a deliberate tactic by Chen Qiao to find an excuse to confront her. Even if this demon king were to escalate matters, she was unafraid. Bearing the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king, much like when facing the white wolf king, should this demon king dare to make a move against her, he would not only contend with the avatar, but also face the united assault from the central, western, and southern regions. In the eyes of the flame dragon Sparrow, no matter how formidable the demon king was, he could not possibly withstand the combined onslaught of the three region saint kings. Upon hearing the flame dragon Sparrow's words, Chen Qiao was filled with amusement. How delightful! Just when I was lamenting the lack of opportunity to stir up trouble, you come seeking my assistance against the human race. Should I acquiesce? Confronting the human race is a task deemed impossible, a notion that remains consistent throughout my lifetime. Chen Qiao reclined upon his throne, his mind fervently analyzing the current circumstances. From the words of this magnificent avian creature, it appeared that the other region's demon clans had united. What could have prompted such an alliance? Was my display of strength perceived as a threat? Perhaps so, for to others, the mere act of slaying an opponent of equal rank seems an extraordinary achievement. Much like the time when Hua Rulin and the saints collectively hunted the black demon ape in the eastern region, they reveled in their triumph for quite some time. Thus, my singular defeat of the White Wolf Saint King may have instilled fear in the hearts of the other demon clan sovereigns, at least rendering me a figure of menace. In contrast, Chen Qiao found this difficult to comprehend. What significance does slaying an opponent of the same rank hold? How could it incite such fear? Was it truly my fault for showcasing such exceptional prowess? Yet, I cannot alter my inherent strength. The loneliness of invincibility is profound and profound. In this moment, I could certainly reject the alliance outright. Undoubtedly, the three regional sovereigns would descend upon me with lethal intent. Had I not sensed the watchful gaze of the enormous eye observing me, I would have considered overturning the table in defiance. The entity lurking in the shadows, intent on monitoring me, emitted an aura distinctly different from all known sovereigns. It was clear that the Nanyang's secret realm was far from the tranquil facade it presented. Chen Qiao engaged his analytical prowess in deep contemplation. Suddenly, an absurd image of a tentacled monstrosity adorned with countless large eyes invaded his mind. This is the downside of possessing such formidable cognitive abilities. In an instant, every detail coalesced into a vivid tableau that repulsed him. While Chen Qiao's mind wandered through these fanciful musings, the flame dragon Sparrow timidly lifted its head and inquired, "Esteemed king, may I be so bold as to ask whence you hail?" Despite the vastness of the 5 regions, they remained rather diminutive for beings of the sovereign caliber. How could the other sovereigns not harbor suspicions regarding Chen Qiao's origins? In response, Chen Qiao took merely 2 seconds to concoct a plausible explanation. I once participated in the ancient war, after which I succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in the present. The ancient war. The flame dragon Sparrow, recalling the most distant conflict, the Saint King War in the northern region, realized that it hardly qualified as ancient lore. Yet, upon considering Chen Qiao's astonishing possession of 3 holy seals, her imagination began to race regarding his origins. Chen Qiao offered no further elaboration. He was unaware if the Nanyang's secret realm held any tales of ancient wars, but in the realm of literature, particularly on a certain Chinese web portal, the narratives of ancient battles and the resurgence of powerful beings were ubiquitous. This was a well-worn trope. The demon clans were unlikely to peruse such websites for stories, and thus would remain oblivious to this narrative device. Not only the flame dragon Sparrow, but even the kin of Chen Qiao, Golden Feather, the Great Bear, and others, were equally baffled by this trope. Their gazes upon Chen Qiao transformed into expressions of astonishment. In summary, the origins of Chen Qiao can be encapsulated in a single phrase. Chapter 86. Have you ascended to sagehood? In the eastern region, at the 7th fortress, the command room, once spacious, was now filled to capacity. Leading the assembly were Ren Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan, 2 venerable sages of Huagua, accompanied by high-ranking military officials and representatives from various armed factions. According to the latest intelligence, the Lord of the Northern Territory, the Demon King, had joined the alliance of a scenario we least desired. We were about to confront the onslaught from the 4 domains within the secret realm. This meeting was chaired by Ren Jingtian, who briefly outlined the current situation and shared all military intelligence regarding the formidable warriors. Lin Chong, the governor of the Nanyang secret realm, proposed whether to further expand the military forces. Ren Jingtian shook his head, stating that against the 4 domains, we could face a tide of millions of beasts. However, the truly decisive factor rests with the sages. I have already informed the higher-ups to summon all sages of Huagua and prepare for the worst. Presently, scientists have resolved some technical challenges and could, at a cost, transport modern firearms into the secret realm. Yet, Such modern weaponry is effective only against below the sage level and cannot harm the. Without a corresponding powerhouse to restrain the. It is likely that even supersonic missiles would be destroyed before they could approach the army. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Currently, there are 15 sages in Huagua, including 3 high-level sages and 6 mid-level sages. This formation might suffice against 1 or 2 domains, but facing all 4 simultaneously would be akin to descending into hell. In dire circumstances, Huagua would need to seek assistance from the world. Kara, an instructor from the Extraordinary Academy and one of the few present with sage-level combat prowess, was also invited to the meeting. While others engaged in discussion, Kara remained quietly attentive, refraining from participation. At that moment, Ren Jingtian sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the entrance. Kara followed suit, looking towards the door. Slowly, a young man clad in a red cloak and battle attire stepped inside, immediately locking eyes with her amidst the crowd. Lin Chong was visibly delighted to see Chen Chao. Chen Chao returned his smile, his expression reminiscent of someone proudly boasting about achieving a perfect score in elementary mathematics, akin to a foolish younger brother. Ascended to sagehood? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am already a sage. It seems the top spot has fallen on your shoulders once more. What a pity. I only held that title for a few days, Chen Chao remarked, giving Lin Chong a hearty pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong's smile froze in disbelief. What? You've become a sage? How did you achieve that? That's quite shocking. The news of Chen Chao's ascension to sagehood brought expressions of delight to Ren Jingtian and the others. Prior to his ascension, Chen Chao possessed the strength to slay low-level. Now that he was a sage, he should be capable of contending with mid-level sages, shouldn't he? The crowd congratulated him with a few words and promptly urged Chen Chao to join the strategic planning meeting. In the face of the threat posed by the Demon Alliance, an additional Saint-level combatant would enhance their chances of victory. As Chen Chao took a seat and listened for a while, it became evident that the discussion revolved around the newly ascendant lord of the northern region, the Demon King. Their apprehension was palpable. It almost seemed as though Chen Chao could directly inform them. I am the Demon King you speak of. However, with so many present, he did not suspect that there were spies among the human ranks. Rather, it was the large eye capable of monitoring him that raised his concerns about potential eavesdropping on their side. Among those present, only Ren Jingtian possessed the ability to detect the existence of the large eye. Others might not notice it at all. If the demons were to discover his identity, the final betrayal would become impossible to orchestrate. Chapter 87. I am the Demon King. Chen Chao did not make a deliberate effort to conceal his saintly aura. A slight probing by others would reveal the truth. He had nothing to deny. Indeed, he had seized a saint fruit in the northern region, which had quickly allowed him to condense the saint seal and ascend to sainthood. Those present were aware that the secret realm was abundant with various heavenly materials and treasures, and that similar saint fruits had emerged in foreign secret realms, capable of directly nurturing a saint. Since Chen Chao was able to seize the saint fruit through his own strength, it was undoubtedly his fortune. The elder chose not to dwell on this matter and instead asked directly, what significant intelligence were you referring to earlier? Is it regarding the Northern Demon King? He is currently the greatest adversary for the human side. Including Ren Jingtian, the others turned their gazes towards Chen Chao, awaiting his response. The significant intelligence was that Chen Chao hesitated for a moment, contemplating how to convey to them that he was indeed the enemy they perceived. He stated plainly, I am the Demon King. The assembly of saints, nearly all were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend Chen Chao's words. The Empress Hualon, with her hand on the table, struck it forcefully several times, creating several dents in the solid wood. She stared at Chen Chao in bewilderment. What did you say? What are you? I am the Demon King of the northern region, Chen Chao reiterated. Each word he spoke was familiar to them, yet when strung together, it rendered them momentarily confused. The elder frowned, and the expressions of the others were quite revealing. Hualon, in a moment of uncontrolled power, caused the table before her to explode. What nonsense is this, boy? If this is your prank, it is utterly devoid of humor. Ren Jingtian had initially believed that Chen Chao might bring intelligence regarding the deployment of demon forces, or, at the very least, some unknown information about demon saints, only for him to claim he was the Demon King. It was not that the others did not trust Chen Chao. Rather, it was Ren Jingtian who felt a sense of relief. Good heavens, that nearly frightened me to death. At that moment, the guards outside burst into the room. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from the assembled saints, they hurriedly risked their lives to ascertain the situation. Chief, what has happened? One inquired. It's nothing, you may leave. Lin Huayu gestured dismissively at the intruding guards. He was the first to retract his sword intent, followed by Hua Rulin and Su Qingqing. The guards saluted and quietly exited. While the saints exchanged glances, repeatedly scanning Chen Chao with their mental energy, fearful that he might have transformed into a creature of the demon race. Ultimately, it was Hua Rulin who shattered the silence. Chen, what is your current predicament? I am uncertain. I consumed that luminous sphere, the so-called sacred fruit. And this is the result, Chen Chao asserted, firmly attributing the cause to the sacred fruit. Given that the Thunder Valley had already been obliterated, any investigation would yield no answers. He then recounted the events of the past few days in the Northern Territory, detailing his acquisition of the sacred fruit in Thunder Valley. The climactic battle against the White Wolf Saint King, being hailed as the Northern Territory's king by the demon saints, and his ascendance to the White Wolf Palace and its treasury. He omitted the incident regarding the Golden Feather Demon Saint's suggestion to expand his harem, but disclosed everything else. Upon hearing about the treasury of the White Wolf Saint King, the saints present collectively inhaled sharply. During their previous confrontation with the Eastern region's black magic ape, they too had seized treasures from its palace, which were abundant. However, nearly all saints from the Huagua participated in that battle, alongside military and social factions, resulting in a meager distribution of spoils from the black magic ape's treasury. Chapter 88. The rank of saints. While the saints were grappling with their astonishment, Chen Chao remained blissfully unaware, continuing his monologue. I roughly calculated that the luminous energy crystals weigh at least several dozen tons, and the materials for sacred weapons also amount to several tons. As for the celestial and earthly treasures, I did not scrutinize them closely. There are simply too many to count. Many are not even documented in the secret realm manual you provided. The items in my treasury must be worth several hundred billion merit points. Sigh. Do you think that if I were to present such a vast amount at once, it might lead to a devaluation of merit points? Can they even be absorbed? Perhaps I should exchange them in batches. You lack any reliable spatial technology equipment. I could transport a few tons of celestial and earthly treasures first, and the rest can wait until we stabilize the Nanyang secret realm before gradually bringing them out. The saints present found themselves dazed once more. Are we playing the same game? It feels as if we are not even in the same realm of play. You have only been in the Nanyang secret realm for a few days, and you've already become the king of the Northern Territory? Hua Rulin was infuriated, feeling as though her heart was about to burst. I tasked you with protecting students during their training, and what do I get? You've unlocked the entire map of the Northern Territory. Are you planning to clear the whole secret realm in a few days? Enough of the chatter. Even if you truly are the Demon King, have confidence. Omit the even if. Do you need me to transform again? Chen Chao interrupted Hua Rulin, dissatisfied. Why do you still not believe that I am the king of the north, the Demon King? I have already transformed for you to see. Hua Rulin cast a glare at Chen Chao. This young man was becoming arrogant, daring to speak to her in such a manner. Perhaps it was because Hua Rulin was a sage in the realm of mental prowess, and thus the other party dared not approach too closely, which allowed him to remain undetected. Consequently, Chen Chao could almost ascertain that there were uncertainties within the ocean. Finally, Lin Huayu spoke, regardless of the circumstances. We must prepare for the impending battle. If Chun Sheng infiltrates the demon clan and temporarily turns against them, it could catch them off guard. Moreover, our top combat strength is comparable to that of the enemy. If feasible, we might opt for a decapitation strategy, targeting the demon clan Saint Kings. If we can eliminate the demon clan Saint Kings, that would be most advantageous. Even slaying one or two of them would alleviate the current crisis. As they discussed strategic deployments, Hua Rulin suddenly shifted the conversation to Chen Chao, asking, since you have already attained sainthood, do you wish to enter the rankings? Or would you prefer to wait a while longer? Chen Chao understood what Hua Rulin was implying and replied with a smile. There is no need to wait. Let me enter the rankings, but place me at the very end. They were discussing Chen Chao's entry into the saint ranking, yet the underlying matter was something entirely different. When Chen Chao previously went to the North Sea of Fusang to dismantle the Ghost Wolf factory, he had clashed with the sword Saint Watanabe Iki. Due to his carelessness, Watanabe was bested by Chen Chao and had vowed to challenge him upon Chen Chao's ascension to sainthood. Logically, a newly minted saint could not possibly contend with an established saint like Watanabe Iki. In fact, a weaker mindset might even lead to psychological barriers that could hinder one's advancement to sainthood. However, Chen Chao defied all conventional reasoning. With his combat prowess that allowed him to slay the White Wolf Saint King, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3, if not first. Yet, he insisted on placing himself at the end of the rankings, which was clearly a ploy to ensnare Watanabe Iki. Hua Rulin revealed a knowing smile. You're simply waiting for Watanabe Iki to challenge you. Given your current strength, he is no match for you. Upon hearing this, the other saints present grasped the implication. Chapter 89. No longer a fish out of water, Ren Jingtian stared blankly at the several medicinal herbs in Chen Chao's hands. These were recorded in the Secret Realm manual as treasures useful for healing at the saint level, and they were quite rare, with a price, yet no market. Of course, this rarity only applied to the human race. Chen Qiao had plenty stored away. Ren Jingtian intended to refuse, but found himself unable to voice it. Alas, one grows old and becomes less capable, ultimately relying on you young ones. I shall accept these herbs for now, and I owe you a favor, Chen Sheng. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command. Ren Jingtian first bowed respectfully to Chen Qiao before cautiously accepting the herbs from his hands. The favor of a high-level saint indeed held great value, yet for Chen Qiao, it was inconsequential. A mere handful of healing herbs were plentiful in his treasury. I possess wealth and indulge in my whims. Upon witnessing this, the other sages inwardly expressed their disdain, muttering, "How vulgar, you ostentatious rich man." In the northern territories, Chen Qiao had left a clone behind. Meanwhile, the demon clan was preparing for war, leaving him with little to attend to. Kara and the landlady sister had also departed from the secret realm, and the three returned to Magic City to await further instructions. Upon arriving at the villa in the Pearl Garden of Magic City, Chen Qiao felt the warmth of his cozy abode. As soon as he stepped inside, he relished a soothing shower and changed into comfortable loungewear before reclining on the sofa. Although his stay in the Nanyang secret realm lasted merely 10 days, it felt as though a century had passed. Where is Xiaomei? Is she not home? Chen Qiao inquired, noticing the absence of the young girl. The landlady's sister sat beside him, leaning against him. I thought we would be in the secret realm for a prolonged period, so I allowed Xiaomei to stay at school. Since it's so late, I'll just pick her up tomorrow, she replied. Chen Qiao acknowledged her words. At that moment, Kara rushed over, forcefully pulling the landlady's sister away from Chen Qiao. Auntie, hurry and prepare dinner. The little girl desired some time alone with Chen Qiao. The journey to cultivate the mature woman persona was still a long one. The landlady's sister contemplated sulking in silence to express her discontent with Chen Qiao, but then realized that by doing so, she would merely be granting Kara the upper hand. Hence, she clung tightly to Chen Qiao's arm. Regardless of your relationship with Kara, she is still underage, and you must not make any inappropriate advances towards her. Otherwise, you would be a villain. The landlady's sister believed it imperative to secure Chen Qiao's affections before Kara came of age. Otherwise, once Kara matured, her chances would vanish. After a tense standoff between the two, the landlady's sister seemed to devise a plan, smirking at Kara. My dear, a new hero has been released in the game Hero's Glory today, seemingly based on Chen Qiao. Are you not tempted to play? I want to play. Kara shot a disdainful glance at the landlady's sister. There are real people present. Why would I engage in that game? Chen Qiao, perplexed, mused, a hero based on me? Those wretched game developers haven't even compensated me for the rights. He contemplated confronting them. If they dare withhold payment, I shall dismantle their company. Seeing that Kara remained unfazed, the landlady's sister continued her persuasion. I've heard that the new hero comes with a skin resembling Chen Qiao's, featuring incredibly cool skill effects. Moreover, today marks the last day of the event, offering double points for playing, and even if you lose, you 1T drop ranks. Double points, and no penalties for losing. On the final day, Kara gasped, feeling a wave of panic sweep over her. During this period, she had devoted many days to researching a miniature nuclear reactor, leaving her no time for gaming, a feat requiring immense willpower for a girl addicted to the internet. With Chen Qiao's return and the imminent end of the gaming event, she felt a profound sense of loss, as though she had missed out on a fortune. She cast a glance at the computers in the family internet CAF, then at Chen Qiao, and after much inner turmoil, she softly murmured, then I'll just log in for a moment, just a moment. I will purchase the new hero and the new skin. Yes, hurry and make the purchase. There are discounts on heroes and skins during the event. The landlady, embodying the role of a caring older sister, encouraged her. Kara's heart raced with excitement. Reluctantly, she released her grip on Chen Qiao's arm, repeatedly assuring him, I will just log in for a brief moment to buy a new hero, and I will return immediately. After a night of relentless battles, Chen Qiao lay in bed, yearning for a cigarette. Although he typically refrained from smoking, after engaging in a light academic exchange with the landlady, which fostered both physical and spiritual growth, he felt compelled to light up. It seemed improper to forego this ritual after such an emotionally charged experience. The two had conversed until 4 in the morning, culminating in Chen's overwhelming academic triumph. The landlady lay exhausted in his embrace, utterly spent from their intellectual duel, lacking the strength even to raise her arm. Tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, perhaps shed in sorrow at having lost to Chen Qiao in their scholarly contest. Gently, Chen Qiao patted her pristine back. Hey, be mindful of your image. It wouldn't look good if Kara walks in and sees this. Typically, Kara returned from her all-night gaming sessions around 4 or 5 in the morning, and glancing at the clock, it was nearly time for her return. I don't want to move, you scoundrel. You have no regard for delicate feelings, the landlady replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Struggling, she pulled the blanket over herself, only for Chen Xiao to catch a glimpse of something glaring. Suddenly, he recalled that the landlady had mentioned before that Xiao Mei was a test tube baby. Feeling Chen Xiao's gaze upon her, the landlady, still irked, opened her mouth and bit down hard on his chest. Crunch, she exclaimed, you only know how to bully me. She pounded her fists against his chest in a playful protest, making a series of thumping noises. Chen Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair. Get some good rest. Given your recuperative abilities, a single sleep should suffice. If you wake up and Kara is still lazing about, we can. You dream on. Are you plotting my demise? The landlady pulled the blanket over her head and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao found himself wide awake, lying in bed as he accessed the system interface. Having logged in daily and amassed numerous opportunities for draws, he decided to indulge in a few spins. System, let us go for a tenfold draw. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Xiao. Strength, Beginner Saint, Sacred Marks, War God Sacred Mark, Power Sacred Mark, Thunder Sacred Mark. Extracted attributes. Kryptonian Bloodline, War God Divine Nature. Skills, Hacking Techniques, Advanced Combat Skills, Storage Space. 53. System Backpack, 70 fragments of Mjolnir, 30 fragments of Wonder Woman Diana, 50 fragments of Captain America Steve Rogers. Upon upgrading, the storage space expanded from 13 to 53. Initially, the consumption of cards was minimal. However, as the storage capacity increased, the consumption of cards escalated, nearly exhausting all the cards Chen Xiao had previously drawn. A storage space of 53 is neither excessively large nor particularly small, just adequate for use. Chen Xiao felt an irresistible urge to empty the treasures in his repository. With the conclusion of the lottery, Chen Xiao unexpectedly discovered he had gathered enough fragments of Mjolnir. A golden legendary weapon card, Mjolnir, now met the synthesis requirements. Should he proceed with the synthesis? Yes. With a mere thought, the 70 fragments of Mjolnir suddenly converged, erupting into a dazzling golden radiance. A resplendent one-handed hammer floated within the system interface. This version of Mjolnir mirrored its cinematic representation, featuring a square silver hammerhead intricately engraved with arcane runes, and a handle wrapped in a band of brown leather. In the Thor movie, this hammer was crafted by the dwarven King Eitri using the core of a deceased planet fused with Asgard's unique magical metal, enchanted by Odin, and could only be wielded by one deemed worthy. Excellent, excellent. Wait, do I have the qualifications to lift this? What if I summon it, and find myself unable to wield it? Chen Xiao suddenly realized a grave concern. What if he could not gain the hammer's approval? That would be rather embarrassing. Would he then have to keep it at home, as mere decor? Chapter 91. Watanabe Ikki's challenge the following day. The Extraordinary Association of Huagua updated the saint rankings. A new saint had emerged in Huagua. The rankings had not seen a new addition in many years, and even minor fluctuations were rare. Not long ago, Ren Jingtian had been promoted to a high-level saint, causing a stir with his ranking rise. Now, with the addition of a new name to the rankings, both Huagua and the entire world began to take notice. The latest entrant to the saint rankings was none other than the former number 1 in the hero rankings, Superman Chen Xiao. According to the latest news, Chen Xiao had encountered fortuity in the Nanyang secret realm, ascending to saint status and securing the 16th position in the saint rankings. Name, Chen Xiao, codename, Superman. Strength, Beginner Saint. Abilities, Strength and Speed-Oriented Saint. Peak Achievement, Assisted Sword Saint Ren Jingtian in slaying a mid-level saint. To entice Watanabe Ikki, the Extraordinary Association deliberately concealed Chen Xiao's true combat prowess. Such information adheres to conventional norms. Anyone who encounters this message would inevitably perceive it as an exaggeration from the land of Hua. Any formidable being of saintly rank has undergone a prolonged period of refinement before achieving such a transformation. Even if one were to fortuitously acquire some treasure within a secret realm, the hastiness of their ascent to saintly status would undoubtedly result in an unstable foundation, and their combat prowess may not be particularly formidable. In Fusang, at the Eastern Capital Swordsmanship Institute, Watanabe Ikki was savoring tea before a garden adorned with rocks and flowing water. Suddenly, a golden flash streaked across the sky, instantly transforming into a human figure that materialized before the courtyard. Who goes there? The disciples of Watanabe Ikki sensed the presence of an intruder and swiftly drew their katana, surrounding the figure with vigilant gazes. Inoue, Toma, do not act recklessly towards the Lord of Holy Light. You must withdraw, Watanabe Ikki instructed. not bothering to glance at the commotion before him, instead pouring himself another cup of tea and placing it on the wooden table opposite him. He spoke of several individuals, all seasoned powerhouses ranked highly on the list, who had once thrived in various nations' secret realms. Many warriors from different countries were familiar with their names. If anyone were to ascend to the rank of saint, it would undoubtedly be one among them. Yet, Creed shook his head, declaring, it is not them. It is Chen Qiao. Upon hearing the name Chen Qiao, Watanabe Ikki initially appeared puzzled, but soon seemed to recall something, his eyes suddenly igniting with a sharp brilliance. Are you referring to that insignificant one? The memory of Chen Qiao's decisive kick flooded back to Watanabe Ikki. As a saint, he could tolerate defeat against those more powerful than himself, yet he could never accept losing to someone weaker. Defeating a stronger opponent is an ordinary aspect of martial affairs. But succumbing to a lesser adversary only serves to reflect one's incompetence. The Holy Light, Creed continued, I have heard that you once mentioned that when he becomes a saint, you would challenge him. What is it? Do you wish to act as an intermediary on behalf of Hua to persuade me to relinquish my challenge against him? Watanabe Ikki realized that Creed had undoubtedly come regarding matters concerning Chen Qiao. In Fusang, there existed only one saint. Even if he were to vanquish Chen Qiao, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. After all, the saints of Hua are not mere decorations. They would not permit that young man to perish at his hands. Creed shook his head. On the contrary, I represent the United States and hope that you, Watanabe, will slay him. This revelation took Watanabe Ikki by surprise. But he quickly understood the implications. Count Vlad's project had involvement from the upper echelons of the United States. Furthermore, the largest buyers of genetic materials within the Divine Creation Alliance hailed from the United States and other Western nations. Chen Qiao had not only slain Count Vlad, the chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, but had also infiltrated the database of the Divine Creation Alliance within the Ghost Wolf experimental facility, obliterating a significant volume of genetic research data. This directly led to the failure of the Ghost Wolf Army project on the Fusang side, resulting in considerable losses for the Western world as well. Chapter 92. Chen Qiao, open the door. Soon, news of Watanabe Ikki, the sword saint of Fusang, challenging the Huan nation's saint, Chen Qiao, spread like wildfire across the internet. Despite the myriad of combat events occurring on the Blue Planet, such battles are primarily confined to the realms of awakened and extraordinary individuals. When it comes to the saint tier, public challenges are exceedingly rare, as the primary battleground for saints lies within secret realms. Furthermore, even publicly sanctioned duels among saints do not permit large gatherings of spectators. After all, the confrontation between saints is immensely powerful, and even the slightest residual force can inflict catastrophic harm upon onlookers, leading to untimely demise without clear cause. Even in the absence of live audiences, netizens remain engrossed in discussions surrounding this topic. Saints represent the pinnacle of power in every nation, and this public challenge transcends mere combat between two formidable saints. It symbolizes a clash of the utmost strength between two nations. Online, opinions abound with both optimistic and pessimistic voices. Some believe in the potential of the challenger, while others doubt. Considering Chen Qiao has only just ascended to the rank of saint and may struggle against an established saint from Fusang. Amidst the fervent online debates, the parties involved remain oblivious, with Chen Qiao indulging in a deep slumber at home. Su Yuqi from the Extraordinary Association, desperate to reach him, has dialed over 100 calls, all of which went unanswered. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she sought the assistance of the association's president, Li Wenyu, to uncover Chen Qiao's address, then personally went to find him. At the entrance of Mingzhu Garden, Su Yuqi arrived at the villa indicated by Li Wenyu. She pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Open up. Chen Qiao, I know you're inside. Hurry and let me in. After a brief exchange, she quickly addressed the matter at hand. Saint Chen, are you aware of the challenge from the Sword Saint of Fusang? Do you intend to accept? The true combat prowess of Chen Qiao has only circulated within a small circle among saints, leaving most, aside from the upper echelons of the Extraordinary Association, unaware of his actual capabilities. From the perspective of a Chinese citizen, Su Yuqi hopes that Chen Qiao will accept the challenge. Even if he is unable to prevail, he must not allow Fusang to underestimate the saints of Huagua. However, from a personal standpoint, Su Yuqi fears that Chen Qiao's recent ascension to saint may render him an inadequate opponent for the Fusang saint, and she wishes to avoid any potential catastrophe. After all, Chen Qiao possesses remarkable talent, having achieved saint status at just over 20 years of age, and his future accomplishments may rival those of Hua Rulin and Lin Huayu. If he were to engage in battle with Watanabe Ikki at this juncture, any unfortunate outcome would signify a tremendous loss for Huagua. Why isn't he answering? I've been eager to find an opportunity to confront him. And now he has practically delivered himself to my doorstep. Though Chen Xiao has not seen the challenge announcements circulating online, Suyuchi's visit, representing the Extraordinary Association, indicates that Watanabe Ikki has indeed issued a challenge to him. Observing Chen Xiao's confident demeanor, Suyuchi refrains from further discussion. When do you think you could make it happen? Tomorrow should suffice. I need to quickly dispatch him and return to the northern palace of the Nanyang secret realm to gather treasures. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, viewing Watanabe Ikki merely as a minor player, with his true focus on the more pressing matters at hand. Suyuchi received a positive response and, no longer wishing to intrude further, hurried back to the Extraordinary Association to report that Chen Xiao had accepted Watanabe Ikki's challenge. Shortly thereafter, the official response from the Extraordinary Association of Huagua confirmed the acceptance of Watanabe Ikki's challenge, igniting a fervor across the internet in Huagua. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Xiao, accompanied by his landlady, Carla, flew to the northern sea of Fusang. According to the information relayed the previous day, Watanabe Ikki had ventured to the northern sea the night before, eagerly awaiting Chen Xiao's arrival. What a bored old man, hastily seeking his demise. Regarding the upcoming publication, yesterday I attended a class at the Starting Point Academy, and today the editor informed me to prepare for tomorrow's launch. Caught off guard, I realized that due to feeling unwell last weekend, I had nearly exhausted my stock of manuscripts. Only 2 chapters remain. How could I manage this with the impending launch? There was no choice but to request leave in the afternoon to write additional content. According to some unknown international convention, a launch typically requires a substantial update of 20,000 words, crossed out, cough cough, a 2,000-word update. For someone with limited typing skills who is also juggling a part-time job writing novels, it is indeed impossible to churn out thousands of words in a matter of minutes like some prolific authors. Considering my circumstances, I realistically have only 3.5 hours to write each day. Beyond that, I must sacrifice sleep. My previous job on a construction site involved many late nights, whether working on projects or entertaining superiors, which ultimately took a toll on my health. I cannot afford to continue this way, so I ask for your patience. Once the book is launched, aside from the regular updates, I anticipate being able to add an extra 4 or 5 chapters in a week, contingent on the book's performance or any generous donations, which may inspire further additions. Specific rules regarding additional chapters will follow. First, I would like to express my gratitude to my editor, Tian Chi, for signing my book and for the support provided during this new venture. Additionally, I wish to thank my readers who have followed me from the beginning. Your support is what fuels my passion to continue writing. Initially, I wrote fanfiction based on American comics, which inherently possessed advantages in terms of plot and character design. Original works, however, require complete self-creation. Yet, this is not the most challenging aspect. I find the most daunting task is adjusting to the psychological shift that arises from the disparity in performance. It is easier to transition from frugality to luxury than to revert from luxury to frugality. This is a significant hurdle for many fanfiction authors when shifting to original content. Of course, some exceptional authors manage to create original works that surpass the popularity of their fanfiction.